I'm about to drive them crazy, 'cause I'ma do what I want. And I feel so amazing, 'cause I'm saving up all my love. Saving it up, baby, 'cause I'm the one. Think I wanna quit for the day, I'ma go on a really long drive, 'cause I can, yeah, I bought this ride. And I wanna see where the day's gonna go when the sun is high. No reason why, high in the sky, just myself and I. It's me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I've been living the wetland, taking my time. Wake up early, see the sunrise. Listen to the voice singing deep inside. Gets me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I'm about to drive them crazy, 'cause I'ma do what I want. And I feel so amazing, 'cause I'm saving up all my love. Saving it up, baby, 'cause I'm the one. Got a lot of places to go, and I know that I got to be free on my own. Yeah, I'm in control, and I wanna see how my life's gonna look when it's up to me. Doing it well, nobody else, 'cause I got myself, so it's me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I've been living the wetland, taking my time. Wake up early, see the sunrise. Listen to the voice singing deep inside. Gets me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I'm about to drive them crazy. Gets me in the clouds. Can nothing get me down. I'm about to drive them crazy, 'cause I'ma do what I want. And I feel so amazing, 'cause I'm saving up all my love. I'm the one. I'm about to drive them crazy, 'cause I'ma do what I want. Yeah. And I feel so amazing, 'cause I'm saving up all my love. Saving it up, baby, 'cause I'm the one.
What's wrong? Are you feeling kinda downward? Light up, you've been using all my power. This month I'm passing on my flowers. You don't even get the ones I like anyway. Freeze your foot, now we're always at home. I'm bored of coming over to pretend I'm turned on. You're the one sober and I'm on day 4. Now I know why they worry about the neighbor next door. If I call out your friends, will they tell me where you've been? 'Cause they all up in my DMs. All this bros before girls is bullshit. Wanna break up, you say, yeah, but this game's far to players. Time to give it time and pay rent. You'll be acting like my only son, baby. My attention span is gone and the feeling's getting old. Oh. Got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Oh. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one more day. You must be crazy I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day. My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one more day. Crazy. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. One day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. So It's up and it's down, it's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it all alone. We get up, we'll come down, it's our wild side. We are never going home. Living a life where the sun shines blinding. We're cruising by with the wind we're riding. Down an open road, we don't know where to go. It doesn't matter, we're not on our own. There's nothing in our way, just a clear blue sky. And we don't know what we'll find, but at least we'll try. 'Cause we're not bound by the rules, we're in control. The world is our muse, we're not coming home. It's a wild ride, ride. It's a wild ride. Ooh. It's a wild, wild, wild ride. It's up and it's down, it's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it all alone. We get up, we'll come down, it's our wild side. We are never going home. Oh, it's up and it's down, it's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it alone. We get up, won't come down, it's our wild side. We are never going, we are never going. It's up and it's down, it's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it all alone. We get up, won't come down, it's our wild side. We are never going home. Never going. It's a wild ride. But you don't have to do it all alone. We get up, won't come down, it's our wild side. We are never going home. It looks like the rain is taking a day off. The sunshine's taking over. There's no time to waste if it's a one-off. Let's take that chance, we're one step closer. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me. So take my hand and follow my lead. You'll love what we do, I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me like a fairy tale was so classic? We'll live our fantasy. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me like a fairy tale was so classic? I'll make you believe. We're moving our feet. Just wait till the
Hello and welcome back to the final installment for 2022 for the APAC South League. I've got two incredible two joining me. We've got Dev and we've got Mandy to run us through all of the action. Of course, we do have a lot on the line today. Major implication, SI implications all up for grabs. But Mandy, I'll go to you first. How are you feeling knowing that this is the final one for the year?
I'm so heartbroken. Like, I can't believe it's over. I've only been here for 2 stages as well. I didn't even get the full year of casting.
You didn't. You
So
didn't,
heartbroken.
unfortunately, but there is always next year. We'll have a look at how things panned out for the last year, the last week's competition. This was a bit of a strange one. I'm not going to lie. I genuinely thought Wildcard would have a little bit more power in their punch, Dev, but really it fell short.
Yeah, look, this was a really tough game to watch if you're a Wildcard fan. There were some great moments. For example, Kara had a lovely little play here in server you're watching right now, but I'm pretty sure they went on to lose this round anyway. Oh, they won the round, but they still didn't win the game. I think they won 2 rounds across the total of the game. Fury were dominant, and that's the Fury that we've come to know and love in Stage 3, isn't it? Such a reprisal from their last place that they achieved in Stage 1, and now they're a shoo-in for the Major as well.
Well, that's just it, right? We're pretty much on the doorstep of that major opportunity. To consider where they came from and where they're going to is just absolutely insane, Mandy. But speaking of a team that kind of came from a fall of grace, Direwolves have bounced back. But unfortunately, for Elevate, it does leave a massive question mark around today's game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Elevate was one of those teams that we really expected it to be a shoo-in for the Major, but now that they're not, their stakes for the first game are no longer for the Major, but for keeping in those SI points. But the Game Gladiators, I suppose they would want it more.
Sometimes it's just about that, Dev. I don't mean to be brutal, but sometimes it is just about who wants it more. And to be honest, I genuinely thought after this matchup, I'll keep talking until the absolute conclusion of this highlight, and it's just about now. Tide. I thought Tide were going to want it more, Dev, because Game and Gladiators, they were on the ropes for a little while there.
Yeah, look, Tex and the other guys on Tide, they're some gunners. And, Tex managing an ace, we have big plays from the Tide guys. It shows for a lot, right? They're great at their opening picks, but they just don't have the level of team play that a team like Gladiators does. And Gladiators, they came in from promotion at the start of the year. Since then, they've made it to a major. They're looking maybe not better than they were in Stage 2, but they are still making huge strides, and they are, as well, like you're saying, gunning for that major spot. Currently sitting inside of it. They just need to keep their heads above the water, and they'll be able to go back.
Well, that's just it, but the water is, it's pretty murky, and it's quite dangerous. The Tide will be moving outward, away from shores, away from safety for Game and Gladiators as they go up against Elevate today. But this one, Mandy, this one is really quite a dogfight toward the end. Direwolves secured, but we look to Fury and Game and Gladiators.
Fury and Game Gladiators are not the 2 teams that I think we expected at the start of the stage to be a shoo-in for that major. Fury have outperformed Elevate, their Thai brothers, and are now in 3rd place, which is crazy. If this first game goes to a loss for the Game Gladiators, Fury could still be in it, which is insane to me.
That's one of the things that really, I think, just bewilders me, Dev. The fact that we could still potentially have Fury fighting for an opportunity. Here are the probabilities. I want to say it's just Sprabuni, but I know that there's someone else that's helping. That's it. I'm so sorry, Wrath. Please, you may flame me for that one. But this one here, this kind of encapsulates everything we're looking at, Dave.
Yeah, it does. So it's pretty clear for the Major and for SI, because we're so deep into the stage now, it's quite cut and dry. Direwolves are going to the Major. They will be making a return since they went to Charlotte in Stage 1. They had a bit of a dip down in Stage 2. They're back up for Stage 3. But it is between Gladiators and Fury for that second major spot. As you can see, we'll get into what the needed results will be for those teams to make it later. But for SI, you can see that essentially the only team with a shot at making it to SI from APAC South via the global point system is Elevate. It doesn't matter that Direwolves is up at 25% and Gladiators are at 10%. I think they have to do something like they have to win the next major for even a chance or get bloody close. So it's pretty unlikely. But Elevate, if they can get into the top 4 at the end of Stage 3, their chances of making the major go up to 99%. So really that is their focus for today. It looks like 60%, but really that 60% is either a 0 or a 99. There is like nothing in between.
That is absolute just chaos. The fact that is, that it hinges on that. Obviously, we will get into the implications. By the way, if the Direwolves go on to win the next major, please, for the love of God, come back and clip what Dev has just said and the fact that I've laughed over the top of him saying that, because that would just be the ultimate sacrifice for us. No, we're going to save face, but let's have a look at how everything is going to match up today. We've got Elevate taking on Gaming Gladiators. Now, I do not need to stress how big this game is for both teams, and we'll actually save to talk about that a little bit later. Tide and Fury, this one equally as important, Mandy. Obviously, it's kind of pending a little bit of the results of the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. Today's stakes are all compounding depending on each game. So if the first game doesn't go in the way of the Gladiators, then the second game matters. And then the third game also matters for the Knights, and some kind of interaction with SI points per Elevate as well. And so it just depends on how this night starts to play out, really.
Well, I think that we've got a lot to get through. That's really the main issue here is, you know, we're waiting for the first game to finish before the second game really has the full weight. And then, of course, the last game, as sleeper as it may be in terms of the standings, it's still one that well and truly could deliver. And I think that Guz and I, maybe once again, back on the Oscopium, this is probably the most split night we've had, Dev. That's, you know,
Yeah.
30, you know, you're 40 to 60% on every game.
I'm actually disappointed in myself. I should have looked at Mandy's predictions and seen that she had done those
Correct.
ones and changed mine to make sure that I had the chance of overtaking you. But yeah, unlucky. I real bottled it last week. But yes, as you're saying, pretty split. I think that first game in particular, fun fact, and we'll dive more into this one, but Elevate and GG actually have a historical head-to-head that is even. They've both beaten each other the same amount of times. So this is the tiebreaker, and it's also got huge stakes. Elevate for SI, GG for the major. As for the rest of the night, that does feel more cut and dried for me. The Tide Fury game, obviously Fury have so much to fight for, and Tide are still winless and pointless. So I think that is, to me, a bit of a question mark of why you and Xenox went that. But the final game, look, Knights haven't been too crash hot this year. They've had some flashes of greatness, but they're going up against the best team in the league. So I think that me and Mandy went for the safe picks. You guys being a bit edgy, good on you. Maybe you'll be right. Maybe you'll have a chance at overtaking. Maybe that's what it came to. Like, it's a final play day. May as well shoot your shot and go for something crazy.
Look, we may as well. We're so far behind. We're down pretty bad. And I have full faith in Tide. They've had some pretty close results this
Full
this
faith
year.
in Tide.
So,
It's the first time I've ever heard anyone say that.
yeah, don't you worry. I have no faith in Fury whatsoever. But two teams I have the utmost faith in delivering one of the matchups of the stage, maybe even of the year. Elevate and Gaming Gladiators go head-to-head. Dev, do you want to throw back to this little point you were making about this head-to-head?
Oh, yeah, an exciting time. This is a match of greats from the Southeast Asian region. It's Indonesia versus Thailand, and both of these teams have an equal head-to-head rating. It's 3 matches apiece in all time between the various different leagues these teams play. And even within APAC South, the very first Playday of APAC South, I believe it was the very first match, Gladiators, at the time Renatus, actually beat Elevate. So that was a huge upset. Elevate were totally the favourite team. They'd just come back from SI. And yet in Stage 2, Elevate went and got their revenge and beat Gladiators back. So even just in APAC South this year, we are tied for head-to-head. This truly could not be more split. And like you've been saying, with such massive implications behind this game for 6 Invitational for Elevate and for the Major for Gladiators, they won't be holding back an inch.
Well, you've made the comment, 6 Invitational is where we look to Elevators. Unfortunately, they cannot make the major, but one more international appearance for their 2022 season is on the line. Here's how it stands. Mandy, when you look at this and you kind of sum up the way that this all works, they have a 77% chance to make it through to SI with a 99.2% chance. It's a little bit difficult to explain that, but there is still 4 different ways in which they will have to go through completely different qualifying path.
Yeah, this graphic is very dependent on that midfield. Essentially, the midfield goes between Elevate, a wildcard, and the Knights, and so that third probability of 99.2 in an Elevate regulation loss is simply because we go past the head-to-head, then we go into round difference instead, and eventually Elevate come out on top in that midfield and puts them in 4th place. But being in that top 4 is essentially top 4 is essentially what Elevate need to make it into the major, and so it really hinges on them going into a regulation or at least an overtime win against Game Gladiators today.
Ooh, I mean, there is a lot on the line. There is a lot on the line for Elevate. I don't think I've ever seen such contrasting chances of making something as big as, SI, the biggest tournament of the year. And one team that may not make it to SI, there's still a chance. Actually, I think it's very minimal, is the Gaming Gladiators. Their sights are set elsewhere, but Dev, they have been nothing short of incredible, nothing short of impressive ever since they made their debut in APAC South.
Yeah, it has been quite a year for the Gladiators, coming in from just their national league. Even some players, such as Rix, playing back in Pro League, in Southeast Asian Pro League, back in, 2018, I think he was playing, and way back in the day, before many people were watching or playing Rainbow Six that are likely watching or playing it right now. These guys have been grinding for a long time. They knocked out teams as well known as Bliss and Order in the qualifiers in the promotion tournament to get here, and they have destroyed any opposition, questioning whether they deserve that spot, because since then they've taken down teams like Elevate. They've qualified and been to the major and won games in Berlin. Now they've come back and they're looking to repeat the feat at another major. And honestly, I back them in. They just need to hold their ground. If they get themselves a win here, regulation or overtime, it doesn't matter. They will guarantee that they will go to the major and Fury won't be able to catch up.
Well, it's a very simple way of making it so. Let's make this a little bit clearer for everyone at home that maybe is a visual learner like myself. This is essentially what has to happen. It looks complicated. Again, it's not. It actually looks simple. It actually looks really simple.
You're making it complicated, I think.
I am. I'm making it complicated because that's my job. I am a host. You got to remember this. Basically, once again, I'm going to go with the 77% chance that Gladiators make it through tonight. There are some pretty crazy outcomes, but obviously Gaming Gladiators win. They're all good, Mandy. They're all home on the safe stretch at the very least.
Yep, it doesn't matter how the Gaming Gladiators win, whether it is in overtime or whether in regulation. As long as they win today, they will go to the major. Things get interesting if they don't win today. It gives Fury that chance at redemption in the second matchup for tonight. So if Gaming Gladiators lose in overtime, they will have a not small chance, but Fury have got to win in regulation. That's doable in their second matchup. They are playing against Tide. If Gaming Gladiators lose in regulation, could also possibly happen in today's game against Elevate, then Fury have an even better chance at making it in. Pretty simple if you put it that way, but it all compounds on the results from that first matchup.
Look, to be honest, I think the best case scenario for everyone here right now is an overtime win for Elevate. I think that would make things very interesting. But one thing that might add a little bit of spice into this conversation is, of course, the map pick. So let's go ahead and have a look at how this video has panned out for either team. Dev, I'll let you run us through this one because you are the stat man.
Okay, so boils all the way down to Oregon. Now, this map is a map that Gladiators play a hell of a lot of the time. But Elevate actually do have a slightly higher win rate on it. This, in my opinion, is going to be a fantastic map to go to. I think both of the teams are really good on this map. Both of them play it a lot. And in fact, they played it against each other, 9 days ago in the Operation League as well. So, and believe it or not, that was actually an Elevate 7-3 win. That was a BO3 series. And if I'm not wrong, yeah, it was BO3. No, it was not a BO. It was a BO1.
There you go.
But yes, Elevate won it last time these two teams played it, but that does give some credence to Gladiators. They are a team who historically has been very good on the map. They've won it quite a few times in their national circuit. They also beat Wildcard on it. They had some really close games against Wolves, the #1 European team, at the Berlin Major on this very map, and they've also beaten Direwolves on it in the past. So this, to me, is a very tight map.
That is some pretty massive scalps and some pretty high achievements from Gaming Gladiators. But Mandy, surely we've got to talk about the fact that Elevate have just beaten them 7-3 on this map less than, 9 days ago, Dev? So this one for me, Mandy, I mean, if I look at this, Gaming Gladiators have to have something up their sleeve.
Recency bias would say that Elevate looked pretty good on this one, but honestly, if there's any battlefield for these two teams to go out on, it's definitely Oregon. Like, Elevate, they've got a crazy history on it internationally. At the Berlin Major, the final Playday, they played Oregon twice and actually lost both of their matches in that third Playday of the group stage. Whereas for Gaming Gladiators, when they showed us their Oregon inside of Berlin, those matchups against Wolves were some of the best that we've ever seen them perform. It was so close. Both of them went to OT. And I can only imagine that coming back into Stage 3, it's about that international experience. And it's about that maturity on the map that we're going to see in the server from both of these teams today. And I think it's going to come down to this really micro gameplay, the details in the strategy, any small thing, right? Because that's just how mature these two teams are on this map.
It's kind of crazy to think that we're talking about Game and Gladiators being on the same maturity level, Dev, as someone like Elevate. But I think that there is no doubt that the results have shown it. And I think as well, you know, the heads of the team, or at least the heads that we speak to, Rix and Joe, both kind of reiterate that thought.
Yeah, definitely. Gladiators, I think they're quite a modest team. They're not puffing their chest up and say, yeah, we're better than Elevate. We'll beat them every day of the week. They respect their opponent, and you should. This is Elevate we're talking about. They have a fantastic history on this map. But Gladiators are a team where they're happy to be quiet achievers, and man, do they achieve, even if sometimes it is quiet. This is also a rematch of that Stage 1 game when these guys were called Renatus. They beat Elevate on this map. So it goes to show Elevate are also not perfect here, and Gladiators can play this map. If you want also a bit of fun historical fact, Oregon is the map where Onigiri broke the 6 Invitational kill record at SI 22 at the start of the year. So this does feel supercharged for me. Like you said, Mandy, such a great historical map for Elevate, but also had flaws. Such a great map with so many huge scalps, as you put it, Rob, for Gladiators. And yet, the last time they played Elevate on it, they did lose, and it was a dominant scoreline. A 7-3 is not a close game. I think expectations for this, most people would probably favor Gladiators, but it's so tight that it's hard to split it.
Ah, damn, you're almost gonna... I think you're only just seeing daylight between the gap, right? Like, it's absolutely crazy. Like, a door just slightly ajar is almost the difference here. Mandy, would you agree with Dev? Like, are you backing in Game and Gladiators to take this one, considering, again, how much is on the line for both of these teams?
I think it depends. I'm going to bring mental game into this one because I think that's a big thing that's at stake here in APAC South. We see a lot of teams, when they get too ahead of themselves, they crumble under that pressure. We've seen Elevate do that plenty in 2021. We called them the major dodger curse, right? Because whatever it took on that one day that was crucial to cross the line, Elevate couldn't do it. They crumbled under that mental pressure. And for the Game Gladiators, these guys are a newer roster than Elevate. These guys haven't been in such a high-stakes game like this one. And it's about whether they can keep that composure and close it out. For Elevate, they have that experience now. They have Laxing, who's just come into the roster and has made a huge difference on their mental performance and keeping them composed. And I can only imagine that that experience might go up against the Game Gladiators. They're really going to have to fight tooth and nail to hold themselves together in this matchup.
Dev, do you dare defend your comment about Game and Gladiator?
Look, there's one thing that I will kind of reply about that Laxing point you made, Mandy. You were the first one to point out that Laxing had noted that where he thinks he can bring, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm kind of paraphrasing what you had said before. Laxing highlighted the area where he really thinks he can bring the most to Elevate is at those LAN events, because he's a player with so much experience. I mean, tell me, how many LANs has Laxing been to? Too many to count. He's the 6 Invitational champion way back from Xbox in 2017. So that is absolutely his area of expertise, understanding how to pace himself at those big events. Unfortunately, Elevate didn't make it to the major. So Laxing's now going to have to pivot and say, look, we can't make it to that major, so I have to make sure that I am helping these guys to be their best so they can qualify here in this online environment for the most important tournament of the year, which is 6 Invitational. You know, the major is a $500,000 US tournament. That is a huge prize pool. But 6 Invitational last year was $3 million. It is a complete other echelon. It's a world of its own. It is the World Championships. It's where Elevate had their first international appearance at the start of this year, after, as you said, being the major dodgers all year long, failing to make it in those crucial games. It was eventually their pure consistency and points across a whole online season that got them to making it to their first Invitational, and they need to show a shred of that consistency in tonight's game to make it to another one.
And Mandy, you know, we do talk about the prize pool, like Dev's mentioned, of majors and SIs. I think SI is probably a little bit of a different conversation, so I might stray away from that one and more so keep it to the upcoming major. But you know, where do you think that it's at for these teams? Do you think that they're more focused on that prize pool or more focused on the experience and you know, being at those international competitions?
I think it's got to be about that experience. If you're a pro gamer and you play in this APAC South stage, that's your goal, right? One day I'm going to make a LAN. One day I'm going to be playing on the main stage, right? That's the whole point of it. When you go to the group stage at a major, you don't play in front of a crowd until you make it into those playoffs, right? And that's the goal for all of these APAC South teams, is to make it, prove that they're the best, and play in front of a crowd and live that hype and live that experience. And I think that for either one of these teams, Elevate, they want to relive it. They made it to the quarterfinals. They really wanted to make it to the semis for this one. That can't happen here. For the Gaming Gladiators, they didn't even make it into the playoffs. And that next step for improvement and for maturity is to be going into those playoffs and showing up against international teams.
Let's just talk about the hypothetical here for a second, Dev, because I know that we've got a little bit of time. We're just waiting on one more player to re-enter the lobby. But you know, when we're talking about Gaming Gladiators, we're talking about Fury, because we've talked a hell of a lot about Elevate this year. The conversation has primarily been about how good this team is. But who would you rather see at the international stage right now, Fury or Gaming Gladiators?
Ooh, that is a good question. That's a tough one, and I feel like I'm going to make some enemies either way I go. I think it would be sad for Fury to miss out because they've never made it to that international stage before, with the exception of I9 back at the Invitational on Elevate. And it would be such a sweet story to see his comeback and the first chance for all of the other guys, particularly I'm thinking people like Hollis, who have been on that roster forever and been playing in the APAC league at the APAC level forever. It would be so exciting for them to make it to that level. That said, I think Gladiators right now are the better team and would perform better at an international event. And so part of me, a large part of me, wants to say Gladiators should go to the major because I think they will perform better internationally. They'll better represent APAC. It sounds harsh to say because both of these teams deserve the opportunity. Both of these teams will have earned it, whichever one goes through. But my heart is kind of lying with Gladiators right now over Fury.
Since we're podcasting this, more representatives or better representatives, Mandy?
Ooh, that is a very tough question.
We don't really have the choice right now. Beggars can't be choosers, man.
Jeez Louise, you can't say that. What would you go, Mandy?
I would say better. I think that consistency in APAC South teams, especially APAC, I would say, is something that we need to elevate our region to that international level where we're consistently beating international teams. Where we go there and teams are getting worried that, oh gosh, okay, this team's going to qualify, and we know that they are, and they're amazing. That was what Elevate was the last major. We looked to them to be that savior for APAC, right? And that was the big hero story. It's the reason why the world fell in love with Elevate, because of their character and because of the way they played in the server. And I think that's exactly what this region needs.
It's, you know, the region as a whole has, for the longest time, Dev, it's been, as Mandy's put it, so inconsistent. We've had heartbreak, we've had excitement, but we've never reached the pinnacle. Unlike Xenox, we've never reached the pinnacle. We've been one step away from it. There's been multiple times in APAC's history where we thought one team could be that team. If you're looking at APAC right now, what team are you looking to? That's
the thing is, I still feel like there's no question. I want to say Elevate, which is funny because they're not going to the major. They didn't get the spot, and yet my heart still says Elevate is the team in APAC that would have the best performance internationally. Isn't that crazy? Like, yeah, you mentioned that we've had a lot of huge moments. We've had Noah Rengo, Fnatic, and Damwon Kia all make top 4 at international events before. Obviously, Noah Rengo and Fnatic not really in the picture anymore. And even Damwon Kia has dropped off significantly. They're not going to the major either. So is it going to be Sandbox? Is it going to be Cyclops? Is it going to be Direwolves? Is it going to be Gladiators or Fury? Of those 5 teams that are/could be going to this upcoming major, I still kind of feel like Elevate is the team to represent APAC internationally. And that might change at this coming major. It might change at 6 Invitational. I'm glad that we're getting a chance for, say, Direwolves to go back and give it another crack after Charlotte earlier this year. I'm glad that Gaming Gladiators might get another crack. But my heart goes to Elevate once again, especially with how consistent they've been across the year. They've made it to 2 majors of the 3. This is their first major they missed out on. Unfortunately, they couldn't go to Charlotte. And Invitational as well. Yeah. But they've got to back it up. You know, if they win this game regulation, I'll back that in. I'll say that with confidence. Elevate, best team in APAC.
Well, it's been a hot minute on the desk. I very quickly want to say to the people who asked for a podcast, you got a podcast, so the percentages are going up for you. But you have been sticking around for a while. So let me put this simply. Elevate must win if they want to go to SI, and Game and Gladiators, they have to win if they want to go to the major. And we must go to two of the most prolific commentators I know. Xenox and Gus. Can't even say it, right?
Yes, thank you very much, Rob. And we're obviously just going to keep with the theme, apparently, and just wear all black. It seems like a potential funeral could be on the cards. The question is, Gus, who's it going to be for? Elevate or for Gaming Gladiators? Of course, for one of them, it might just be a disaster night. For the other, it might just be pure elation.
Yeah, both teams, though, have their own faith in their own hands. A win here all but secures either team for an international opportunity soon. A loss, however, puts their chances into jeopardy. A big game, a big map. Looking forward to seeing this one play out.
Let's head to Oregon as we start the final hour for APAC South 2022. Elevate are searching for a position at the Six Invitational. And for the Gaming Gladiators, of course, a spot on the major well and truly within their grasp. It is Elevate on the attack first. Gaming Gladiators will be defending. We go and we head to see which team is going to be representing this region internationally.
There's been a lot of DMR bans here against Elevate, namely the Dokkaebi and Aruni combo. So we won't see that played out once more. Here it's Ying off the board first. Particularly strong operator here for executes on Oregon, just due to the nature of the entries and the trade-out nature of a lot of the sites. Ying can open up opportunities, but she'll see no play at all in this head-to-head. We await Elevate's response, and in the current meta, a lot of different options that they could go with. And it's the standard Thatcher, so the one that I probably expected the least, but still an operator that has room in the meta.
Certainly does, especially for Games Wall and opening up a lot of these hatches as well. Meeting, for example, I think it's definitely one that you just maybe want to take off the board. Don't have to worry about it too much. They will, of course, be banning next in terms of defensive operators, but I think taking the Ying away from Elevate, I think, is a really good move from Gaming Gladiators, especially for that basement site. And Azami, really no surprises with that, has become really a staple ban on, I would say, almost every map, guys. Those keeper barriers just so strong in being able to hold those sort of choke areas, and it will be the Valkyrie also taken off the board, so denying some of that potential intel gathering. Pretty standard bans for what is going to be, hopefully, not a standard match between these two teams. One vying for SI, one vying for the major. There is a world in which, of course, they both can get what they want, but I think both will just want to win outright and secure their own position.
Yep, for sure. And then just to quickly round out that ban phase, the Aruna has been allowed through, so Elevate will be grinning on Onigiri. Most importantly, at the end of that phase, he has been target banned on this map relentlessly on defense, so heading into that second half, as always, he'll be a man to watch.
And of course, as our wonderful desk, who had quite a lot of time to go over just about every sort of possible probability, we get it once again in this wonderful graphic, of course. Six Invitational on the left for Elevate, and the upcoming major for the Gaming Gladiators on the right. Of course, guys, as you can see, overtime loss, regulation loss does still have pretty high probabilities. That does come down to the Fury versus Tide matchup straight after this game. So we'll know a little bit more about if that game's going to have, some ramifications with it. For Elevate, though, regulation loss, basically, it seems like that might just about be SI over for them. There are some other things that can really actually hinder that even more so, but either way, we get underway. The last time, of course, these two teams did play on Oregon, it was Elevate that came away with a 7-3 victory in the Operation League. That was back in September. It was, of course, mentioned by our wonderful crew desk, but what I do kind of want to mention, guys, is the last time we saw Elevate on Oregon in APAC South, it was that 7-2 massively surprising defeat at the hands of Wildcard. So what have they learnt from that game? We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, okay. Hoven drops Sapper in the opening portion of the first round, punches the hatch, drops straight down, showing the power of that Aruni punch, and Sapper not offering any response. It's a great way to open up the round, and Hoven able to get back to site unscathed. And you're right, last time we saw Elevate on this map against Wildcard, yes, Wildcard, namely Bouncin, played incredibly well, but Elevate looked completely out of it.
Yeah.
And that's an example there where they're getting caught off guard by something where they probably shouldn't be. So we'll see if that trend continues, but it is a worrying sign to kick things off.
Pace, aggression, that was sort of the undoing of Elevate at the hands of Wildcard. They really brought their best that night, and yeah, 7-2. It was a total slaughter on both sides of the coin, defense, offense. Elevate just could not get anything to go their way. And the other thing that has somewhat become a bit of a trend for them in this stage, the reliance on Onigiri. Second-rated best player in the league for APAC South. If he does not perform, the team just does not really stand up the way that they have in the past. Sapper, a bit quiet this stage. Mark and Mr. Punch, the dynamic duo, haven't quite been able to sort of hold things at bay when Onigiri has a quiet game. Getting to work though at the moment, Elevate after obviously losing Sapper very early on. They have to just continue getting through this checklist. Minute and 7 seconds, running out of time. But a bit of a freezer push here from Mr. Punch might give them an avenue, of course, for this eventual attack.
Ideally, Elevate need to find a pick here. The Util clear's been okay, but they need to find something to make the trade out late round doable. Mr. Punch is posted up in a decent position, a good cross through to the A bomb side as DCH encloses from main stairs alongside Mark. So it looks like a front plant's probably the play unless Mark's going to rotate that late, but it doesn't look great here for Elevate at the moment. Mark will drone out the back push, but RP's uncontested over towards Pillar. So GG, in my opinion, in a much more favorable position at the moment.
Yeah, I think time is the biggest factor. I don't necessarily mind sort of the laundry, freezer, backstairs push coming from a three-pronged attack. They do give up blue, and you can see the way that Hoven is now playing from that position. They own it. They know that they own it. And Mr. Punch losing that initial prey does not help out Freezer. Onigiri did get one pushing down backstairs, but dies at Pillar anyway, too, for Tolji. Now 3 versus 2 after DCH gets one. Rick's getting pinched a little bit, but he survives, gets the kill. GG. With a perfect start here in the opening round. They got that opening kill, they get the opening round, and they do so looking really clean.
Yeah, always a GG round there. Would have taken a monumental error for them to not get that one across the line. Credit, of course, has to go to Hoven at the beginning. Got the easiest of opening kills, also the replay now just drops down, catches Sapper off guard. So that already put Elevate at a huge detriment. And then the entry was quite late. Limited information as well. We saw some of the positions that GG were playing that simply weren't scouted at all by Elevate. Good example, Onigiri, rear stairs, got one, but then traded out from an unknown position. And that snowballed greatly in favor of the defense. So it's a solid start for GG. We go upstairs now, a site which can be very tricky to defend against if the attacking team's on the ball. So we'll have to see if Elevate can start mounting rounds in response now.
I think Elevate just have to be a little bit better at being proactive early on. You know, seeing Sapper die that easily, that early. It's not so much a fault of Sapper per se, but it more so just comes down to what Hoven was able to do. Being aggressive, roaming around, sweeping, going for those early kills. And that's what was Elevate's undoing in their loss to Wildcard, you know, it was a couple of weeks ago on this particular map. So they really do need to sort of work on that. Need to be aggressive, need to try and get in the face of GG, try and punish them for these kind of plays as well. Be the aggressive team, be the team that is really setting the tone, and then they can find victory here on Oregon. Otherwise, if they're just going to sit back play, you know, basic Oregon, they're not going to be heading to SI.
Ooh. Mr. Punch, however, does find an early pick. Ape on the rear stairs. Hoven, though, responds. So Sapper falls twice early on in the round. And Elevate in such a good position. Now let that slide. I'd say it's still favoring Elevate slightly. We know how powerful Aruni can be. But still a loss, nonetheless, for Elevate. They would have been in a really strong position. And that Ash would have provided some useful utility, but not meant to be. Not entirely sure where that kill even came through, but yeah, disappointing again for Elevate.
Well, it's the irony that it's the 2 second-rated players on the respective teams, Sapper and Ape, that have started a little bit slow here. Both 0 and 2, both unable to sort of make their mark on the game. And in some ways, to me, you know you're going to get a good game from Onigiri, or at least partial enough that it's going to, you know, be par for the course. You just need who's going to be that second person to stand up. If they can get that from Sapper, then Elevate suddenly get that edge. If Ape goes big, you know, for Gaming Gladiators, then it could be all over. But Hoven off to a great start. He is their leader when it comes to the rating. He's got that opening 3 kill margin already to his name. Tolji getting aggressive, falls back. 90 seconds left, but again, good showing of aggressive value from Gaming Gladiators, making it difficult just to get basic things like Games Wall opened up. Minute and a half to go, and finally they're able to at least open it up now.
3v4 on site, though, as Joe roams below. Could be on for a late flank, and Elevate will need to be mindful of that. Plenty of drones up, so they should have one established in lobby. Of course, we'll wait and see as Joe proceeds forward. Shots rain out, and he gets the kill onto Mr. Punch. Several times now, Elevate getting caught off guard by rat plays from GG. Going unpunished, he'll be able to probably get his way back to side, or at least apply pressure late in the round.
Yeah. Low health, not ideal, but you get the kill. You get rid of Mr. Punch. 40 seconds left, and pretty much at the kind of time, too, where Elevate is starting to feel primed about pushing in and trying to clear out the site. They don't have pit control, nothing in Attic, so this is not looking good from Elevate. Very one-dimensional, all just trying to push in through Game's wall, and Tolji gets a free kill onto Mark and says, who else wants to push through? Tolji is down, Joe low on health. It's not an impossible round, but a little bit of help on Agiri does get two, but eventually his life is traded to 1 versus 1. TCH low, Hoven with the shotgun doesn't really need all of those pallets to land, just a few, and a few do land into the back. It's a second round for Gaming Gladiators. It's the dream start.
Really well done there by GG to be able to shut it out. Elevate, though, look timid. They are going for extremely conservative plays by their standards on these executes. And the main reason that round was so close is because they finally stepped up and said, you know what, let's make a play. Let's get aggressive, get in the faces of GG and back our ability to frag. Onigiri did a really good job there to keep his team in with a chance. Of course, not quite enough at the very end. Again, time was a mitigating factor for them, but I think we need to see a little bit more of that from Elevate when they're in these rough positions to have somebody step up, make a play. That is the current meta of Siege at the moment. You need at least one person every single round to be making plays and showing that initiative, and we're not seeing that at the moment from Elevate. And remember, again, if we want to repeat the storyline of Elevate struggling on this map last time, how did Wildcard win that game? Bouncing, made plays, initiated plays, got in the face of his opponent. We're not seeing that from Elevate at all at the moment, albeit too late there from Onigiri.
It's a start, though, for the Gaming Gladiators, but we've seen teams before start well in this region, in this league, and then succumb pretty quickly thereafter. It's Oregon, after all. Defense still is sort of in its DNA. Obviously, with the attacker repick, things have opened up quite significantly. And yes, it's not the best of signs for Elevate, but it's only 2 rounds. I think what's more concerning for me, though, is the freedom of Hoven. 5 kills now in those opening 2 rounds. Not much trading back the other way. Those gas babes have had a big effect. He does get baited by the drone. He still almost got the kill. That should never have even been allowed to happen, Guz.
Hoven is just a menace at the moment, causing so many issues across the map here at the moment for Elevate, who may even fall further into their shell. They're probably sensing that the early round threat here from GG is pretty potent, and perhaps they'll try and weather that storm a little bit more and ensure they do survive. And instead of responding with more aggression to try and shut it down, instead be a little bit more passive and let these roams play out naturally. We'll see some drains now over towards the west, so indicating a horizontal take here from Elevate, as opposed to going directly from Big Tower, for example. That does have its benefits, and GG aren't necessarily extending over there too heavily. So based on what we can see on the overhead, I think this is a pretty good call from Elevate at the moment. We'll have to see how they played out.
I do wonder, is this a potential kitchen take, Guz, using the glass to really sort of lock down this long angle? And the way that Mark is opening up this wall, it does lead me to believe that could be the case. And this would actually sort of explain why Sapper has gone with the glass. In some ways, it can, if you can get that plant down, really mitigate the vert hold that is being established here by the Gaming Gladiators. But getting that plant down, easier said than done. Who's going to peek into the glass, though? Mr. Punch elects to go first from inside of security, but it's not a fight that you're going to win so easily. A minute left on the clock, though, but time, and they still haven't cleared above. I think GG is still in the better position.
Yeah, the big issue really is that hatch. They can't get in and get the plant down. Of course, it'll be denied from above. That's why DCH is contesting from double window, but he can't jump in because Rix is on the swing. So elevating a difficult position and trying to clear out these plays systematically will be tough. Of course, though, they can open the ball straight in towards site, get a play going that way, provided Mr. Punch can cover his position revealed before. And again, it just feels like such a 50-50 round for the attack.
Have to win that first fight. They can't. They lose 2 players. It was something a little bit different, Guz. A kind of strategy that we don't really see too often. It's not the norm. And obviously, though, for these kind of matches, this is when you want to bring out those kind of secret plays, but it hasn't worked out whatsoever. It is a horrible start for Elevate and their chances of going to the 6th Invitational, but it is a dream start for the Gaming Gladiators. 3 rounds to the good right now. Is there going to be a tactical response from Elevate? Have they seen enough? Well, right now, the answer looks to be no. Heading back down to basement. They gave it a crack. They tried something different rather than going for that stock standard Oregon clearing of the vert and then playing in, or they didn't even obviously go for the meeting wall either. They did not play into that attic control. They didn't go for any of that. tried something a little bit different, and boy, did it backfire.
Great signs for GG. That's the positive we can take away from this game at the moment. And often in positions like this, we'd still be giving some benefit of the doubt to Elevate. Oh, they might be able to still salvage the half. Yeah, it probably isn't too bad at the moment, but the nature in which these rounds are playing out very heavily in favor of GG, and not too many redeeming factors at the moment for the Thai lads. They are struggling at the moment and not looking themselves at all on a map which historically they have flourished on. Back down to basement we go though, and an opportunity for salvation. Last time we saw Elevate lose an early pick, that was Sapper inside of Garage. It snowballed from there. Tology on the roam, Hoven as well. And we'll see just how much of an effect this presence outside of the objective will have.
Yeah, I mean, they've been the better team. Right now, Elevate have not been able to play into these cheeky little plays. Small tower position from Tolji was going to be droned out had he held that position, and will avoid the drone of Mr. Punch. But will obviously give up that position as well. I mean, the drone usage from Elevate has been thereabouts so far in this match. They have been utilizing them pretty well. They're just not necessarily being able to play off of the intel that they are gathering. Slow, it has been their approach. They're leaving their time bank really dry going in towards those final pushes. I mean, nothing that they've done so far has looked clean or good. They need a massive change around here if they're going to head to SI.
Again, these roamers, unpunished, and I don't even know if Elevate are aware of their position. Hoven's actually going to make an impromptu rotate over towards Attic and could contest DCH, who's going to have absolutely no idea what's about to hit him unless he heard the drop.
No.
I don't think he did.
He did run straight by them, though. Talk about timing. Had he just been a little bit slower in that cross, he would have been caught, but no. But what it is, those two players just roaming around the map for free. Rix does die to Sapper. Elevate don't know it, but Sight is certainly vulnerable right now. It may just force this roam from GG to come to a foregone conclusion. They get the kill onto Mr. Punch. He wants more. Hoven looking for one as well. Pot main stairs. DCH does get the kill onto APAC. And maybe just a little hint of greed setting in here for Gaming Gladiators. Could be their downfall. And Hoven, the timing. Easy kill, top white for DCH, and suddenly Elevate do have a grasp on this round.
Just taking it a step too far, the timing not working out there for GG, and Elevate collecting themselves, being able to find those picks, and now set themselves up in the 4 versus 2. Still have to be mindful of Joe inside of Freeze with the 1.5x. Could pose a threat, but scouted out. He scatters over towards Pillar and being watched from the stairs. Ooh. Surely won't win this fight, but does land some damage. 30 seconds left.
Tell you what, 30 seconds left on Agiri, and Sapper are very low. Same with DCH, somewhat winnable for GG, but they lose Joe instantly. Sapper being the one that gets that kill. Nitrocell out from Tolji. 6 Asphalt gets rid of Sapper, but shot in the back by Onigiri. A much needed round win from Elevate. Just cools down those nerves a little bit. The heart is pumping, the adrenaline racing through their veins, but they get one that they desperately needed. Had they gone down 4-0, it would have been such a long way back, but 2 rounds to go in the half, and I think even a 3-3 scoreline still would be not that bad here on Oregon. So Elevate's still in a position now with that round win where they can salvage this half.
Certainly a high risk, high reward play there for GG, and to their credit, I think for the most part, they weren't unnoticed. We saw Elevate up above, running straight past where that flank was coming from, so I really don't think they had any idea that it was there until those frags did start to eventually come through over towards Kitchen, for example, and then they gathered themselves up, they found those picks, they hunted down the remaining roamer, and Elevate found themselves in an advantageous position for the first time, really, in this match for longer than a second. So they did well, shut them down, converted the round, and will now have some confidence, which I think was really lacking at the beginning of this match. And the reattempt here from GG, also interesting. Again, they won the first 3 rounds. All those sites have now unlocked on the rotation outside of the last one. So very interesting that they'll repeat, but perhaps they'll play a little bit more conservative themselves and trust themselves in being able to win out the late round trade as opposed to going for the flank.
I mean, how many times do we see it though, guys, where a team is feeling so confident that they basically throw a round away in sheer overconfidence, and then they reel it back a little bit and just go back to dominating. So that's where now it's that next step now for Elevate. Okay, GG came at you, very aggressive. They got to 3 rounds, 3 from 3. Obviously, they went for an even more aggressive round. Okay, backfired. They'll obviously fall back. You can see it already. A lot more pressure on site. Hoven will just sort of hang around backstairs, fire off a few shots. He's not going to go for a full map roam like we saw sort of in the last round. So this is where Elevate have to go back to breaking down this defense, going back to those first 3 rounds. They need to have taken some kind of confidence from that round prior, that they can hit their shots, that they can clear out these positions. Hoven might just fall right off of backstairs completely and play off of pillar. Elevate's got to be good with their time. Only 4 drones left though, so drone economy in this round, a little bit worse than the rounds prior.
I guess the saving grace of that is there are no roamers, so arguably not as much of a factor, and they should have a good feel as to where the players on side are playing as they sort of poke around in the early phase of this round. Good lineup to deal with the utility, as Mr. Punch actually gets a kill off the back of the Rotero. So good distraction. And that's Hoven shut down, the most dangerous man on the team at the moment.
I wonder though, is he aware of Ape's position? A little bit of an off angle, holding out in that pillar position, but a little bit off of it, right? Just more so over towards blue in that corner. And you got Tolji up close too, so a lot of presence here defensively from Gaming Gladiators, and now into Harry Potter as well. I mean, this is a huge amount of pressure, and Onigiri needs to get this information with those Roteros, and I think he has been able to at the very least for Mr. Punch. He knows one's close now. Minute left, time is a factor. More than this. Oh, what's the push? A little bit random from Tolji. Got aggressive, maybe just heard some intel that gave him some wrong information. Ape's still there, but he does get droned out. I mean, this is opening up sight significantly for Elevate, and they're starting to congregate over towards blue. Mr. Punch, there's one close. He doesn't see it. Ape, the 3rd time is the charm for GG.
Is it too little too late though? Still salvageable, but Elevate with a strong advantage with an extra man up. Ape's position as well will be under pressure soon. Let's see if he can hold out.
Nah, they know he's there though. That's the one instance about where if you get that kill backstairs, you probably want to rotate off of that position. The trades go out. Elevate have the numbers. They have the position. GG, maybe just sort of over-helping at that pillar position, at the backstairs position, and it has cost them big time. Rix plays off of the ping well. That's diffused it down. 14 seconds left. Knows that one is inside of Freezer, who will very likely want to peek out of this, but he knows that time is a factor. Diffuser will go down. Sapper's got to stick it. Rix almost getting that kill. Does get that kill. Sapper gets killed back the other way with so little time.
A bold decision to get off the plant.
Had he not got that kill, they would have lost the round.
The mirror gets around the corner. It would have been very interesting. I think there are only a couple of seconds left. May not have been able to find her in time, but nonetheless, Sapper does clutch up. Elevate now with 2 rounds, so they're probably at the pass mark. Very surprising turn of events. Things starting to look better now for Elevate. Certainly some light at the tunnel now after a very, very poor start. Go up above for the final defensive effort here for GG, who perhaps now themselves, the pressure starting to weigh on their shoulders. So close to the major. Keeping in mind, if they win this game, no matter if it's in regulation or overtime, they go forward, they proceed. A loss, though, takes fate out of their hands.
Obviously, in years gone by, we would be sitting back and, yeah, saying 2 is probably par for the cause. I do wonder, though, in the current era, is 3 probably what is more desired here? I generally think that this is going to be a rehost if we're seeing these wonderful, beautiful faces on the, of course, the eve of this very last round of the half. So 2-3 scoreline does, and I guess in some ways I'll turn my hypothetical question into a real question here. Is a 2-4 half good enough these days? Should 3-3 be more what Elevate is aiming for to close out the half?
Personally, I'm also looking at the way in which Elevate are playing, not just the score in isolation. I think the score is definitely doable. I think 2 rounds is enough of a buffer, but I'm also really honing in on probably the early round of all things, where Elevate did look pretty lackluster in the rounds that they did lose early on and then turned it around. If we see them snowball that positive momentum onto their defense, right, and they play some of the heavy roams that GG did and find picks early, then they'll be in a great position. But if they find themselves back in their shell in that second half, then we could see a repeat where GG are able to mount rounds on their attack and get early picks on the entry. So the game is very much on a knife's edge at the moment, and picking the 2 apart is becoming increasingly difficult. I did genuinely feel early on that GG were going to run away with it, but simply not the case. Elevate have done a great job to tighten the ship and turn it around a little bit, and it's up now, I think, for GG to try and respond to close out the half in a confident fashion.
Is that enough of a sort of good sign for you, though, for Elevate, that they have been able to sort of, as you said, stem the bleeding a little bit here? After losing the opening 3 rounds, there's a bit of contrast, though. The last time, of course, we saw Elevate, they started really well against Direwolves. They won the opening 3 rounds, and then it turned the way of the Direwolves from then after. I wonder if Elevate now is on the other side of it.
Well, I'm also was looking at the parallels right between this game and the wildcard affair, where Elevate just got a bad start and it just continually got worse from there. Whereas on this occasion, it feels like they are starting to turn it around. So I think we can draw some conclusions that was an off day for Elevate, and perhaps not really reflective of the sort of form that they are in. They're going toe-to-toe with GG, who are an extremely strong team at the moment. Again, keeping in mind that they're fighting for the major, their recent forms being great. Elevate not in that position, but still fighting for SI. So going in, both teams rather, for me, had a very, very even chance of being able to win this game. It comes down to, I guess, many games in APAC South in best of 1 formats where it's the team on the day that who's performing better, who's switched on, who can mount rounds and early pressure that usually converts.
Team on the day for a prize as big as a major, or a prize, well, really no bigger than a spot at the 6 Invitational. Who for you is probably more deserving for the respective prize, I guess, these teams are playing for, guys? So not so much on the day. If you were to take today out of the equation and look at maybe the calendar year as a whole for APAC South, did Elevate really deserve that SI over, say, GG deserving the major? I think, for me, I think GG probably deserved the major a little bit more. Elevate have not quite been as consistent this year.
Oh, it's such a tough question. I think I'm a pretty firm believer that Elevate is still the best team in the region. Perhaps, though, that's giving a little bit of bias towards probably their international performances, where they have outshone a lot of their APAC counterparts. But it's almost like comparing apples and oranges, right? The teams are fighting for 2 completely different things. Elevate are trying to still crack into the top 16 for the global standings, so competing against every team around the world really for that privilege, and then GG, of course, fighting domestically for their opportunity at the major, their second appearance of the year. So I think you can make a valid argument that either team really deserves to take home their respective prize at the end of the day. It's so difficult, again, to split the two. GG have shown such great improvement over the last 12 months. Very much an outside chance heading into the year, but they have proved everyone wrong, that they are a serious team in the region, and I think this would be a real cherry on top if they were able to win this game, completely secure their position and not leave it up to the results later tonight.
Here's a little bit of sort of foreboding here in that all the way back March 17, 2022, Playday 1 for APAC South Stage 1. It was Renatus versus Elevate, Guz. So little Xenox fun fact for you. And it was on Clubhouse, of course, a map we don't see too often, so I think Oregon's probably the closest thing to that. And it was a 7-5 victory for Renatus. And boy, didn't that really sort of set the tone for a team that made their way through promo relegations for APAC South at the end of 2021, and there probably was not, say, a huge amount of expectations, and they took down Elevate Playday 1, and it really said about a lot about that team. Now, of course, they didn't make the playoffs in Stage 1, missed out, but they had 8 points. They picked up 3 wins overall, and boy, they've done a good job of sort of just continuing on from that. Second, of course, in Stage 2, and looking to do so once again here in Stage 3.
Yeah, it's been a really great rise for this roster, and I think really probably embodies that sort of typical APAC storyline, a team that sort of comes out of nowhere and is able to produce results. And I think the next step for them is obviously to really acclimatize themselves with the international standard of play and the international meta. They got their opportunity in the previous major, didn't really have much of an impact, but that's expected for any team's first appearance at an international event, never mind APAC, who tend to be a little bit behind the rest of the competition naturally. So I guess the hopes and the goals for this team and their fans is to go overseas again for the 3rd major of the year, really actually have a bit more of an impact, try to fight their way out of the group stage. And beyond that as well, keep in mind that they'll still have their sights set on SI through the open quals as well. So we can't rule them out from that. And especially if Elevate do not make it to SI off the back of tonight, there's only going to be a maximum of one team from this league at SI. And it may not be any teams if an APAC North roster through the open quals makes it and Elevate do not. So yeah, a lot to still unfold for the rest of the year. And yeah, it's going to be a very, very exciting conclusion to the year.
Obviously, for Elevate guys, you know, they had that dream run in the Stage 1 playoffs where they got knocked down in the upper bracket by Cyclops and had to beat 5 teams to win the Stage 1 playoffs. They did that, all best of threes as well. After winning, of course, Stage 1, finishing first for APAC South. They repeated that again in Stage 2, as we know. Of course, they could not attend the Charlotte Major and really probably put themselves on the map internationally in Berlin. But Stage 3, for probably, I would say, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, the first time probably in the APAC South era, they've looked the most vulnerable. And it's in some ways difficult as to say how are they looking this vulnerable. They started so strong for the stage, 7-1 win over the Knights, 7-4 victory over Tide, and then they lose to Fury in that sort of battle of ties and the coming of age for Fury, and it all just sort of fell apart from then onwards.
Yeah, well, from my view, it's primarily two things. One, the rest of the competition's really stepped it up in Stage 3. I don't think Elevate has necessarily regressed all that much, at least not until I mentioned my second point, which is influencing their performance. But the rest of the league has risen the standard of play, and Elevate at times have struggled to match it. And that does flow into my second point, which is Sapper, who left the team unexpectedly for a short period. I think it was meant to be a little bit longer, but fortunately it is now back. But I think we're still seeing maybe some remnants of that change causing some disturbance for the team. There's been a couple of times, and I mean even today, where he just hasn't quite been in sync with the rest of the team, and there's been some mistakes made. Obviously, don't want to read too much into that, but
good observation. I like that. You didn't steal that from anyone, did you?
No.
No.
Come on, mate. I only make original points here. What do you want about? I did steal.
For those, of course, wondering maybe what's going on, this is a rehost that turned into another issue, and so that's why it's just extended. Current scoreline, 2-3 in favor of GG on Oregon. Gaming Gladiators, of course, defending. And lo and behold, as I sort of went back into talking about what is currently taking place, we are back into the game. Kids Storms for the final round of the half. And for those, of course, it was a bit of a longer rehost. Gaming Gladiators did win the first 3 rounds, and they looked very good doing so. Elevate looked all over the shop. But round 4 was a bit of a throw from Gaming Gladiators. Went for an aggressive roam, did not work. Elevate punished them, and in the round gone prior, which feels like a lifetime ago, Elevate just a little bit better in attacking that laundry supply site. And that is where we are at, 2-3. Heading back up to Kids Storms for the final round of the half, which I argue, I think 3-3 is probably more what Elevate will be seeking, but 2-4 wouldn't be the end of the world. So let's see how it does sort of transpire here.
A big build-up to a big round in the context of both of these teams' international opportunities and goals. Elevate fighting for their spot at SI, GG for the major. Told you with a roam over towards Small Tower, and if you are just tuning in, it's this pressure off-site that GG have been applying that Elevate struggled to rise to, but in the last couple of rounds have been able to combat. See the Twitch in play as well, great in clearing util, scouting ahead. Mr. Punch, the one to set foot first. Roteros as well to clear utility. Elevate with so many tools available to facilitate these plays down below, and I think Mr. Punch is in a great position to have an impact.
And remembering, of course, in the really early stages of this first half, Gaming Gladiators, the more aggressive team, the ones looking to more sort of make those plays. I do wonder if they sort of just pulled it back a little bit, looking to contain themselves a bit more on site, not give away those early deaths that did sort of transpire in the last 2 rounds. But that might just be their undoing in some ways, especially with Mr. Punch now on the nook, pushing his way, dining potentially into kitchen, getting a little bit of vertical superiority established down below. And Onigiri getting to work on this game's wall. Oh, and Onigiri, though, has run straight into the sightlines of Rix.
That's not like him all that often, but was traded at least in the sense that APAC did go down at the exact same moment in time. Sapa, hello. A little bit slow in the first half, but maybe in the last round of this half, he decides to get going. Might just be the savior that Elevate desperately need. 4 versus 3, minute 15, and Hoven's pushed all the way back to site.
Scorelines, or at least the kills rather, have reset, but keep in mind, Hoven has been on a bit of a heater in this match so far. He still stands. Could still have an impact in this round. Mr. Punch, though, could as well. He's being droned out below kitchen by DCH. He has 2 grenades in the pocket. Hoven's under threat from being naded from below. Other players as well. Need to try and seek shelter, try and dodge this bombardment. See if the first lands. Does a little bit, but Hoven drops. Sound may have been masked. Mr. Punch did not turn around, and Hoven's in a position to potentially make a round-winning play if he gets this kill and can get back up above.
30 seconds left. Mr. Punch has to win this. There's one more, though. Keep firing. He does not. Told you with a good push from White Stairs. Joe elsewhere getting the kill onto Mark. Still on site. Told you, got another one. It's just all falling apart for Elevate at the final hurdle. Sapa, he started with 2. He's going to need to end with another 2. Got the downer to Tolji. Knows there's one on site, but he doesn't know where he is. No intel, no info. Joe gets the kill. Gaming Gladiators get to 4 rounds on this defensive half of Oregon and just edge a bit closer to that spot at the major.
A scrappy end to the half. GG stacking down below, making a statement. Turning things around, and scoreline 2-4. Now we see if the dynamic takes a big shift here in the second half. What can Elevate produce? I think the ball's really in their court now. They're the ones that need to bring themselves back into this game. GG stabilized by winning that round. They'll be feeling pretty confident, especially after that prolonged break. They probably won't feel the need now to take their tactical for a while as well, so they're in a decent spot. Elevate, though, early round again, it haunts them. We'll see whether or not they can improve it on the defense.
Yeah, the Onigiri swing out through Game's wall. It's a little bit perplexing that early on in the piece. You can't just necessarily fold as a team when your star player goes down, and in some ways, Elevate didn't. And credit to Sapa. A very, very slow start in this match, but has been able to have an impact in the last couple of rounds and start to make his presence known. Well, this is pretty much his bread and butter, though. The Sapa stairs in Freezer on that smoke. Probably the hardest player to push through on Oregon. And I do wonder if Gaming Gladiators might just neglect this position, because did they just forfeit it? Allow Sapa to just wait out his days at Freezer Stairs with no one to push through.
Unless they have a really good way of clearing it, I just wouldn't even bother. We know that Sapa loves this spot, and we've seen time and time again various teams try to crack open that setup, and it has a very low strike rate. So if I am GG, and if I've done my homework properly, I know that's a danger spot that you either have a really thorough plan on clearing, or you just completely avoid it. And I think GG will probably take the latter option, especially after Rick drones it. He'll just confirm to the team that it is being held. Told you as well, sets up a drone just to watch for the re-aggression. Elsewhere, drones actually deep in sight. Elevate really nowhere to be seen. So those drones now actually will be tucked away in the objective, and that is going to provide a wealth of information later on in the round.
Well, the one thing that Elevate looked like they're setting up for, though, is presence up above, especially in through Attic, although I'm not so sure, actually, never mind. They've all just seemingly run back down together, maybe wanting to just make the rotational hole in anticipation of GG droning it and saying, oh, someone's roaming above. Maybe it's a mind game, and that's about it, Guz.
Yeah, probably the player. I don't think at this point in time it's wise for Elevate to invest in the roam. Unless, of course, those drones in sight feed some really good information, and it does prove costly. Of course, we'll have to wait and see until the execute comes through. Rick still seems determined to push Freezer at the moment. At least he's guarding it with that diffuser. Again, probably not the play. I think GG will shape up for a laundry push, but...
Well, more so in my mind, Sapa can sometimes get a little bit over-aggressive at that Freezer Stairs position. He does like to peek it and swing it. Such as that. Still a very difficult play to push, and he's going for it. This is exactly what I think GG were waiting for. They don't capture him. Did get the down onto Joe. And obviously Sapa feeling a bit of that pressure, and he does let out a gas babe. Obviously, he can be pinched in this position. It is why it is a difficult position to hold. He is the best at it. But time a factor as well. 30 seconds left, and they're just going to have to go for it. Sapper, he gets another one. They try and push through his position, but they shall not pass through Sapper's stairs. He has done the majority of the damage, but not enough maybe. 3 versus 3. Gladiators low on health. TCH watching. No other position on the site has been really attacked at all. It was just a full freezer push. And Sapper did enough. You do have to wonder what the Gladiators were thinking there.
Peculiar. As we said during the round, the strike rate for attackers getting through that hold from Sapper, it's critically low. We've seen little innovation on teams trying to clear that spot. And GG stun-locked during that round. In more ways than one, literally and figuratively. Stuck standing there, util in hands. The timing not quite there. Once Sapper eventually was flashed out, it was messy. But Sapper made them work for it, credit to him. And these are the kinds of plays and kinds of players that we expect from Elevate. To step up in the moment and really help boost the team's morale, momentum. And it's a good way to kick off the second half.
Unfortunately, though, to be the bearer of bad news, guys, of course, now laundry supply locked away for a little bit of time. And they need to find an answer elsewhere, because so far, Elevate have not been able to do so. All 3 of their rounds have been laundry supply. They are starting to dominate said site. But as is always the case, Kids Dorms, though, is 2-0 in the favor of Gaming Gladiators. So this is now where Elevate really have to turn their attention to fixing up this site. Getting some round wins here. It's their only way of getting to 7 round wins and potentially getting to the 6th Invitational.
Interesting repick here from GG for the 8th round 0. We'll see some playtime. The Argus launcher, 4 cameras can be scattered in and around the map. Nooks and crannies to find information. Really help complement the info gathered from drones, which are already in somewhat of a limited supply, just 6 remaining. Outside of that is secondary hard breach as well. Entry elsewhere over towards the top of Big Tower. Arpe on the Nook. We'll just sit perched up on the beam for the moment. Decent groundwork from GG, and Elevate not too eager to contest it very aggressively. Mr. Punch, I don't mind his presence down below. He's collecting some drones, a bit of attention, but outside of that, very safe on site.
The tendency, though, in this match for Gaming Gladiators to find that opening kill has been strong. The Elevate have it within themselves to be the ones to go for these kind of peaks, to try and find that opening kill that they probably desperately need. Games wall being opened up. Mr. Punch still lurking down below. Has he been droned out? I don't believe so, and could be a factor late round. Presence over towards Addict, though. I like this, though, from GG. So Games and Addict. TCH, though, gets the opening kill. Down below, the roam has been successful. And they've still got Mr. Punch as well as sort of like an ace up the sleeve. But they lose Sapper. Presumably on site, it was through Ape. 4 versus 4. In my mind, it has to come down to Mr. Punch going for a big play here late in the round.
I think as well that pit position from Elevate's looking strong. Mark still has the util, I think, to play off. Actually, no, maybe that shield was taken care of, so may not be the case.
He's on the move.
No, it is still standing, so he's all right.
Here he comes.
That position's strong, and yeah, here's the flank.
How many can he get, if any, potentially? Has he already been maybe spotted out? Has made his way in towards Armory, but they're losing players on site. It has at least forced back Holvin and Tolji for the time being. Onigiri on the DMR does get Ape. So suddenly on-site presence for Gaming Gladiators, guys, it's completely evaporated.
20 seconds. Oh, this is not going to end well for Mr. Punch unless he knows. He doesn't. Oh my goodness, Hoven does get the kill. Rix enters, he falls. Now Hoven in the 1 versus 2 has been good so far, but Onigiri with the DMR. That's why you ban a Rooney. Elevate win the round.
Oh. Mind games everywhere. And even though Mr. Punch did die in that position of armory, guys, he had already done his job. He forced those 2 players back towards balcony. I think they must have heard him or saw him. They got the information that he was inside of armory. So what do? They fall off the objective entirely. And then suddenly there's not that much time on said objective anyway. And as soon as Elevate get 1-2 kills on site, suddenly on site it's now defended. And then not only that, you get the kill into Mr. Punch, and it's like, hey, they're just going to be coming from hallway anyway. We know where they're coming from. Suddenly, the attack from Gaming Gladiators just looked a little bit one-dimensional at the end because of the way that Elevate set themselves up. They got a big opening kill courtesy of TCH. Mr. Punch at least making plays. He didn't get a kill. He didn't get a stat for it, but he was a big, big factor as to why they won that round. And of course, Onigiri on site hits his shots with the DMR. No surprise there. It's 4-4. It is a massive turnaround from Elevate. They have won 4 of the last 5 rounds. And they must be feeling hopeful once again that they can go to the 6 Invitational.
5 seconds remaining. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
The Fury players, the Fury fans watching this game very intently, cheering on their Thai counterparts in Elevate, keeping in mind that if GG do not win this game, if Elevate pull off a remarkable turnaround, Fury could jump them in the standings and go to the major themselves. So big implications still for other teams outside of the 2-1 screen now. As I said, they will be cheering on Elevate fiercely. Over to meeting for the 9th round. GG shaping up for a tower take. Pretty on meta and on brand for the APAC South League, and not being overly contested by Elevate at the moment. They'll instead wait for the breach to be opened, contest it that way. Control up above seated, the hatch reinforced. The Kaid having an impact on the main wall and causing that breach to be a little bit more awkward than GG probably envisioned.
And looking at that lineup with the Ossa as well, I'm envisioning myself that this is going to be a pretty standard sort of meeting plant. Obviously, they've opened up that wall. They're looking to try and get those talent shields down. But saying that, the positioning of Tolji at the moment now leads me to believe that will not be the case. And I wonder if this is another mind game. So they're actually now turning their attention and focus over towards Kitchen, some way similar to what we saw from Elevate, but a completely different setup. Not the Glaz, but the Ossa instead. They fake meeting and potentially try and send defenders over towards meeting. Instead, now looking to attack a vulnerable Kitchen. Hello? The question is, though, do they still need to clear above?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. DCH is still above, holding strong. He shouldn't have too many issues with the DMR. Mr. Punch as well, holding security. So there's key positions that still need to be dealt with by GG. And this is much like on Elevate's attack where we saw the attacking team struggle in clearing out these spots and having a free path in towards the plant. So GG now find themselves stalled, at least temporarily. And I think Elevate have been given enough of an indication that this rotation is being committed to by Gaming Gladiators. It is a tense moment in the round.
They are at least showing presence up above. That's a massive kill from Ape through big window above. Then they get the kill onto Onigiri. This is exactly what you need to do to win the round. Mark falls too. Ape gets a double above. Oh, that will surely be a round win now for the Gaming Gladiators. Barring a miracle, Mr. Punch does get one. But I don't think one will be enough. Where's Sapper? Nitrocell kill onto a very low health Ape. Over towards main entrance. Joe wins that fight, but Sapper should be able to get the trade on a very low HP, Joe. It is now a 1 versus 2. Shields on both sides of Kitchen here. The talent shield, of course, on one side means Sapper has to kind of go quickly. You've got to focus on sight. You cannot let them play off of that shield. And suddenly now it's just sort of run away and hide moment here. Sapper pushing all the way into showers, knowing Rix is close. But is he close enough? And does he know where to check the angles? I don't think he does. This should be a round win for GG. Unfortunately for Sapper.
Droned out as well. Sapper in a rough position, time dwindling.
Yeah, no time.
It was a great execute from GG, flushing out key positions. Ape, the man of the hour, helped open up above. The team steamrolled from there. Sapper tries his best, but there's nothing he can do. The damage already done. GG respond.
Yeah, kind of one of those sites where once that plant is down, you are not going to be able to retake it unless it's a 1v1 and you happen to clutch up big. That was always going to be Cayman's round as soon as that plant got down and it was executed perfectly. Massive, massive round win for the Gaming Gladiators. They needed that. It was a bit of a run from Elevate. 4 of the last 5 rounds was going their way. But GG get to 5 because they get a bit closer, and well, they're kind of on that penultimate round now where they can get to 6, which would force out 1 point already guaranteed and Elevate not being able to get 3. So a tactical timeout called from Elevate. They probably sense that they need to win the next 3 rounds straight.
This is where Laxing earns his money, earns his keep. As much pressure on his shoulders as the other 5 members of the team to tighten up now. That's going to be a tricky round to rebound from. We'll see if they can do it.
I posed you this question though. Do you go laundry supply straight away, knowing it's probably your more favored site, or do you force up a Dawn's Kitchen a little bit early? Well, there's the answer, I guess.
I don't think you don't have the luxury,
No.
right, at this point in time. You can't take that risk. You cannot allow Game of Gladiators to get that match point. It's simply too much of a risk. And if Elevate can win this round out, again, pretty convincingly on this site, then balls in their court really to snatch match point back. So, oh, it's a big round. Big round.
Certainly is. Now, we do, of course, and, well, the wonderful crew on the desk did go through all of the implications and all the probabilities in terms of what overtime would potentially mean for Elevate, guys. It's still pretty good. Even an overtime loss will probably give them enough potentially to go to the 6 Invitational. The only
It
thing
should.
barring that would be a Knights win against the Direwolves, which is probably not likely. But in saying that, an Elevate regulation loss could just about all but secure them not going to SI. So they are they're on the ropes here. But have they got a counterpunch still left in them? Obviously, Laundry Supply, they've not lost it so far, except I think once, the opening round of this map. Outside of that, though, they've got a little bit of a streak here. They need to go again. They need to win this. Force 5-5.
And Game and Gladiators produced something here on a site which has troubled them in this match. Mr. Punch again lurking around, hunting down drones, chewing away at time. It's been one of his real strengths in this match so far, and he'll team up with Mark, DCH as well up above. So this is slightly more aggressive than we've seen from Elevate previously. That's not completely out of the realm of realistic aggression that we would see on this map. It's not too far gone. It's just enough to apply the heat here. Enough to find drones and then have a buffer to fall back towards site. And GG doing their best to try and catch one of these players off guard. Sapper.
He's pinned.
He can't die here. Sapper cannot die, otherwise it unlocks the staircase that GG struggled to clear. Hoven does fall off the angle and Sapper survives.
Yeah, the only thing that saved him there is the fact that Hover just couldn't shoot forever. So at some point he had to reload. Did obviously force out a gas pipe early as well. Just got himself into a bit of a pickle, but he does get himself out of it as well. So fair play, Sapper. 1.5 minutes remaining, and there goes DCH. As the Punch looking to try and get a kill back at the same time, is unable to do so and falls away. Suddenly, Elevate's chances starting to fall away potentially as well. It may just rest on Mark in an off-meta position inside of security. He now forces himself out. I think he wants to drop down as well. Maybe called by the rest of his team in doing so. They've only got 4 players. Sapper's low health. He can't play stairs now. Freeze the stairs, that is, Guz. He's too vulnerable. There's a minute left. He just has to play a position on site and hope for the best. But this is the best chance that the Gladiators can bring in to win this round and to put themselves on match point, major point from here. They just have to execute the drop. They just have to execute on site.
It's looking so good for GG at the moment. They've flushed out Elevate from these key positions. They're left stranded to try and salvage something. Sapper could have an impact, but only 1 gas babe and limited health. Mark potentially in a play-making spot as well. GG just need to band together, make sure the timing is on point. They should be able to trade this out and win the round.
20 seconds though, it's not a whole lot of time, but they've got the numbers, and yeah, as you said, they can trade their way to victory. Joe and Ape looking to drop that meeting hatch. Nitrocell did go out. Mr. Punch survives the pillar, but not for long. 3 versus 3. Sapper still low, of course, remember, so he is vulnerable, but a big kill from Onigiri before he too does get
1v2.
traded. Now it's technically a 1 versus 2, and it is the 2 that went out for Elevate. Somehow, from a 4 versus 5, they win the execute on site. They keep their hopes of SI alive as well with it. Oh, what a big round win for Elevate. It's 5-5, and they starve off that match point for GG.
Elevate digging deep, showing that they are kings of the basement bomb site. In a round that did not look good for them at all. Their positions unfavorable, but they persist. They somehow make it work, and GG
Attackers need to locate and defuse any bomb
forfeit their opportunity to claim that match point. The positive is, though, Elevate have struggled on every other objective, and now we'll have to see if they have what it takes with the pressure at the absolute highest it has been so far.
And a reminder for any potential new viewers, we do have Fury versus Tide as our next match straight after this. If Elevate win this game, Fury will then have destiny in their hands. They will have to beat Tide, and they then can go to the major. So they're watching on right now. I know probably the whole Fury crew is watching and cheering very much as Elevate fans would. And to give their team a chance of taking down Tide and going to a major, they need Elevate to be winning this.
attackers are heading out.
Round 11. 5-5 scoreline. Probably one of my more favorite scenarios in Siege.
Oh, no.
And Onigiri on the DMR of the Aruni. Oh, it could backfire so badly, or
Oh.
it could be so great.
He saw two players.
As he saw two, they both were not really in his line of sight for very long. He waits patiently, though, and he expects maybe someone to come back around. I don't think they will.
Oh.
Maybe they will. He got to win it, and he does on Onigiri, of course. The Little Master once again steps up for Elevate when they need him the most. 8-3 scoreline since the rehost. Gets rid of Joe, gets rid of the Lion. And for a potential rush take with the Amaru, that is shut down now.
That's going to certainly handicap GG. The man count, the util, potentially the entire plan around the Amaru now has been compromised. DCH let loose over towards small tower. He's well in a position to potentially make a play. Could even go for a jump out here over towards double window. Sapper may make the call, but instead thinks better of it. That's the right call. Elevate have the advantage. They do not want to throw this away, knowing that match point is just on the other side.
Minute and 40 seconds. Nothing but silence on site now. Everyone just sort of holding their collective breaths. It's Tolji that's fallen. I don't think he's going to be able to get back up. He would need a miracle to get revived here. Onigiri pushing. Oh, Ape's been downed as well. Tolji did get revived, but they've lost Ape completely. It's 2 for Onigiri. It's a slaughter on Dorms for Elevate. It's match point. Elevate. Timeout called from the Gaming Gladiators.
Match point and a 99% chance of qualifying for SI point for Elevate. You can see the smiles beaming. A great start from Onigiri, the little master. Oh, he's good. He's so good in these moments. Time and time again throughout the years, stepping up, putting his team on a platform, and they did the rest of the work.
Attackers have dropped the
Great way to kick things off. GG capitulate. They trigger their one and only tactical timeout now of the game, and it is a huge tactical timeout for this team that could basically dictate whether or not they will be going to the major, keeping in mind a regulation win or an overtime win is all they need. A loss, however, just slightly ajars that opportunity for Fury to snatch it.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's not over yet for the Gaming Gladiators. Overtime is still very good for them, guys. It's not a case of them obviously needing to win in regulation. It does need to sort of be said that even for Gaming Gladiators, an overtime loss can actually still see them go through. Obviously, all dependent on what happens with Fury versus Tide. A Fury regulation win would oversee a GG overtime loss, but an overtime win for Gladiators is still good. It will be very, very good. So let's see what happens, though. Match point round for Elevate. Both of these two teams obviously would like to win in regulation. The good news, though, for Elevate, guys, is they can no longer lose in regulation, which means the only way Elevate will miss out on SI is an overtime loss and a Knights regulation win. That is the world we would be living in for that to eventuate. So that's why they were all smiles just then. They know what they just achieved.
The Knights, of course, taking on the Direwolves later on tonight. The Direwolves already secured their spot at the major, so it could be said that that is a danger game for the Direwolves, and the Knights on a good night, a team that's always determined, hungry to win, could take it out in regulation. Never count them out from achieving that. So Elevate must just secure it here. Get it done. Do not take any risks whatsoever. On the topic of risks, they've been calculated from Onigiri. Cold and calculated in the last couple of rounds. These spawn kills, deadly. Joe copped one in the face last round, and it looks like Onigiri's hungry for more, but I don't think any opportunities will present themselves rather here in the 12th round.
And I know Onigiri is going to be getting all of the plaudits, and rightfully so, but Sapper has been able to stand up big time. In the, basically since the rehost, I would say, 8-4, evidently, before the rehost was not tracking all that well. And sort of felt like if Elevate was to win this match, they needed someone to be the Robin to the Batman of Onigiri, and he has been able to do that. Match point round. If GG lose this round, it is extremely likely they will not go to the major. They still could, but it would be reliant on Tide getting their first win at the stage. They are winless against a very good Fury team. To play after this. Onigiri low, but so is Joe. Zappa falls. That's one for GG. And they got another one. Not quite yet. Onigiri does get rid of Joe. That's the ace goal. 90 seconds left.
Will the Lost and Hard Breach compromise GG? They still do have the Thermite to lean into. Fight over towards White Stairs. Hoven lands it. Advantage back in the hands of the Gaming Gladiators. Hoven needs to be careful. The vert angle from Mr. Punch. DCH as well, holding up above, holding pit. Hoven falls, but DCH steps up. Secures the down. 3v2, so it's flipped. Elevate on the edge of a victory, but DCH taken so low.
Rix. Oh, he gets a big one there, and Onigiri is still low from that earlier engagement. So it's a 2 versus 2. It comes down to this. Are GG out? Is their spot at the major firmly on the line and falling the way for Fury to take it at the last grasp, the final hurdle? Rix with the diffuser in hand, just outside of security, close next to Mr. Punch. 30 seconds is all but remains now to see whether or not Elevate are firmly going to SI.
The breach opened. That's good pressure. 20 seconds now remains. Told you probably needs to go for the drop. They need to time this to perfection or Elevate might be able to clean up.
Oh, the ping.
So, oh, that's huge.
That's Onigiri gone. It's Mr. Punch in a 1 versus 2. Into red time we go. He gets the first. That's diffuser down. He can play right off of that. Told you, does not have the time. No diffuser. And potentially off the back of that round, no major for the Gaming Gladiators. But it is almost all but certain that Elevate, the pride of Thailand and the pride of APAC South, should very well be heading to the 6th Invitational. But for the Gaming Gladiators now, a very, very anxious wait awaits them in our next match. It's over to you, Fury.
What a game between these two, really setting the stage for the night. And a match which GG so desperately wanted to win falls away after such a good start. Elevate, persevere. They make good use of that tactical timeout, able to close out the game in a pretty convincing fashion. And you're right, 6th Invitational knocking on the door. Over a 99% chance that they will qualify. So you can basically book them in. They've put their best foot forward. They've had a great year, and they'll be looking to really have an impact overseas.
And obviously, as I was saying, and obviously will be talked about now for quite a bit of time because we do have Fury and Tide coming up next. It's over to Fury. It is up to them now to see whether or not they can go to the major. If Fury lose to Tide, Gaming Gladiators can still go. But if Fury win in any way, shape or form, OT win, regulation win, they will be heading to their first ever major. At the moment though, we head to the desk.
That is really quite a bizarre finish to what was an incredibly competitive game. I have just been told that my friends can't hear me, so I am just not going to reiterate myself. Instead, what I'm going to say is what a game, Devin Mandy. That was unbelievable. Mandy, I'm going to give it to you first. This one was, we had backed in Gaming Gladiators a little bit, but boy, oh boy, I don't think we had even hoped for a delivery like that.
This game was so tight. It was just unbelievable how close these rounds got. The trades were crazy back and forth, especially through that mid rounds. And while Elevate started off really slow in their attacking half, as soon as they got onto that defending half, I felt a big momentum switch around for them. They played the map early, they put a lot of pressure onto the entries, and they just played a much more masterful defense to bring themselves back into the series and eventually win it out.
This is, I mean, you don't want to put it on someone's shoulders, Dev, but someone had to put it on their shoulders. And I tell you what, Onigiri just has a back made out of the most durable metal ever. I don't know how he's done this time and time again.
Yeah, and it's the thing, there's a reason why people are banning Aruni and Dokkaebi against Onigiri, especially on this map. Funnily enough, it was actually DCH and Mr. Punch to step it up hugely in this final round.
Yep.
Honestly, I want to shill Onigiri. I love him so much. But Mr. Punch to win this final 1v2, he played it so well. He took advantage of Rix and Tolji being separated. And there was so much relief on their faces, so much excitement. I don't know whether they ran the numbers. I think often teams deliberately don't run the numbers to see exactly the implications. Like we find out 99%, 90. They don't want to know that because they don't want the extra pressure. But Elevate, they have the experience. They can thrive under that pressure. And I think it was that experience that shone through. The guys on the cast talked about it. When you are at death's door, when you're staring down potentially match point or break point at the 5-5, Onigiri goes for a spawn peek. He backs himself in. That's how good this team is. They have confidence in themselves, and they're 99% confirmed for SI.
Well, we've talked about it a lot, but it's time to welcome in Onigiri for the final interview of APAC South for 2022.
Hello,
sir, the plaudits are with you, my friend. You may have missed out on the major, but I'm not sure if you know what the implications of that win means, but you are 99.2% locked into SI for 2022.
Of course, like I just like woke up today and I saw God's Twitter that if we won against Diamond Glider, we have 99.3% to qualify on that. Yeah, so I chose Violin today, and like I know it's a risky thing that to spawn queue on the like match point. Yeah, but it is what it is.
I have to ask you about that. I'm not even going to bother about any other question. This is the main question for me. The spawn peak. Are you telling your teammates you're going to do that? And if so, is there backlash? What's going on in that second? How do you manage to pull off a spawn peak when there's so much on the line?
It's like, I mean, it's a match point. Everyone has their pressure, and I think they won't see this spawn peak coming. So I tell my team that I'm going to spawn kill, go big or go home, and that's it. I go for it.
It's not like, you know, SI was on the line or anything on Onigiri. There was nothing big to play for, so, you know, that's just the cool, the calm, and the collected. Look, obviously now we can look back at Stage 3 for what was a bit of an up-and-down stage for you and the rest of Elevate. Are you happy with where you've finished up? This is obviously a huge victory to close out Stage 3, but we know that you're always gunning for, you know, the major. However, has this been a success for you?
So first of all, it's a like terrible, I mean sloppy stage for us for sure, because everyone has their personal problem, like someone has to go to university study and things, you know. But we trying our best for this stage to like do our best performance and try not to let everyone down. And yeah, we have 99% to qualify for the SI, and I'm not complaining for that.
So, Onigiri, obviously, as always, we will give you the final words here before we let you go. But, you know, this is the last time that we will get to see you for 2022. Obviously, you'll still be playing regional leagues, but, you know, at this level, this will be the last time. So what have you got to say for all those beautiful fans out there?
Thank you, everyone. Justin, especially relaxing for his like work against the Gaimin and the strats, etc. and everything. And thank you every Elevate fans that are supporting us. We will try our best to win the SI 23. And thank you everyone at the desk, Manic, James, Mandy, everyone for this tournament. Yeah, I hope everyone have a good day and keep up the good work.
My friend, you are a true inspiration. You are a true champion. Thank you very much for joining us on Agiri. Best of luck.
Thank
when
you,
we see
sir.
you at SI.
Thank you,
But for
sir.
everyone
Thank
sitting
you,
at
sir.
home, give this man some love. For the love of God, give this man some love. He has had nothing short of an incredible performance. But one team that needs to go one step further, it's Fury. They take on a winless Tide right after this. Time to get back underway with today's proceedings. And of course, by proceedings, I mean it could be very close to the end for one of these teams. Either Gaming Gladiators or Fury head to the major. It is as simple as that. It all relies on this performance for Fury. I mean, this is really a fairy tale in the making, Xenox. You think about where we've come from and where we are now. This literally is the fairy tale run for Fury.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, while they probably wouldn't care too much about talking about the record that they had in stage one, it does get brought up for good reason. But, you know, we'll start with Tide because obviously we go from left to right. That's the way the Runner Show does generally go. And look, I think there's going to be a lot spoken about Fury. But, you know, for Tide coming into this event, there's only been one other team, ironically, that has gone a stage winless, that being Fury. So, you know, they've got one last chance to let Fury not only keep that mantle of being the only winless team, but also deny them from going to the major. So I do wonder potentially how sadistic these guys are, and it's a cheeky smile from Mentalist. And the one that's like, hey guys, do we want to not send them to the major? So look, there's a bit to fight for there in terms of pride, right? No one wants to end a stage winless, and when you look at this team, the roster itself, the names on this roster, you just honestly sit back and wonder, what the hell has gone wrong? Because there's some really good players here. It just obviously hasn't quite clicked. That's the only thing I can really say. And maybe with time, it might work out. Who knows? But it's so hard to see them winning this game because of how much it means now for Fury. But if they're to do it, I mean, it is certainly possible.
Oh. I mean, I've gone for them, Guz, but I'm not a true believer. I'll be completely honest with you. Jeez Louise, what did you just open? What did you just open?
You just got nuked.
Yeah, I've lost my train of thought. I mean, like, yeah, I've picked them, but honestly, I have a couple of reservations. One being, you know, Xenox has already mentioned it, the fact that it just hasn't clicked yet. But all their performances have been pretty close.
Yeah, they've actually not been smashed out of the water on a lot of occasions. It's often been a case of just tidying up a couple of rounds, and they probably would have gotten a couple of results. But that's just, you know, the way the cookie crumbles, and you get punished for mistakes here in APAC South. Best of one, only 6 games, so you really can't afford too many errors. And unfortunately, with the limited time and run into the stage that this team had, it was basically inevitable that they would find it tricky. It would have been an absolute miracle if they were mounting significant results, and at the end of the day, probably got what we expected. But this is their opportunity to have a last hurrah and cement their name in the history books in perhaps a different way outside of the standings where they already locked in for that last position. It would be quite an end to the year for both teams vying for their major spot to lose out, especially Tide, who have found it really tricky.
Look, the villain of the day is always still in the book, that is for sure. You know, you're always reading about it, so there's every chance that they could still pull through here. You know, Mentalist was having a bit of a laugh, but I'm sure a group that are not laughing and are taking this in a very, very serious manner. Fury, this is as big as it gets for this team. They're laughing. God damn it! You're meant to be there with all just frowns and waiting for the game. But I'm sure a group of people outside of Fury's management are probably sitting there and they're holding on to something. I'll tell you that much.
You know that GIF, Rob, where it's the guy with the sweat that's in like 8K resolution? That's the Fury management right now.
Yeah.
That's quick draw.
That's quick draw.
So shout out Quick Draw, of course, and the Fury organization, you know, for obviously sticking with this team and sticking with this roster.
Yep.
You know, sometimes it's easy to just sort of throw the towel in, but they doubled down and obviously made a couple of changes, and boy, it's worked out. And, you know, when we think back to sort of how this team originally looked back in stage one with Spacehead and Producer Boom, and then you replace those two, and at a time when many would have considered them to be the 2 best players, you then go and get BG Man and I9, and you think, have they downgraded? And obviously the answer to that has been a firm no, because stage 2 was a really good improvement, obviously on what was obviously an awful stage 1, where they didn't win a single game. Stage 2, they got 9 points, +1 round differential, 3 wins. And now, obviously, in stage 3, they've got a potential chance where if they win this game today, it'll be a 4-win, 2-loss, you know, 12 to 13 point kind of stage. And that gets them top 2. That gets them a spot at the major. So it's that beautiful, almost linear growth that they've had since stage 1, stage 2, now stage 3. And it would be a good way to cap off the year.
It certainly would be. Look, they're not the team that they used to be, but we saw glimpses of the player I9 used to be last week. He absolutely popped off against wild card, which was just insane to see. But we do head to the map veto, probably the most important part of this discussion. And Guz, we'll lend to you first. We go to Skyscraper. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this isn't confident for either team.
Well, look, firstly for Tide, limited information. We don't have any results for them at all on this map with this roster. So take a guess at how they're going to do here. Anyone's guess could be right. As for Fury, 2-8 record. Yeah, you heard that right. 2 wins, 8 losses throughout the year.
the worst map.
So this is going to be scrappy. This is going to be such a messy game. And I know we joked around a little bit heading into this one once we saw the video ourselves. This is the kind of map and the kind of match where Tide are a sort of team that could go into this. And if they play absolutely loosey-goosey, only have half an inkling what they're doing themselves, it's going to be tricky for Fury to read into that, stay composed, and play a strong, consistent Brain to Siege themselves. So this is quite the map to send off both of these two teams here. And of course, Fury, we have to back them in, we have to favor them in this matchup, but I'm not expecting it to be a walk in the park.
Xenox, the fact that we've seen Theme Park and Skyscraper left into the final 3, I mean, I'm not a stats man by any means, but that kind of scares me a little bit for Fury.
Yeah.
I feel like they've lost this.
Yeah, they've made a boo-boo. Rob, they've made a boo-boo. I don't know how this has happened. It is statistically their worst map. When, there's other maps that they could go to, such as Villa, that they banned out. I was kind of just looking at what had Fury actually banned out here. Because obviously, Tide have actually banned away Fury's best maps. They got rid of Cafe. Oregon got banned out as well. So both of those from Tide, understandable. So I'm like, okay, where's Fury gone wrong? And I think it might be the Villa ban. I wonder if it had have got down to Villa, Oregon as the last 2, and Tide had to pick between those 2. I think Fury would have been in a better position. But to end it on Skyscraper, as Gus sort of said, 2-8 record, minus 13 round differential. It is by far the way their worst. That's a 20% win rate, and I don't know why, but they don't ban it either. That is the only thing I will add to it, Rob. It is actually tied with Villa, the map that they just don't ban, but they play it and they lose it. I don't know. APAC things.
APAC things is so true. Well, I would love to hype into this and say so much on the line for both teams. Tide, they're going into this winless. Could they pull out a win here? But of course, the serious note is Fury. They win this, they will be going to the major, the fairy tale end to what has been an incredible 2022 for them. We're going to throw it over to your incredible casters in MEV.
Never, ever say that again, Manic. There is so much on the line for Fury and absolutely nothing on the line for Tide. So, Mandy, I'm going to ask you, do you believe in the dream for Fury?
Look, you never know. Maybe Tide, there's secret agents for Gaming Gladiators. Fury, though, I think they can lock this one in. They've looked good in Stage 3, better than they ever have before, and all they need to do is take down a winless Tide. But it is APAC South. You never know what could happen.
I thought you were going to call Tide secret agents because their results over the stage would have been 007, but they might be able to prevent it from being so. Fortunately for them, we only have 7 teams in the league, so it would be 006 more like. But I still had to get that one in there. We're on Skyscraper, a map where we do not see these teams play very often, and as the guys on the desk said, a bit of a curious one for Fury, one that they have not had very good performances on, and yet they chose to let it through. In fact, the last 2 official games that Fury have played have both been on Skyscraper. It was a 7-8 loss to Champion in the Operation League and a 7-1 loss to Elevate in the IRG Masters. So, honestly, Mandy, I think Tide actually might just have a shot.
This one could be tough for Fury, especially when they get on their attacker. I'm thinking about the way that Tide play, right? And the way that Tide play is very early game focused, especially when they get to their defense half where they're contesting those entries early. Skyscraper is one of those maps that, one, it's really hard to entry because there are not that many entry points, and it is also very hard to play cutoffs because there are not that many external windows and cutoff points of easy access. And so if Tide actually control themselves in this early game, once they get to that defense half, I can imagine that it's going to be pretty tricky for Fury to crack into.
But that is the scary thing for Tide. They are starting on the attack. And so they're going to have to do that. Ooh, but I like this. Speaking of starting on their attack, they've banned out the mute. So powerful. There's so many good choke points on this map where you want to get your drones in through removing that mute. Not only it enables more Mozzie play, which Tide love. They play a lot of Mozzie, but it means it's a lot easier for them to get their drones into the map. And I think that that could help them a little bit on what otherwise could be a very challenging attack without Thatcher.
I would agree with you. This is a pretty interesting ban phase. So Thatcher's gone out, but Kaid is still left in. And on some of these walls, they can be quite challenging to clear those electricals. I don't know if Fury are going to lean into this or not. They have leaned into the mirror as well, which has come into fashion here inside of Skyscraper as well. As these defending strategies build and mature on the map, we haven't seen a whole lot of Skyscraper, but every time we do see it, there's always a lot of innovation, especially surrounding mirror and the way that the site's constructed.
Well, a lot at stake for these teams, as we can see. Will the last team to the major be Fury, or will it be GG? GG didn't get a single point out of their Elevate game, so now they have to watch this in anticipation and no doubt will be terrified, hoping that Fury do not win this game. It's very simple. If Tide win this game, Gladiators, despite losing Elevate, will go to the major. If Fury win this game, they will go to the major. The first time Fury have ever gone to a major, the only time we've seen any of these players make it overseas to an event before was I9 back when he was going by the name of Napiu on Elevate at the Six Invitational at the start of this year. What a comeback story it would be for him to be dropped from the most successful roster in APAC South only to climb back to a major when Elevate themselves were unable to get there here in Stage 3.
Already we're starting out on this Karaoke and T bomb site, typically the primary bomb site for any team defending this map. But what interests me is that Tide have actually brought not a single piece of hard breach, Dev. There's no Thatcher, there's no Hibana to deal with the mirrors. They've only got a plethora of utility in their hands, a bunch of smokes, a bunch of flashes, that type of thing to try and deal with the defense that Fury are bringing.
Wow, very brave C4 attempt out the window, onto the windowsill at least, but not a single bit of damage done. I wonder now, what is the game plan for Fury? Is it a more passive defense, or is this very active, very aggressive? So far, it looks like a fairly meager extension. Just 2 roamers, not many hard-held positions set up as of yet.
The lineup that Tide have got, it doesn't seem very feasible for them to do a sweep across the map. There's nothing they could achieve even if they got to that choke point. And so we can see here they're going for this ground floor control. They're going to try to convert the control they have from the ground floor up the stairs and through the choke points, because really that's the only way that they can get into the bomb site, using those hallways and using those stairwells and trying to gain that control rather than opening up the walls.
It's a good first pick, though, for Lycolis. The mirror takes a lot of damage in the meanwhile, but he does fell Tex, who is in a way quite a big threat, playing that Twitch, popping those mirrors. He's actually also able to barricade up that geisha window. But mostly, if I'm Fury, I'm a little bit worried about this vertical game and these nades, which have come through thick and fast. Open up a nice line of sight there for Nate repelling on that site window.
I'm finding it hard to see a world where Tide are able to convert this round into a win. We can already see Fury players starting to read into the fact that Tide really only have to funnel through these stairwells and through these windows, and they're starting to bring their plays back across to this west side of the map to try and deal with it.
And as the logic bomb detonates, so too does the Rotero, and Shibe finds the opening for his team. A double, in fact, now for the Dokkaebi. He's done the Lord's work here on the main stairs, and he goes for a flash, brings out that SMG-12 hungry for more, but it's Nate who finds it. It's a bloodbath in the server. It turns out Tide do not need hard breach. All they need is to flood the site. BG Man now in the 1v2, down from the 1v4. This would be a Herculean effort. Can't quite land enough shots as Mentalist manages to cross in the site and start putting that diffuser down on the ground. It's up to Nate to cover, but BG Man, he has that C4. He's done a good job with these pre-fires so far. This is very winnable, Mandy. He sees the player, he sprays, doesn't quite land enough shots. And he's questioning himself, how does he play this one? He does have that C4 still in pocket, but hasn't been able to use it as of yet. And once again, spots the Yanas. Just damage back and forth. A messy close, but Tide lock in the round.
I completely jinxed Fury when I was going through that mid-round. I thought, oh, Fury have got this, you know, there's only so many ways that Tide can get him, but it was really Shibe that was the playmaker coming up those kitchen stairs to open up the bomb site. As soon as he was able to get that double kill through the hallway, connecting from Geisha to Drum, it completely opened up that side of the map, and the onslaught of Tide was able to come through from that top floor entry and eventually overwhelm the site. Fury, they just weren't really completely on the ball with the push that Tide were going for, even though it was a funnel, and get punished for it.
Gotta say, it's impressive for Tide. They go to a map they have never played before in APAC South or any other league. Well, it's the only league that they play.
Located by attackers.
And they don't bring a hard breach, and they lose the opening pick, and yet they overcome, and they win that round with 2 players still alive. That is impressive. It goes to show, perhaps we had written off Tide a little bit early. This is 7th place, that's last place in the league, up against Fury, a serious major contender. They win this game, they will go to that major. If Tide can take down one of the best teams in the league after going pointless for 5 play days in a row, man, that would be quite a closing statement on Tide's season.
Fury looking to defend this exhibition and office bomb site, immediately setting up for this lateral control on the other side of the map, putting that Goyo canister on the door even to try and stall out the roam clear of Tide. But what are Tide going to go for? We saw in that last round that, in fact, they don't really like going for roam clears. They know how to do a direct attack onto the bomb site, but do Fury have the right read onto the push that they're going to do?
There you go. We do have some hard breach this time. It's in the form of the secondary from Bark, the tin can openers, as you like to call it. Here comes a good nade, though. But for my Bandit, you only really have to worry about Jaeger, and Jaeger's not been picked. No free pick, and unfortunately, there's also no shield destroyed just outside that radius. I wonder if that was due to the nade nerfs this season. I wonder if an old nade would have managed to get that one.
Got a pretty multi-directional push coming from the side of Tide. We've got 3 players convened over on the west side, working that roam clear from the ground floor going up, as well as the diffuser as well. I think that's just being rotated over. That's Tex starting to make his way across to the breach. 2 players of Tide as well, directly hitting the site, trying to look to see what Fury players are going to go for. Are they going to reconvene back onto the site, or do they still have the read that Tide are in fact roam clearing? It seems like they do. We've got the Alibi still sitting in drum, holding onto that control.
The lack of hard breach makes this pretty awkward, doesn't it? Being unable to destroy that wall where the Alibi is currently sitting, the wall from Geisha to Drum, makes it so much more difficult for the attack to get in. Wow. Feeling the fire there, Dark, as he retreats back around his own Vulcan canister, and as does the Alibi retreat back to site as well. So a peel back, fairly passive and comfortable take for Fury, as they also find the lead-off kill. Bit of a duel, and it looks like BG Man's able to double down.
Well, that's exactly what Fury need to do here, right? They can't open up the site because there is no hard reach. This roam clear has been completely fallen off from, I take that back, on the side of Tide as they start to make their way into a shrine. But really, all that Fury need to do is sit down, bunker down in these positions where they just simply can't be flushed out. Tex is able to take the 1 onto Dark, but it's still a 2-on-4 in favor of Fury.
Yeah, this is really awkward. And like you said, this is the damage of not running a hard breach, isn't it? You've got 2 tin can openers on the Buck, but you need a hell of a lot more than that. You need some serious fragging power. Let's see if Tex and Nate can get it done. Nate knows the exact position of the enemy, but he's already used his nades. Worried about a Valcam. Caught in 4K. Takes it down. Soft wall, though, on the other side. Might be able to do some damage to it, but of course you punch that, and it may well be met with a spray from the defense. It's an easy round closeout for Fury.
Much better from Fury. They realized the positional advantage that they had since Tide weren't running any hard breach. They were able to just sit on the site, sit inside of Drum, inside of Shrine even, and it was very much largely uncontested because Fury just simply couldn't, Tide simply couldn't get into those positions. Same thing with the site as well, right? Because that main wall remained closed, we saw players still able to play behind that long bar inside of Office, behind the small bar, completely safe, as it would usually be opened up with like a thermite charge or something like that, right? And so Tide falling short to this operator composition that they're bringing so far onto Skyscraper.
Yeah, I feel like with the Thatcher ban, and as you mentioned it, the Kaid left in, it becomes really difficult to open up these walls.
Yeah.
And it feels like Tide had just put hard breach in the too hard basket, pun intended. And they're just going for all this other shenanigans instead. See if we can just kind of, you know, loosey-goosey make it work. It was great on that first round on Karaoke Tea Room, but guess what? Fury don't need to defend that too often. They have actually elected not to retry it, and this time actually go to the tertiary side of Kitchen. But they have decided to bring hard breach this time. Funnily enough, it's a Maverick. You still have the Ace, the Hibana, the Thermite left in the back pocket.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Does interest me what Tide might be going for on their attack, but we'll have to wait and see. On the side of Fury, they've chosen to bring along the castle, segmenting off this west side of the map, trying to slow down the push of Tide if they were to go for a map sweep.
I love seeing how teams interpret these tertiary sites because they're always a little bit different. Different teams run them in different ways, and
Bomb has been located.
we don't always get to see it here on Skyscraper. Like you mentioned, that castle manipulating a lot of the map. Looks like upstairs a lot of vertical lines open. Ooh, but a good drone actually in the geisha window. Just spotted out the castle's position, I believe. I wonder if this is going to be a top-down take. Looks like Nate is actually getting to work on this geisha wall.
Might not be a bad read, this Maverick, because Cade has been left in. Maybe they're reading into the fact that, okay, these walls are actually quite hard to clear with that regular, conventional hard breach, so we need to trick some of these walls. Hasn't been brought this time, happens to be a bandit, but not a bad read from the side of Tide. They're also starting to get work on this ground floor as well, anticipating that eventually Fury Plays will have to reconvene back onto site. We've already got Hysterics in very close proximity to the site. He might actually catch someone out. That's I9 on the other side, but is not able to connect the headshot.
Good effort. It's funny, isn't it? Like you said,
Attackers have dropped
Tide
bomb.
do have the opportunity to take above. They have that Maverick for hard breach, but
Attackers
he's barely
have
used any of it. I don't think he's actually got the wall open yet. Instead, they're trying to make plays here and there and everywhere, and Fury is starting to read into it, gaining a bit of confidence like Hollis goes for an aggressive peek and finds the opener.
An ambitious take is what Tide are going for. They've still got control on this ground floor, but if they don't get control of the top floor, they are going to fall short to these vertical holes. Mentalist is able to make things slightly easier, evening up the man count and taking down like Hollis.
All right. Even up. Tide. What are you going to do? Where is the push? There is no single tip to this spear. Tide is playing a bit of a death by 1,000 cuts game. Push everywhere all at once. If they can time it on the back of this logic bomb, they might be able to make it work. Though Shibe starts to make his way forward, making this play as he is always want to do. A flash goes in, worried about the flank behind him. He hasn't taken much map control, and so he's going to have to make his impact count. Spots the player in the side. Is he just able to lock in the kill? He is, and Tech's also to double down. The problem now, lack of map control, and BG Man above the site can deny this plant. Hajime on for the flank as well. The attackers are now the defenders as Tide have to force this plant down, and it looks like they're in pole position to secure the round. They might not have the diffuser, but they have locked in all 5 kills needed. And that is the round for Tide.
Good push from Tide. That was really well coordinated on the side of the horizontal on that ground floor. They realized that top floor control was quite ambitious. They couldn't get it, even though Nate put pressure onto the wall. And so they simply just timed that ground floor control push together, hitting the only one person, I believe, that was left on the site. The second person was just rotating down from the stairs. And so all they needed to do was take down one anchor. By not being able to contest that vertical, I suppose the vertical lines just weren't deep enough for those anchors in the top floor to see that entry come through. They're able to exploit that and sneak their way into the side, and eventually Fury lose that one out.
And now Fury starting to ask a couple of questions. With that exhibition and Samurai locked out, do they go back and retry Kitchen? They just failed. Or do they retry Tea Room Karaoke where they failed previously? And it looks like it's Tea Karaoke this time around. And Tide, they didn't bring Hard Breach at all last time. They're making quite a few operator repicks, though. We've even got the Monty teased out. Looks like it will stick. Whereas Fury, I believe it's pretty much the same defense. We still have that Mirror. We still have that Warden.
This might be a bit overly critical of me, Dev, so maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it just feels like Fury are getting a little bit overcomplicated in this defense, really. They have a Mirror. They can hold on to these sites and this anchor positions for dear life, right, Tide? Because they're never bringing these hard breach, they've got to flood. And all that Fury need to do is dial it back, play really passive, and...
Auric, and I9. If I was Fury and I knew there was a Monty, I probably would have brought one of those. So instead, they're going to have to improvise when they eventually see that Montaigne.
Bomb located by
I9 seems to have a pretty good read on the fact that Tide like to look for a bottom-up type push. They've done it 2 or 3 times now on these sites, and I9's sitting at the bottom of these back stairs, just waiting for the push to come through. A drone might spot him out here. He can take that down. If he wants to fall off, he could, but is actually going to keep holding onto this control, knowing this is what Tide want to go for, and he's going to fight tooth and nail for it.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Tide all game, they're basically just playing a Lurker's Skyscraper. They're not having a direct push. That, like I said before, no tip to the spear. There's no single blow. There's no single focus. It's a little bit of everywhere, a little bit of everything. It's the way that they like to play. It showcases their individual prowess. They want to use that to their advantage.
Mentalist is going to be taken down by I9. That was the entry denial there on that ground floor. Meanwhile, the rest of Fury Place starting to babysit that site. Dark is going to be forced off of his shield inside of Shrine. The rest of the Tide players are claustrophobic here on this north side entry.
Oh, but it's getting to be very difficult now. Eventually, there is a pick, almost a double for Shibe. He's feeling that pressure, and I9 just goes and re-peeks him. It's all up to these two poor players on the balcony. And when those entries do not fall for the way of Tide, then Tide themselves fall apart. All on Tex now in the 1v whatever, it doesn't matter. I9 has a huge round. And Fury getting a little bit more confidence now. They're reading into Tide's playstyle.
That was a perfect phrase for it as well. They are really starting to get on the ball with the way that Tide are approaching the map. Not just approaching the entire round, but simply approaching that early game. The way they try and sneakily hop in through a window, get control of a stairwell. We've seen Shibe do that a few times now. Now they're starting to read into it, and now they're starting to play much more passive positions as well. We saw that roam, even though it was extended horizontally, the Fury plays fell off much more early. They started playing shields, started to play the utility left on the site, and that kind of passive play into the way that Tide are playing is exactly what Fury need to punish them.
All right, let's play the game. We've 2/3 of the way through the first half, Manny. Let's play the game of what is the path for the course this half. Now, obviously, we've never had Tide play this map. For Fury, they are a much more defender-favored team on this map. My stats say 58% defense is won, but only 32% attacks won. So what do we reckon? Does this need to be a 4-2 for Fury to feel confident coming out of this half?
In my opinion, it absolutely does, because I think when Tide get onto their defending half, they're going to be very scary. Tide are super good at the early game. They're excellent at denying entries. They're excellent at playing through that mid-round in really aggressive ways. And if Fury get onto that attack half and they struggle as much as Tide are at the moment, it's going to be very, very difficult.
And let's be honest, after the game tonight, the difference in a win and a loss for Tide, it's not huge. Right? If they win this, they're like, yeah, let's go. We didn't go 0-5 or whatever it was. The difference for Fury is a major spot. So the pressure is in different leagues for these different teams, and Hysterics is showing that he does not give a damn. Such a quick entry, 30 seconds into the round, he's already hunted down and taken down the most dangerous player from Fury. It's I9 and the Warden going out early.
Well played as well from Hysterics. Must have been a pre-placed drone or something like that to see him cross over into that barbecue side of the map. Now, having punished I9, that is a lot of your early game being taken away. Hajime is there trying to look for the trade inside of Drum, but really he's not going to find anyone as they're starting to loiter their way around the ground floor.
And once again, we hear that Dockerby ring on out. Now, with the Dockerby change, even I9 dead on cameras will be affected and won't be able to see where these Tide players are coming from on those cams for the 15 seconds that Logic Bomb is active. And Tide is starting this push up, but will they know about Hajime to the left in the shadows, hiding in the back of Drum on the boost spot? And it seems like Shibe has absolutely no clue. He's surely going to lose his life here. Hajime bides his time, he finds his moment, and he finds the kill, bringing back the numbers onto his side. 2 inequality. Dark goes for a peek and furthers the advantage for Fury.
Well played from Dark to support his teammate getting out of that position inside of Drum. Hajime could have been in a world of pain if that trade came out from Mentalist, but Dark timing that swing really well onto Hysterics as he went for that peek was perfect teamwork on the side of Fury. Now they're in the man advantage once again, and they just need to play passive. These walls are going to stay closed. Once again, no hard breach. They have to funnel up these main stairs and jump through the windows.
Time is ticking away, Tide. What have you got for us? Nate's not even been able to get a full breach, but here's Mentalist. He's done the difficult task of moving his way up the stairs, but on his retreat, Hajime hunts him down. It's now a 2v3 for poor Tide as they try and break the advantage that Fury has started to establish for themselves. It's just Tex and Nate, both of them here on the balcony. No way to remove the soft part of this wall. It's looking pretty grim, Mandy.
That's exactly it. Even if Nate was able to trick this wall, what are they going to get out of it? Just one line of sight. All the Fury players are sitting tight with only 13 seconds left to go.
He gets in. How does he do it? I don't know how he did it, but he managed to get a little bit of a cooked rotate. He gets in through it. He dies straight away. Tex tries to find a 1v2 and can't quite get it. Fury now. They have the lead. They're one step closer to that major spot.
Like, Hollis must have been just about as shocked as we were to see a man in the building from the breach there after that abstract art that went on the wall.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be throwing a can of tomatoes at that. I'll tell you what.
Tide once again falling short to not being able to open up those walls and that roam clear not working out in their favor. To Fury's credit, they played that roam super well. They not only did they fall off in time, they capitalized on a lack of intel from the side of Tide, but they also supported each other in that fall off. And by having such a strong man advantage, even though that execute almost worked from Tide coming up the main stairs, the trades went in the way of Fury and they're able to close out the round.
Really starting to feel the stakes of this game, Mandy. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous for Fury. I know that Tide definitely not on the same level as Fury, but at the end of the day, it just comes down to who plays better in this 45, 1 hour long match, however long this game goes for on Skyscraper. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter who's the better team overall. It matters who plays better right here, right now. And if Tide manage to even this up, they get this last attack round, then they will be, in my view, probably favored to take the map. Like you said, when they switch to their defense, they will be very dangerous.
Fury have gone for this extended hold upstairs with the castle and all the vertical lines again. It worries me a little bit. Last time we saw them play, it wasn't super successful. Tide was sort of just able to slip through the cracks of the defense because this hold is quite ambitious, right? There's a lot of angles that you need to be actively watching. And the problem with that is that if you are Tide and you're very good at finding timings, especially on attack, that's something you can exploit in this defense, right? And so for Fury, it does worry me that they've gone for this again, but I hope they have a better read on the entries that Tide are going for and they're trying to contest it a little bit earlier.
Once again, that Dockerby call goes out. It has been a pretty good game for entries for Tide, but not always able to convert them. Last round, a good example of that. But can they even get this entry? The longer you play against Tide, the more you start to read into their play style, and it looks like they're starting to change it. This is what we want to see, isn't it, Mandy? Nate, once again, using that Maverick to open up a breach and give Tide an entry point and a real area of pressure onto Fury. It's actually just lines of sight, I guess.
Not just that, but Shibe's also got some really quick horizontal pressure, being supported by Mentalist now, just about to open up this castle barricade. That's going to, oh, never mind. That's going to put a lot of pressure onto these anchors that are starting to sit their way around bar. That's like Hollis, the one babysitting this side of the bomb site, worrying about the horizontal push that will come through later on into the round.
Ooh, wow, look at this repel. Like, Hollis is kind of stuck here. Not sure which player that is on repel. I believe it's Hysterics, cutting off the position very nicely. It is Hysterics. Is he able to see the player as he crosses in? Doesn't quite have the angle, and Lycolis falls back. Hysterics goes for the pinch, sees the player. Can he land enough shots? Eventually he does get the down, and Mentalist should be able to secure.
Good read once again from Tide. The vertical lines of sight that Fury have got onto the bomb site are not really against the push that Tide are going for. They're not really facing this way, this eastern side of the map.
No.
And I9, even though he's able to take down Shibe as he goes for that entry, the onslaught of Tide has come through.
Still, Lycolis is down, but I9 has such a powerful advanced position here. He doesn't know it, but Nate's just on the other side of that wall. What a great shot! I9 once again! He lights up the scoreboard, and Tide are going down in this round. It's a 1v3 now for Mentalist, to finally securing that kill onto the down player, but it's not going to be easy. Feeling that pressure, BG now to confirm it. And that is the 4-2 half that Fury were looking for.
Really well played from I9 that time. He realized that Tide do look for that horizontal control. They don't really go for a full map clear, right? They don't do the steps one at a time. I9 knows that Tide are just going to try and look for a cheap way to get into the side. And that was just going through this ground floor, not clearing out the vertical lines. And by sitting in bar, being the thorn in the side, and another person they had to worry about, not leaving the site unattended, is exactly what I9 needed to do to defend from that Tide onslaught.
Right, Mandy, now let's see if Tide can put the money where their mouth is. They're on the defense. In theory, this should be the more favored side. They have the Kaid available. The Mute not available, but it didn't seem to affect Tide on the attack much. Let's see if Fury will take advantage of the lack of Mute Jammers. This is where we start to see if Fury have got what it takes to break through. 3 more rounds and they're going to that major, Mandy, as Gladiators look on in anticipation, terrified at the prospect of Fury doing what every other team in the league has done and take down Tide.
Look, I could completely call this wrong, but it is not over yet, Dev. Tied, they're starting on this defense, and look at the defense they're looking for. Very extended roam. They've dedicated 3 or 4 reinforcements already to this eastern side of the map, looking to contest the early entry from the side of Fury. Now, what are Fury going to go for? They have brought the Monty, so if they want to go for something more direct, immediately put that pressure onto that west side of the map, they could. But it seems like they're going to go for a roam clear.
Yeah, and for Fury, we're finally seeing some serious hard breach. We got the ace. We didn't have a single round where Tide picked Ace, Hibana, or Thermite, the 3 primary hard breaches. They always use the Buck secondary hard breach or the Maverick to really limited success, if I'm honest. The thing is, for BG, man, those ace... Oh, okay, not protected by the electric walls from Kaid in this case. So there is a beachhead now for Fury to establish.
Oh, but this is such a tough roam clear for Fury to do. The Monty is gone and
no.
followed up by someone behind him, but it's actually like close to find the entry pick of this round. Even Smoke is getting in. It takes for the double kill. Mensless to pick another one back up, and suddenly the trades go back and forth, and somehow Fury end up behind. How did that happen?
It's pure undiluted chaos, Mandy, and that is where Tide thrive. As soon as they had the call on that Monty, Tex rotated over with the C4 below. That was the killing blow. But I9 said, hey, we're not dead yet. 2v2, even man count. I9 still has 2 grenades. BG Man has 2 drones, 2 claymores, and even some Selmas left. So there's plenty of util for Fury to get this job done.
Plenty of utility, but how much information do they have? I9 is going to send out one of his Geminis, but actually there's a player just inside of Shrine that's holding onto this line of sight, holding onto this entry for as long as he can. I9 finally spots someone out. That rotate is going to be pretty tricky to play against as well. With this push from the eastern side they're going for, there's a lot of aggressive line of sights that are watching I9's entry. He's going to have to be very, very careful about this.
There are choices here to be made for Fury. They've got time to work with. They've got util. They have information. They've got to get it done right. I9 already on 8 kills, more than anyone on Tide has managed to get so far. Top frag in the server. And he's hungry for 2 more. He's hungry to go back to the international stage.
Trying to bait out the Gemini, not a bad play from I9. Anticipating that a peek might come through from that rotate. Just trying to bounce an 8 off, clearing the position in mezzanine. That could be a cheeky one if there were any Tide players there, but in fact there's not. 30 seconds left. No drones in the site yet, and these Fury players have to double up. Tex, he's looking for the peek. He can connect some shots, and BG Man goes down.
Well, now it's all up to I9. He's got to step up now. We know he can do it, but will he make his mark on this game? 1 kill, and the second one doesn't know he's coming from the same spot. And Tide can lock in their first defense, far closer than it should have been.
Dev, that is exactly how I anticipated a Tide defense was going to go. To the T. That is exactly what I thought was going to happen when they got on their defending half. Tide, they're so good at this early game. They are so good at it. We've seen them throughout the entire stage find these opening picks, especially on this defense. We even had the smoke player of Hysterics get involved in this early game with the shotgun, pushing to the other side of the map. That is your anchor. That is your construction anchor. He was on the bomb site probably like less than 10 seconds ago before that even all went down. It's just, Tide are so relentless at taking these early engagements and winning them out, and especially on Skyscraper, where it is so hard to play the cutoffs, where entry points are limited, even when you have hard breach on the board. That is where Tide will thrive in.
And they're really happy to just throw out the rulebook and try some new and unusual things. We've got the Rook, which isn't too crazy these days. He's been buffed, and also it's Tide, right? They'll pick fragging operators. But the thing that's really strange to me, can we have a look at the main exhibition walls, the office walls, Sky? Because I'm pretty sure they just opened those up. Yeah. Andy, please analyze this.
Nate is on the cameras. He's having a think, trying to catch someone in 4K and do the good runnings outs. But I don't think he's caught anyone. I don't think he's caught anyone in 4K, but he's still sitting on this. He's still sitting on the rotate. See, this is Tide. This is exactly the kind of things that they're going to try and pull. And he's going to fall off it anyway.
He didn't drone it. He didn't drone it. The Twitch drone went the wrong way. They actually don't know it's open. Late reinforce on the run out spot, but still looks like Tide have no intention of reinforcing the side.
Well, why do they need to, right? They've got 2 mirrors that are facing this breach. They really don't need to reinforce the breach if they can hold on to these 2 mirror positions that are watching it, right? Oh, but a switch drone's going to go through. Is that going to claim the mirror? Oh, it doesn't. Nate's able to take that down. Thank goodness.
Yeah, and that's a critical one, isn't it? The thing is, the Buck here has the ability to just make mincemeat of that soft wall. So it's not like Fury are going to be stumped by what to do about that. They've also now got their Monty up and spotted both of those mirror positions. There's a couple of ways you could deal with that. They could get Vert on this mirror we're looking at right now, as the Gemini has just made sure that that area below is clear, and I think that's the Zoth to just move in. Might be able to double impact below it. Could even find a kill.
And that could be the hole that Fury needs to be able to clear out this position. Now, that first mirror is not pressured from the vertical. That one is a hard floor, but the second one inside of that that exhibition room, that one is, and that's where a one vertical nade has just gone out from, hasn't connected onto anybody, however. But Fury don't have a terrible read onto this bomb site so far. All the Tide players, they've convened on this top floor on the other side of the map. They've been given a lot of real estate for free in that ground floor.
Oh, but here comes the alibi. Mentalist is coming for this flank, very aware. Oh no, he didn't see. He sees the gun barrel now, but he loses the fight. You can't afford to lose those Mentalists. Man advantage for Fury. And on top of that, they now have the ability to go below uncontested. Pop that mirror. A second mirror popped as well. It's devastating now for Tide. Nate caught between a rock and a hard place. And this is just so difficult now for Tide to try and recompose. Thankfully, Tex is on the case. He's found a double. Looking for another now. He's got to make this rook count.
Oh no, but at least Tide players have started to claw back the pick. Sheba's just found another one here on those main stairs, and now there are only 2 players left of Fury. They haven't been able to capitalize on that real estate that they were given in the ground floor. They haven't been able to convert it into a main stairs push, and now a smoke canister is blocking off their entry into the site. It's not looking good for Fury.
Man advantage for Tide, but Fury have a lot of the ingredients they need to. What they don't have is the crossfire that Tide do, and that's an easy cleanup from Nate. Great game there from Tide, great play. And they managed to even up the scoreline.
Didn't mind what Tide were able to do there. Even though Fury had an okay read into that round, they went, okay, Tide are giving us that ground floor for free, so they tried to make use of it. They couldn't convert that up into the next floor. That was the next added step that they had to achieve if they wanted to get their way into the bomb site. By not being able to clear out those mirrors from below, one of them on a hard floor, of course, that enabled the Tide players to still be pretty comfortable on the site, even though that breach was open. And Fury not being able to convert those entries through that mid-round just really, it completely threw them apart, and Tide able to clean up another defense.
Hey, Mandy, guess what?
What?
3 rounds, Mandy.
Yep.
3 rounds is all it's going to take for Tide to put Fury down. And guess what that would mean? Gladiators go to the major. Despite failing to even take Elevate to overtime in the first game today, despite losing that auspicious match, that's so important one, when the major was within their hands, GG still have a chance, and they are cheering on Tide like nobody ever has before. This winless team with a chance to throw a serious spanner in the works at the top end to send Fury home once again. Man, this is, this could have been a dead rubber game, Mandy. If GG had just done what they needed to do in game 1, this would be dead rubber. And yet, Tide is showing us why you can never count them out. 6 Playdays deep.
Dev, are you really telling me that you went into an APAC South lane and you thought that it wasn't going to be exciting and you thought that there wasn't going to be any upsets? Because, oh boy, are you so wrong. Tex, once again, playing that early round, is able to find that entry pick onto Hajime. There is a trade to come through Dark. He's there, but not before being taken down by Mentalist. Look at the teamwork on the side of Tide in this early round. They are so good at it.
Oh, they're just having a laugh, aren't they? They said, guys, come on, where was this? Come Playday 1. They are ready to go, though. They are getting aggressive. They are playing their style of Siege. And even if Fury have a bit of util here, a bit of util there, Tide have the numbers.
I9 is trying to make his way through this northeastern side of the building. Seeing if any more Tide players get aggressive on him. And in fact, they do that. Shiba getting a bit overzealous with that peek onto the window. Man count, not even yet, but a little bit more manageable.
I9 could be to Fury what Onigiri is to Elevate. The DMR man, he's hit double digits now. He wants to put Fury on his back, drag them over that line. It's a 3v4 now, but I9 here's the player, it's Tex. Dueling around that main stairs, I9 ever so patient, has this long line of sight, but Fury need an extra pick to even up this man count.
Well, he's got a long line of sight, but he could be walking straight into a crossfire, right? As soon as he picks his way out of this little box room, there's already play on the main stairs. It could be crossfired by the one inside of reception.
Double.
But the double entry is going to come through from bathroom instead. Do they know that Hysterics is here? They seem to know.
Oh, no!
Hysterics goes to the peak, is taken down by Locolis. Hatch controller, the vertical is still there for Tide. It doesn't work out in the favor, and Tex able to clean one up. Now 2 versus 1. Plant is going down for Fury.
Oh, and Tex opened up this round. He's going to have to close it as well. Suppressed MPX for the Aussie as he tries to redeem himself. 1v2. He's got to isolate these fights. No C4 to speak of. And you can see Fury are playing it so well. The bait peek and Fury to confirm it from the 3v5. They finally get a round of attack here and once again take the lead.
And thank goodness they did. We were really getting worried for a bit there for Fury. They just could not close out any attacks onto Tide, and even in that round, I was still worried for them, especially with that early round, how that went, the teamwork that went through from Tide on the other side of the map. Thankfully, I9 and that double entry that came in from Bathroom was able to help them get into the site, punish the fact that Tide were not actively looking through that hatch, not actively looking through that vertical to deny that entry. Just happened to be some really great timing and good intel as well to clear out Hysterics, his position, get that plant down, eventually win out the round.
Goes to show, Mandy, you can't call it until the round is over. Tide found 2 opening picks there. It was a 5-on-3. But funnily enough, it seems like the pattern this game is that the opening pick tends to lead to the round lost. I have missed 1 opening pick round, but aside from that, we've had 6 rounds where the opening kill team lost the round, and only 2 rounds where they managed to convert it to a round win. It's a pretty bad ratio of opening kills conversion, and I guess that just goes hand in hand with Tide, right? That is what we always see. It is happening, though, I will say, for Fury as well.
Something interesting that I found about this match, especially Skyscraper, is the use of the vertical, the use of the 2 floors through this map. Now, we haven't seen Skyscraper a whole lot, but usually when we watch Skyscraper, there's just a lot of pressure horizontally. We don't see a lot of teams go for that bottom uptake. But what that does mean is that even though you might have some kills go one way, even though a team might have a lot more man count, if they're on that vertical and they're watching the wrong vertical angle, or they're not actively holding what they need to be, their impact isn't felt in the rounds. And it just goes to show that this vertical knowledge on this Skyscraper map hasn't been really fully matured in this game and in this region just as of now. Shibe's able to find an entry pick here onto I9. That's a really crucial play to take down on the side of Fury.
And a more iconic duo than Tide and finding kills while we're trying to talk about something else. Shibe's found one, and he's still aggro on this. It's been droned multiple times. He just does not stop sprinting, running all the way around. In fact, Tide are deciding to fall back. They pick up their shield and bring back a little bit. Where's Hysterics going to place that down?
Can I just say, that is unheard of from Tide. They are dialing it back. They're controlling themselves. Oh my goodness. We have never seen this before. Oh, and there's a shield that's even going to watch the east side takes come through from later. Genius. Love this from Tide. Something we've never seen. And they reinforced off the rotate.
Wow.
Dev. Wow.
Never seen before scenes. Tide playing less aggressively. I'm a bit scared about that shield at the back stairs, though, because if you lose back stairs control, you will lose that shield, and it can be used against you to fight the site. So really a lot of pressure on Hysterics there. But to be frank, the pressure mostly is on Fury. They're the ones fighting from behind, 4v5.
But that's exactly it. They've put the shield on the top of those backstairs because they know that Fury are not going to go from that west side. This entire take is from the east now. There's one in the ground floor. But he's about to be in a tussle with another. I think that's Tex just around the corner from him. Probably doesn't know he's there. Looking for a vertical nade now is Hajime, just up through this mezzanine position onto the main stairs. But oh, look at this. Hang on. Maybe he is going to find this backstairs shield.
I mean, it's anyone's game who wins this fight. No. It's Tex who does it. He's stepped up now for his team. Double digits for Tex. 3v5 for Fury, but we've seen them do it before. It was just last round they managed a 3-on-5. Now it's a 3v4, but there's only 20 seconds left to get it done. Lycolis does have the angle, but he doesn't have the aim. Nate bests him and is looking for another. BG Man and Dark, they are called upon. They must step up, but it's Nate once again. He's looking to take us to break point, and he does it. A huge round from the Kaid. We are a 5-5 on the scoreline, Mandy. You just cannot separate these teams.
Wow, I'm so impressed by that from Tide. Time and time again, we have seen this team throughout the stage do so well in the early round, incredibly well in the early round, better than literally any other team in this region, and then get to the mid round and capitulate because they get overexcited and they get overzealous and they keep peeking things. But watching them just then through that mid round come back, rotate their utility, reinforce off walls that could be a potential hole in that defense was exactly what Tide needed to do to close out that round. As soon as they did that, and as soon as that ground floor fight was lost, I knew that Tide had won that round just off that macro decision that they made through the mid round. That was perfect from them.
Tide are adapting. Isn't it beautiful? We're seeing it before our very eyes. We've been watching them all stage long, and Tide are really learning from their mistakes and applying it when it matters most for Fury, not for them. Remember, Tide, they can't make the major. The impact of this game for them is negligible. Doesn't affect their SI implications, doesn't affect the major. For Fury, this is huge. This means making it into top 2, making that major, or sitting out and letting Gladiators go, where Fury has been looking to go for such a long time and always seen their brothers and sisters in Elevate and GG and Direwolves get the opportunities that they believe they deserve. Now they've taken their tactical timeout, Fury, and we're back into the game. What do they need to say? What do they need to have said in those moments to make sure that they are ready here to push it to match point?
I wonder how Fury are going to change their philosophy against Tide. This is a really tough team to read, right? The micro game that Tide has got, unmatched. They've proven that to us all stage long. The macro game is something that I thought that Fury would have the one-up on them, but after watching that last round and seeing how Tide have sort of opened up their strat book a little bit, especially bringing along this mirror, the way they're using their construction anchors, the way they're using their shields, it feels like Tide somehow have a pretty good hold onto this map, even on their defense half, and just, I'm pretty impressed by this so far. Already aggressive shield goes up to face the roam clear, delaying that western side take from the map. Reinforcements dedicated to it as well. Feels like Tide playing their classic early game. Fury, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to hit the site straight away, try and avoid this early game, or are they going to contest it and try and be smarter about it?
The advantage for Fury here is that they know this setup. They know most of it. They know this deal with the mirrors. They know about this unreinforced wall. It's what Tide did last time, and so Fury might feel a little bit better prepared to counter it. But kind of like you said, they do seem to be putting a lot of pressure on this roam clear, which feels like it's playing into Tide's hands.
Yeah, not only that, but look at what Tide have just done to adapt the roam clear as well. We've got 2 players already that were positioned on this side, but we've got 2 or 3 other Tide players that have just rotated over as well. We've got aggressive lines of sight that go into drum. That's to contest the double window hop in. We've got another player contesting the cutoff from that shrine balcony as well. It just feels like Tide have got a really great read on the push that Fury are going for, and Fury have to be very careful in this early round.
Oh, but here it comes. First kill could be for Tex as he rounds that corner, sprays through, can't land the shots he's needed against Dark. Both players low on ammo, but Dark locks it in. Is Mentalist able to trade? He goes back to that same position, but he gets caught out! Dark has stepped up, and he's taken advantage of Tide's aggression once again. It's a 5v3 now, and Fury are another step closer to match point.
What are you going to do now, Tide? Are you going to keep getting aggressive? Look for that hero play, and it seems like that's what they're going to do. Hysterics, they haven't cleared their shield in the top of Shrine. He's able to use that and find a pick back onto Fury. Fury, what's the plan? Are you going to start rotating that hard reach over opening up the site, or will they make use of this western side of the map that they've now just cleared out?
A lot of questions for Fury. They must come up with the answers. As Tide try to make a play, you can see Nate on the site feeling that pressure, getting aggressive on this open wall, and he's going to swing this as well. He wants to find this kill as the Hibana's trying to counter that mirror, but Dark has now found another one. He's seemingly unstoppable, and he's got this long line of sight as well. Tide feeling this pressure, but finally, a moment of reprieve as they take down Dark.
Shibe rounding the corner of this exhibition window, looking for the player outside of that single housing window. Oh, is he going to round the corner and kill him? Doesn't seem like it. Shibe's still undetected, but look at what the push is coming from on the side of Fury, all on the western side of the map. They just have to make these trades work.
Oh, it's an awkward push for Fury, but it's just Nate now. No C4. Vector in hand in the 1v3, spots out Hajime, who's hunting for it. He wants it so bad. Fury push down, and Nate cannot survive. Fury find match point and are 1 round away from the major.
Really good read from Fury. I was impressed by the way that they were able to play that macro game there. As soon as they got that control on the western side of the map, they knew, okay, the Nate hold that they've got with that mirror on the wall, that's kind of no-go. We don't like that. That's nasty, right? So we're going to just push in from this west side. That's not where the utility was facing. They really only had to deal with one shield, and that was about it, right? By having all of their players push in where there was no utility facing them, it really put a dent in the defense that Tide had. Those mirrors, they were facing the wrong way for that push. There was only one shield to deal with it. There was nothing else that was denying the walls on that side of the map, and that's exactly what Fury were able to take advantage of. The macro game has improved tremendously on this team.
Oh, can you feel it, Mandy? Can you feel it happening
feel
for
it.
Fury? I can't believe after such a turbulent year, stage 1, not getting a single point. And the win condition for them going to a major in stage 3 is making sure that Tide finish without getting a single point. What a circular world we live in. It was once upon a time that these Tide players were on the verge of making their own major as Invictus, where they were one of the promised teams, the super teams of APAC South. And oh, how times have changed. Fury are now gunning for a major spot and could potentially secure it in just under 3 minutes' time.
Well, Fury, they are going for that major spot, but Tide are trying real hard to gate crash the party. I'll tell you that. Once again, looking for an extended roam. This repeat of the bomb site, they've changed the philosophy, Tide. They've completely closed off the wall, and they've chosen to bring the Cade instead to try and keep that one closed. They've realized that by dedicating all of their utility just inside this office room, that's putting all their eggs in one basket, and that's not what you want when Fury are starting to get on the ball with this macro game.
Drone work now for I9. Starts to scout out, loses it, but he gets some good info, knows that position. The Kaid, knows that there is a Kaid. Now Fury have to get to work on removing that electrical so they can get a breach on the wall.
Oh no, I've just realized that Dark has actually not brought the baby EMPs on the Dokkaebi. He's got flashbangs instead, and so clearing these Kaid charges, if they're in a very pesky spot, I've got absolutely no idea where they are. They could be in a very tricky spot to clear. Oh, it's actually just in the middle of the top wall there, so they could get it through vertical nade, perhaps, but it will be quite challenging to get this wall open.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Seems like a slow start to this round, and we're halfway through, and it's just the util game back and forth. Tide are dialing back this aggression. This is uncharacteristic of them. Is this the moment to do it, though?
Oh, there we go. I9 is able to take down that electric claw from below. It wasn't in a pesky position as Nate might have been able to hide it. And now the Selma can go on the wall, can start to deny this breach. A C4 prep to go straight through it. It doesn't connect. May have taken down a Selma though. Oh, no, it doesn't. That wall still gets opened. Fury suddenly, they have that in onto the bomb site now. Oh, an early entry as well from BG, man. Bit aggressive. In fact, Tex to double down.
This is so grim now for Fury. They have won a 3v5 before on this site. But Hajime needs to land this shot. He does take down Tex. That's a big one. And this unreinforced wall is potentially mincemeat for Hajime as well on the Ash. Bit of a flank now from Mentalist, but he is spotted out, and I9's found his own. This is getting eerily close now as Mentalist manages to trade back that position. I9 in the 1v2, but we know he is capable. We know he's done it before. G36 in hand. No nades to speak of, but he does have that diffuser. As the Vultures start to swarm, as the defenders start to triangulate his position, he can play around this. 13 seconds, fakes out the diffuser, baiting out the push. Surely he can't find Mentalist here,
No.
surely not. He spots out the player, pistol down, but the trade is there. Tide are not done yet. And for the first time in stage 3, they will find a point on the standings as we head into overtime.
If there is any time to come into stage 3 with a point on the standings, it is now for Tide. They are playing spoils to the story of Fury, to their dream of making it to the major. I just cannot believe the kind of siege that we are seeing, Dev. Skyscraper of any map that you could take a Tide defense to. Fury, what a gamble it was to go to this map. The way that Tide are playing this defense is just so much more masterful than what Fury are able to do on their half.
And you know what, Mandy? We're going to continue as well. It's Fury still attacking, Tide back on that defense where they have been so much more comfortable, as you very much predicted. By all rights, this should be a tied game from here on out. They have the advantage. They have the defense in overtime. And in the next 2 or 3 rounds, we're going to find out where the Fury's fate is sealed by this newly reprised Rising Tide that has finally found their form.
5 seconds to go.
Can't believe it. I can't believe what is happening in this area at the moment.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Tide
the
looking
bomb.
for, once again, an extended roam onto the other side. They've dedicated some barbed wire, the utility, even an ADS to the other side of the map, completely on the other side of the map. Anticipating that Fury are looking for that roam clear. Now, last time we saw Fury, they went straight to hit the bomb site. They've brought on the Monty, they've brought on the Glaz, and they've got the hard breach they need if they want to go for a direct take, and it seems like that's what Fury are going to do. They don't want to contest this roam clear early because it is so scary to play against Tide.
And the Monties come back out for I9. The top fragger is now on Monty. Lycolis on the Glaz. Shibe once again aggressive. Tide have got this confidence back that they lacked in the last round. What are Fury going to be able to do? Overtime has been pushed. There's no second chances here.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that means putting your top fragger on Monty with not a proper gun. We've got an entry coming through, though, in this ground floor that's dark. He's going to be able to pinch out the player on these back stairs, just rounding the corner now. Pings do go out. He knows that he's there, but Tex, he can round the corner. It does a little bit of damage, but is not able to take him down. And Fury, now they've got control of this top floor, of this part of this entry. It's just about converting it into the site.
And Lycolis has doubled down as well, Manny. Is this really happening?
It's happening.
It's on the attack, but Fury are relentless and they aren't stopping anytime soon. Hard breach as well. Lycolis has found another one. This Glaz, it's exactly what they needed. Hysterics and Nate now. Both have had a fantastic game, and it's just Nate left. 2 players down, or on the ground at least. But I9's forcing that diffuser down, and a nigh impossible post plant now with a minute to spare.
Activating the diffuser.
It's a grim moment now for Nate, as Fury are likely to find match point.
That's a really bright idea from Fury to go for such a minimal mistake and not contest that roam of a Tide. Nate's now on a little bit of a tussle with this Monty. He's probably
It's not
thinking,
happening.
who on earth is that on the Monty? And you would never guess that it was I9. And he's starting to contest the window as well. But this post plan is just absolutely impossible
my
to win
God.
out. How frustrating is this?
Doesn't matter at this point. Surely not. When the player on the window could make this a bit scary. Oh no, he's fully out of ammo with both guns, the poor guy. 4 bullets. There you go. He does lock in that kill, but at this point it doesn't matter. Fury have done the damage that are needed. And there you go, a consolation prize for Nate, who just couldn't get it done in the clutch. And Fury, once again, have a major point within their grasp.
Really like the way that Fury approached that. That was such a great read into the way that Tide are playing their defense. They knew that the Tide early game is very hard to contest. They knew that the micro game is something that they're lacking in. And by bringing along that Monty, by bringing along that Glaz, just simply cutting off the site, making sure that the anchors weren't feeling very comfortable, that's a big hole in the Tide defense because they spread their utility so thin, right? And because Fury were able to make that entry, they were all on the same page, they did it together, they played the trades, they were able to get onto the bomb site, and this macro game that we've seen them improve in throughout the year, not just in this map, but throughout the year, Dev, it really feels like Fury have become a team that they know what they're doing, that they have a really great read of the game now, and that's just something that we haven't seen from them up until this point.
Oh, I got jitters, Mandy. I got jitters. I'm starting to feel it. But also, I can't count it out yet because whatever the result of this game, it's just purely, utterly absurd, isn't it? To
Yep.
think that Tide could go all of Stage 3 with no points and finally take down Fury when it mattered most of Fury in the final Playday. That's absurd. To think that Fury, from last place and completely pointless in Stage 1, to... I mean, it was almost like it was kind of just a fun fact. Fury might make it to the major this time. Ha ha ha. No. It could well happen. It probably is going to happen. It's happening right now.
I9 once again trying to place spoils into the entry of Tide, already starting out on this western side of the map. Drones do go out. They are anticipating that, well, I9, he's done some sneaky business and he's probably going to try it again as Tide look for this roam clear.
Been a lot of sneaky business this map. I noticed a lot of suppressors from both teams. They absolutely love it. And on cue, I9 with it once again. Droned out, but he manages to rotate back. No one to cut him off as of yet. A little bit late for the ace player there of Nate. And it's been a little bit slow for Tide, hasn't it?
Good restraint, though, on the side of Fury. Yes, it is a bit slow from the side of Tide, but if I9 had stayed behind and tried to play his life there, that could have been a done deal. That cutoff might have come through, and so excellent timing, in my opinion, on the side of Fury. Now all they need to do is hold on to these power positions here inside of that shrine room and inside of the terrace room. Once again, Tide, they have brought the hard breach on the side of Nate, but there is a Cade Claw they have to deal with, and it's going to be quite challenging with the time dwindling away in the round.
Shibe is just on lurk duty downstairs. A little bit of vertical game. Surely doesn't catch someone off from this. Nobody would expect a player looking up through this vertical game, but Shibe has got the patience of a saint. He might not be given an opportunity. The Goyo walks eerily past. Doesn't expose.
Oh no, BG Man is just taking down Hysterics. Where has that happened? I've got absolutely no idea what that's
pushing
happened,
in.
but oh no.
Hysterics actually made a play. He even went into VIP. Look at that.
Wow.
He died inside the doorway.
That is not so good for Tide. Now, I've just had a Selma charge go down. I'm not sure where that one's gotten down just yet. Okay, they're opening up this west side of the map, so not going to get the main breach open, but they're going to convene their plays onto the west side and try and go for a flood. Now, Shibe's just been able to even out that main count, perhaps through the vertical. It's about how they play these trades through this western side of the map. They've got 3 possible entry points, and they just need to make it work with their gunplay.
Oh, I mean, this could come down to timing for Tide. It's what it's got to be. Tex on this entry is going to walk straight into this crossfire. Surely not. He needs to time this,
no
but he
way.
finds the first pick. This is big now for Tide to send it to round 15 to keep them alive. And they're doing it. Surely not. 4v2
no
now.
way.
I9 to stand up. It's him and Lycolis left, but both are feeling this pressure. I9's got to make a play, but it's not happening. Tide say we are not done yet. We will need all 15 rounds to settle it.
You're kidding me. We're going to round 15 of 3rd place versus 7th place in APAC South. Tide, who have never gotten a point on the board, now could close it out. They could stop Fury from going to the major. Once again, not a bad read from Tide going into that attack, even though they couldn't get the main breach open, by playing that numbers advantage, by I suppose consolidating all their plays into the west side. They actually had hard breach that time to open up one of those walls, create another point of entry. And like you said, it's all about that timing. And that's something that Tide are so good at. Being able to lean into that, make that work in their attacks, that's exactly what you need to do against Fury.
Wow. All right. I mean, what have Tide got to be thinking right now? They've got to be just absolutely losing their rocks. They've got to be having the biggest giggle at this game. Fury, there's no other way to put it. This is pressure. This is the pressure getting to them. This is them never having to deal with this big stakes for a game. And it makes me wonder, Mandy, was the Elevate curse actually a Thailand curse? And it's now been passed on to a new successor.
I don't know if it's a curse, but I think a mental game's a big part of it, right? So Fury, they've never been in this situation before. When you load into this lobby and you go, okay, this is the game, that gets you in the feels. That makes you play different. That makes you com different. Everything about that. And with how young this roster is and just starting to get into the form, that's definitely something that they're vulnerable to. On the side of Tide, they're just there. They're having a laugh. They're having a yarn. And they're winning this game somehow.
Well, one last round, one final hurrah for these teams. And it's Fury on the attack. The ones with the pressure are also the ones who've got to make their move.
But what move are they going to make? Are they going to go for this roam clear? Once again, 3 or 4 players, in fact, off the roam. Only 1 on the site as of now, and that's Nate. Once again, they're leaning into this mirror hold inside of office, but there we go. Early entry inside of Karaoke. I wonder who that is. Is that Dark or I9? Oh, that must be Dark. There you go, on the sledge.
Looks like Dark. He's right around the corner from Tex. I feel like I've seen this play out before, haven't I, Mandy? But who's going to find the pick? Who's going to reveal his position first? Tex has died here before. Surely not again. He falls back. He doesn't want to overextend.
Look at that.
As all of those gases, well, one of those gases has been used by Hysterics to try and hold off this push. But eventually it subsides, and Fury, look at how quickly I9 is in this one. He finds the opener, Tex goes down.
Look, I9 might have been able to get in the building and it's just taken down a player, but look at that restraint from Tide. They're able to pick up that shield that was inside of Shrine, and now they've placed it inside of Office, which is now facing the entry position that I9 is going to try and face next, right? That's the next step that they're now putting their utility and their resources into. This choke point has now become this drum part in this terrace part here. It's up to a Tide to hold on to these crossfires, maybe play these mirrors backwards, because that western side onslaught of Fury could come through any second.
Oh no.
Oh no.
4v3, Shivas, be careful, mate. Feeling that pressure, dancing around. He doesn't have a lot of leg room here on this dance floor. Oh, he goes for the cross and he survives, but he's a dead man surely now. 1 HP and taken down. Fury! They're doing it! And it turns out Thailand may well have somebody to cheer for in Sweden. It's all up to Nate, but he gets that diffuser down on the ground. 1v3 to make this dream a reality for Tide, to crush Fury's hopes. And how do Fury play this? No diffuser, but indeed they go for it from rags to riches. For the first time, we will feel their fury on the global stage at the Yonchaping Major.
And what a way to close out that series as well. That came way too close for comfort, but they look absolutely ecstatic to finally be looking in that position for the major. Heartbreak for the Gaming Gladiators, watching this in the background, cheering on Tide, but Fury able to lock in their own glory.
Gutting game for Gladiators fans, but just look at the faces of those Fury guys. What a marathon they had to run to go up against Tide on the final Playday when Tide simply had nothing to lose. They got their first point and Fury felt a pressure unlike anything they would have felt before. I9's victory moment there is, I'm going to remember that for a while. I cannot believe it, Mandy. I cannot believe from last place and winless, pointless in stage 1, Fury are actually going to a major here in stage 3. It is unthinkable what a comeback these guys have had over the course of just 9 months.
A massive glow up, right? Like that. They went from being that team that looked really lost in the server. It just felt like they didn't have a direction in the game. It felt like they didn't have great leadership or really any strengths that set them apart from other teams. But as they went through the stage, they voted real hard. They must have had hours worth of dry runs, because now it feels like they have a great read and approach of so many different maps. Their map pool is very vast now. It's excellent to see them get to this maturity, and I can't wait to see them at the major.
And you know what? After however many years, they finally put the global into Fury Global.
Hey.
Let's go back to the desk, and I'll try and digest what was that ridiculous game.
Thought it was Fury Globi, but apparently Global is now well and truly cemented. What an unbelievable performance from Fury there. Tide, my God, talk about making you, talk about busting your balls. Fury, that is absolutely mental. Xenox, I mean, the gut-wrenching moments in this game were so close together it wasn't funny.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's APAC South though, right to the end for qualifying for the major from this position, and yeah, it had to go down to the 15th round, didn't it? You know, credit to Tide in some ways coming into this game. Many would have probably forgiven them for just honestly coming in and falling over, and you know, who cares? It didn't mean much for them, but you know, clearly they set out with an agenda of ending the season on a somewhat successful note, and you know, they'll take a point away. And even though it's great news for Fury in the sense that they're going to the major, they do still hold the record this year for having the worst stage. So one of the best stages, but also the worst stage. But you know, for Fury as well, you got to obviously commend them for the fact that, you know, Tide were pushing them all the way, obviously to overtime, and they were quite resilient and deserved the win and deserved to go to the major.
They certainly did. I mean, how poetic it almost was. God, the reactions just out of this world. It's quite poetic, guys, the fact that they were the only team that didn't pick up a point in stage 1, and they almost lost to the team to go to the major that didn't pick up a single win. But honestly, full props to this Fury roster.
100%. They are the feels-good story, or the feel-good story for the region this year. To go from nothing to a major is absolutely insane, considering, again, that of all the teams globally, they play the least amount of games. So it's such a short turnaround, although it is over several months, and the fact that they've been able to commit to the plan and it's paid off is a true credit to them. And I think one of the other great signs of that in this game was I9, right? One of the new additions absolutely popped off and really gave them a lot of hope in this match, did a great job, and yeah, really keen to see them overseas. I guess much like other teams from APAC South, it could be a rough introduction to the international stage, but they have nothing to lose, so they may as well give it their best shot.
I'm sure they're just thinking about the opportunity that is that major. We're going to go to an interview with Lycolis for the final time for 2022 in APAC South. Mate, hands up, full in the air. I genuinely cannot believe this has happened. Just how are you feeling? Like this has got to be unbelievable.
Just feel unbelievable, like amazing, and I cannot like stop smiling at all.
Don't.
It was like,
Don't stop
yeah,
smiling.
Yeah, I cannot stop smiling. It was I think one of the happiest moments once in your life, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, well, look, this has got to be a peak from where you were to where you've come from now. This has been such a long journey, you know, a full season it's taken you, 3 stages to get to this point. I want to ask you, you know, where do you put the credit? Who do you give the credit to for this? Is there an individual? Is there a philosophy that you've followed this entire time?
I think it's just overall everyone. There's like except for like I think I9 playing pretty well today as well, and some rounds we make blunder, but the other round we can like retake it like dark for the like I think when was round that like different round that we lost Ash and dark, okay, and like we didn't like have a way to go in, but on the next round we keep like getting step by step and pushing forward together. And
what was it? Oh, sorry.
It's good. And the OT win on the first attack was like a guy from our coach that suggests that we should like just go straight to the side if they're playing the T side. Yeah, that's all I think.
Very interesting. So what was the discussion like coming into this week? Obviously, you know, you knew that this was an opportunity. You knew that GG had to lose their game. And obviously, check 1, they lose. And then check 2 is your game. What is the discussion coming into this week? You know, we spoke to you last week about how elated you were at the fact that you were so close. Did anything change throughout this week? Or has it just solely been on this game and this game alone?
It's just solely been on this game. After that, we just talked that we hope Elevate have to win. Or if they win on OT, we just have to like win without the overtime. But if go also all the way, we just come back and win without the overtime. So we have like a second chance after match point. So yeah, after we hit match point, we at least like feel a much better that we have like one more round to play. If we win, we go. But if we lose, yeah, next 3 rounds we just have to win 2, something like that. And for the play for Tide, we know that they have a bad stage on this season, but every player on their team was well known that everyone knows. So we are not like underestimating at all.
That's smart. That's smart, my friend. Look, there's so much to digest, and I'm sure I don't want to keep you too long from celebrations with your team, but we always like to do it. Do you have any final words before we let you go?
See you in Sweden. I think that was the word I want to say the most in like every season. I mean, like which the major attain to. Yeah, see you guys. I hope we perform well. Let's hope so.
Lycolis, my friend, from zero to hero, you've done it all, mate, and you've put in the hard work. So I want to say a big congratulations and best of luck when you head to Sweden for that major. Please, for everyone at home, make sure you give them the applause they deserve. They have put in the work. But it is time for us to turn our attention to the final game of the night, the final game of this stage, the final game of this year. It's the Knights, and they take on the Direwolves.
free so much. 'Cause lately I've been feeling kinda cooped up. Yeah, on the count of three. I'm ready. 'Cause the future is shining bright for me. Walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Who knows what we'll find. Run with me. It's time to go, time to go, time to go. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Wanna go with you. I'm on a countdown. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Gotta go with you. Start a countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds.
It's the last time that we are coming back from a break for 2022 for the APAC South League. And of course, the final game of the night is sure to deliver. This matchup is one that we are always looking forward to every stage that we do roll through. It is the Knights, and they are taking on the very, very hungry Wolves, who, to my knowledge, are still undefeated. I just want to make sure I say that with a little bit of an upward inclination. Dev, you're agreeing with me there, so I think that is correct.
They are indeed.
There we go.
In fact, to save you, I will add a fun fact. Direwolves are undefeated 19 maps in or 19 maps in a row.
Wow. Not
Since
August? Is that right?
Since July 31st. they
Oh
won a
my
map. The last,
God.
July 31st is the last day that they lost a map.
That's disgusting. Well, Mandy, I don't think we have to look too far back to see the last time the Knights lost, and I think that's a little bit of a dog comment, but
That's
it is
very dog, man.
it is what it is. You know, I'm out here. I'll put myself on the line. Knights were in line to come into this stage and really blow us away. You know, that pickup that they ended up getting Speakeasy was one that was really, I think, probably the most commented on coming into Stage 3, and it just hasn't eventuated. But this team is still just as good as they have ever been. It feels like they're so close, but yet so far away.
Yeah, definitely Speakeasy was a big hype pickup that we said for the Knights. It just feels like even though the Knights have all the tools that they need to make things work, maybe one or two things haven't gone their way. It just feels like they haven't been able to gel together as a team once they get into the lobby. I did get to speak to the Knights a little earlier in the stage, and I know that sorting out their scrim times and getting that practice in with Speakeasy, especially doing his national service over in Singapore as well, has been quite challenging for them. And so coming into the stage, it was just about making that 5 roster work, and it doesn't seem to have come together.
No, but Dev, there is every scenario that, you know, it clicks on the final Playday. We've seen it so much.
If it happens, all power to them. That
Yep.
would be amazing. Would absolutely love it for them. It's funny because Knights just came off their best. Oh, okay, I was going to say their best ever stage of APAC South, but that's certainly not true because last year they did qualify for the Mexico Major, but weren't able to go due to COVID restrictions. But, you know, stage 2 this year was arguably, well, it was their best of the year. I'll give it that. It was the best of the year. They won OCS, which was like the National League. They've won OCN as well multiple times. And they pick up Speakeasy, one of the best and most renowned players in APAC, and yeah, they just completely drop it all. If they can bring it up on the final day and really just turn the story around, that'd be phenomenal. Unfortunately, it's too late, boys. It's far too late to make the major.
The train has left the station, as it were, and Direwolves were on it. That's a damn sure. They were on it nearly 2 weeks ago. Let's talk about a team that really has just gone full circle. Hey! What's going on here? What is going on here?
Is this what I think it
Surely
is?
not. We're not about to see the boys are back. Surely
Is this what
not.
I think it is?
Backstreet's back, all right. Am I right, Mandy?
Oh, okay. Reaps must not be playing, right? Because, okay, I probably shouldn't say the reasonable broadcast. Never mind. Harambe's back in. Harambe jam time. But Reaps, yeah, he's not good. So they've lost their entry in this game, actually, right? And that's the old roster back in. Your Hard Breach is back in instead. Wow, what an interesting matchup this is going to be.
Get some Harambe dances, I really hope. The man
I
himself
swear.
looking cute as ever, and got the Charlotte Major player pass in the background hanging on that lanyard. It's beautiful. Gonna add a second one to that collection in Yacha Pink as well.
I'm not gonna lie. We better be seeing Harambe cams the entire time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Hey, Brendan, production, can we just have like a constant pip in
Yep.
the bottom left corner of Harambe
Of
at
Harambe.
all times?
Yep.
Just constant Harambe cam.
Even if
And
it's a GIF.
Can we get like a loopable GIF of him doing the
dance.
the dance
It's gotta be
replays?
done.
Yeah, replay up tonight. Is it Isaac? Can we get that please as well?
Just
Thank
the
you.
entire time though. The replays
Yeah.
are just the dance. That's it for like a good 2 minutes. But it's kind of hard to not talk. Let's talk seriously for a second though. Direwolves are entering into what could be their second undefeated stage, Mandy. I mean, this is a feat that no other team in APAC have been able to secure.
Yeah, it's really nice to see their resurgence, especially through the turbulent stage 2 they went through. It just felt like the roster of 5 they had in stage 2 couldn't keep up with the improvement that the rest of APAC South was going in, and by injecting that new life of Reaps, changing up their team dynamic and team structure, it seems like that's exactly what they needed in stage 3 to come into a new form, and that's the Direwolves that we see now that's a lot more fast-paced, a lot more on the ball, and has a lot more firepower as well.
Let's hope that Reeves is in the backseat coaching now. We'll have a look at the vetoes to see where we're going to be heading for this one. I think no matter what map we actually head to, this should be an absolute banger. I think like a Classico to kind of finish the broadcast here would really just... There we go. I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
We're going to Oregon, and I mean, I don't really need to say the history between these two maps, but I will bring up, between these two teams, Dev, I'll bring up before you talk about this. This was the map that we saw back in the day, Seventh Heaven, come back from a 6-0 against the Knights to beat them on this map. I just wanted to bring
Man,
that up. That's all.
You have a bloody good memory, you
Never
do. I'm
forget.
impressed that you remember that. That was last year, wasn't it? 'Cause
Yes,
these
I
guys
think
have
it was
been Direwolves
stage-
for a very long.
It was probably stage 1, Dev. It was
Why
probably...
aren't you a host? You've got this Giga Brain hiding behind the hosting role, man. Come on. All right, yeah, I'll give you something to work with.
Please.
I love the rivalry between these teams because despite everything, despite Direwolves being first overall in APAC South, first in the major spot, and Knights, struggling to make the major and being rough, Knights actually beat Direwolves in stage 2, and on this map, Knights beat Tide just 2 weeks ago. They've been all right. They did unfortunately lose to Fury, but everyone seems to be losing to Fury these days. Direwolves, on the flip side, have had a lot of good performances, and in fact are undefeated on this map the last 4 times they've played it. 2 of those were against the Gladiators as well. So I'd say this is a really strong map for Direwolves. However, it is a map where there's just so many VODs out there of how Direwolves play it. So if Knights have done their homework and they were hoping and planning to go to Oregon, they should have a few tricks up their sleeve.
Well, that's probably what we need to see, Mandy. Who are you backing in? I'll just let you. I'll let you dissect that one. Who are you going for here?
I backed in Direwolves for my predictions because I
Okay.
think that they just look good at the moment. They're undefeated. That being said, they are playing without Reaps. I think that is going to play quite a big difference into the server. Knights, they're composed. They're going to play Oregon the way you need to. And Oregon is one of those maps where things like Hard Breach and being on the same page and kind of doing things in steps and methods is kind of important. And I think that not having a team flow on your attack will make it a little challenging for the Direwolves. So I would say Knights definitely have an in on this match. It's possible they could take it.
Well, it's exciting. It's the last game of the season. And to run you through all the action, it's Guz and Xenox.
Hang on, sorry, 2 seconds.
Just start again. Start again.
Can we run it back? Rob, do you
Yeah.
want to? No, well, whatever. We'll just carry on. We'll do it live. What is essentially our final game, of course, of the season. Doesn't mean a whole lot being up front, guys, of course, for the Direwolves already locked into that first place position. The only thing that the Knights can achieve is basically overtaking Wildcard, getting into 5th, but that doesn't really change much for them either.
Yeah, look, it is a bit of a nothing game in that sense, but there are still some storylines we can extract. Direwolves as well, of course, going for the impromptu flawless run or the lossless run throughout this stage as well. So we'll be tracking that, seeing if they can get it across the line. Of course, they're already locked in for a first place finish, but it would be a good way to end the stage without dropping a single game.
Yeah, it certainly would be as we head to Oregon to close out 2022 for APAC South, of course, though, for some of our respective teams, Direwolves and Fury. They will be continuing on at the major, and of course, we're watching on with great interest, but it all comes to an end here for our final game, and unfortunately, a bit of a dead rubber, Guz, but we've done pretty well for ourselves for the final Playday, I'm not going to lie. We had some banging games. Elevate, of course, for those that missed it, did defeat Gaming Gladiators and have practically all but secured their place at the sixth Invitational, 99.2%. And Fury, of course, taking down Tide 8-7 in what was honestly a bit of a surprise match. I probably wasn't expecting it to be that close, but unfortunately for this match, not a whole lot riding on it. Ying, Nook, banned out. I will say, though, of course, for these teams respectively, guys, once you get into the game, once you get into the server, you do generally play as hard as you possibly can, and yeah, maybe the lead up to it, you're not exactly sitting around itching with anticipation to jump in, but once you're in, you're just playing the game, you want to win.
Yep.
Copium?
Hey, you said we're going to take this cast seriously, alright? I want a bit of professionalism from you. I know it's the last broadcast of the year, but it's about time you stepped it up. You've had a bit of an attitude issue this year that we need tidying up.
Yeah, well, I'm very much looking forward to this enthralling battle between the Knights and the Direwolves. Knights on the defense, Direwolves on the attack. And we're heading to Meeting and Kitchen to start with. Guys, what have you got your eyes on for this game?
Q&A session, is it? Yeah, over towards Kitchen. I mean, we haven't talked about the bans yet, so we can briefly touch on that. Nook taken out. We did see quite a bit of Nook gameplay earlier on in the night in that Oregon matchup. Elevate in particular using it quite well. Definitely some points of entry where you can use that operator to great effect. So teams won't have to worry about that lurk entry. The other one that really does stand out is probably that Ying, really explosive on the executes. As for Wamai, Mirror, not standing out as being overly impactful. Most teams don't really want Mirror on this map, and I guess Wamai has been experimented here and there anyway. So we head over towards Kitchen, as I said, for the first round. So already a bit of an off-meta pick to start things off, but Knights probably need to experiment to get a win here, I think.
Obviously, we're speaking about lovely Devmana brought it up, the streak for the Direwolves. It is something to sort of keep in mind. It's hard to envision the Knights breaking that streak, though. I think in all fairness, it'll probably get broken at the major. If the Knights were to stop it now, though, I guess maybe it's one less thing to worry about for the Direwolves. I don't think they'll be going into the major caring about that kind of statistic, in all fairness. Knights on the defense first, though, here for Oregon. What have they got in the bag? It's kind of been somewhat similar to last year. I was actually kind of just taking a peek back to the end of 2021, Stage 3 for the Knights. They finished last, guys, in terms of, sort of bringing back maybe some unpleasant memories for the Knights fans. 7 points, dead last, was not a good end to the stage. And in some ways, Stage 3, of course, for 2022 is shaping up to be largely similar. Which is, a little bit disappointing, and I guess, though, it does kind of now fit for a bit of a theme for the Knights. They start well in the year and kind of drop off as the year progresses.
Minute into the round, not too much has happened, just some groundwork at the moment from the Direwolves. Decent foothold over towards bedroom, armory. Breach created in towards games as well, so it's not looking too bad for them to try and get some vert control up above the objective. Juicy contesting in Kids, Sage as well over towards Pit. So still key players that need to be dealt with here by the Direwolves. Josh also rendering assistance, so the Knights pretty heavily stacking presence up above here.
Sage going to get the opening kill, might just get one more. Never mind, ED with a very decent swing. Juicy getting rid of that drone. Still 5 more available, but Josh gets the kill onto ED. Taking that position deep inside Attic, falling back over towards Pit. Just over a minute remaining. Knights with a slight advantage. The keeper barrier being able to block the door off does force out a little bit more utility from Jackie Woot, but responded with another keeper barrier.
See if Juicy can hold down this position. Pinned down, but does have a cross with Josh. keep a barrier, offering some good support. So he's the shoulder of Souffle, but he wins the fight. Josh for a trade, but Souffle for 2. Leaves us in a 2 versus 2. Diffuser not in the hands of the Direwolves. They'll need to try and collect that for the closing portion of this first round. Speakeasy uses the first of his gas canisters. That should delay the remainder of the round. Just stall out this attack a little bit longer. Pika makes his way across, able to collect that diffuser, but Stig's sitting and waiting, has heard that entire play. Pika now will prepare for a plant, but Stig should be able to deny.
Not only that, but Speakeasy still has 2 gas babes as well. Red ping goes out, as he said. Stiggs to deny, should be able to do so. A little bit of an awkward wall bang from Stiggs, but he got the job done despite making a meal of it over towards Kitchen, as he does confirm the round win. So it's the Knights that take the opening round here against the Direwolves.
Yeah, not too much really to comment on that particular round. I think the Knights did a great job in denying presence up above. Direwolves tried to stack it pretty hard and rely on spacing to win out the trades, but didn't quite play out that way, and the cross from Josh over towards Pit was actually quite strong. So well done there, backing each other up there on the roam. They make the tertiary site work, and we head back down, or we head to rather basement for the first time. A site which should be a little bit more successful for the defense, especially considering some of the operators in play.
I pose a question to you guys.
I'm ready and waiting.
And I just want a simple yes or no. I don't want explanations.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. You ready?
Yes.
Do the Direwolves make top 2 without Reaps? We'll put Harambe in the position.
For stage 3?
For stage 3.
10 seconds to go.
No.
Oh. Why? Now I'll let you explain
Oh,
why.
well, why did you... I could have explained before. Well, I think it's pretty fair to say that Direwolves did begin to struggle a little bit in stage 2. That's when they were having these issues, and that's, I think, how they responded with that roster change of Reaps. It worked out really well. He had a great stage. I mean, maybe it's a little bit unfair to say he solo carried the team to first. That's obviously not the case, but I think he did buff the team overall. And considering just how close and competitive it was, without that extra strength, they probably would have struggled to make top 2.
Yeah, I largely agree. I mean, obviously for the Direwolves, for those unaware, back in stage 2, didn't quite go to plan off the back of what was, you know, arguably a very, very good stage 1, and in some way probably caught a lot of people off guard. Stiggs over towards security once again, as he was in the round gone prior. Has been forced back a little bit. Of course, Direwolves going completely undefeated in stage 1. 7 and zip. They had a 24 round differential. Obviously here for stage 3, it is 5-0, 16 round differential, but 2 of those wins in overtime. So not as clean, but still on the verge of going for a complete streak here once again. Speakeasy though does get the down on to Pika, captures him. Minute 45 left.
No sign of a trade on the attacking side. Speakeasy, in fact, actually going to fortify his position inside of bedroom for a basement defense. Not the safest of places to play, but the swing might net a kill. Nets damage, but no kill in the end. In fact, it's a double for the Direwolves. The other roamer and Josh dealt with. It's a pretty swift response from the attack. And the Knights now will probably need to back themselves on site.
Juicy very adequate at those freezes there. Maybe not quite living up to the reputation of Sapper, but he can hold it generally quite well. I think he's got some company. Well, maybe not the best initial gas pape, and has fallen off of that stairs position, especially considering the fact they are down to just 3 players. They cannot be affording Producer to go down defending that position this early on. 40 seconds left in the round though. And a very last second flank here from Souffle making his way over towards blue.
Attackers recovered the...
It's been droned, so they know it's clear, at least in the initial entry. Danger though over towards Pillar, being held by Stiggs. Voidable shield, player spotted. Thinks about the aggressive play, but ultimately better of it. The nade lands, a lot of damage, a huge chunk, blind still.
15 seconds to go.
Dazed and confused, but still in a position to make a play.
Oh, no.
Stage finds one, Stiggs with the down. And look at that time dwindling. Only 5 seconds left in red time. Juicy in the 1 versus 2. You back him in to win these, but Jackie Wu makes a play of his own.
I love Juicy, I love the Dom, but the way this stage has gone for the Knights, not sure you can back him in a 1v2 at the moment. Maybe months, years gone by, but at the moment, at the present time, hasn't quite been the stage for the Knights in making those kind of plays. And I think that's probably what has been missing and lacking in some instance for the Knights, and their ability to clutch round wins, potentially from where they maybe would in the past.
I think it's time to hand your passport in. Your citizenship.
Oh, I need it.
You're betraying the Oceanic region.
Yeah, but I mean the Oceanic region just kind of sucks. Let's go APAC. Woo! Thailand number 1.
I'm just gonna pretend that I didn't hear you say that.
Well, yeah, okay.
I don't agree with him, chat. Don't associate me
What,
with...
you don't agree? Thailand number 1?
Well,
It's actually Taiwan.
Technically, it's not.
Sorry, Direwolves.
The number 1 team's in the server right now.
Yeah.
5 seconds to go.
Anyway, we'll move on from those inflammatory comments. For round 3, upstairs. Dorms, our favourite site. Always seems to be the one where the highest stake rounds take place. This one perhaps not too high stake at the moment, but whoever wins it gets an initial lead on the triple rotation to kick things off, and often a good position to find yourself in, specifically if you're on the defense. Proving that I'll have a strong footing on this map. Stig's roaming down below. Valkyrie is in play, so no shortage of information in combination with that Echo. Direwolves will need to try their hardest in making sure that's dealt with.
Aggressive sweep coming out from the Direwolves here. Courtesy of Souffle on the Jackal. Jackie Wu as well on the dock of it. And they've basically cleared all the way over to Ball White Stairs now, rather early on in the round. I imagine there's going to be some sort of presence eventually over towards that big window. That's going to be the push, but they want to establish Vert, obviously down below first. Clear out players like Stigs, who obviously has been playing this position, has those pings, and plays off of it very, very wisely. Gets the kill onto Harambe. There's a trade elsewhere, though, courtesy of Souffle. That one over towards meeting side. Josh playing that backstairs position. Does not get a trade and has a bit of company, at least in Stigs. They might just be able to play off of each other here and clear out Souffle.
Souffle just holding down the line. Stigs and Josh for the tandem roam. Make it a triple with Sage as well. Offside at the moment, looking to clamber their way back. So it offers Direwolves a slight reprieve, an opportunity to set themselves up. They still do have hard breach in play, but stalked down below. Those Yokais from Juicy spot out Jackie Wu. It looks like that was a prepping for a main window jump in, and that's exactly what ED commits to. Juicy under pressure, they dance around the bunk, and it's Juicy to win out.
Yeah, that was a very ballsy move from ED and the Direwolves, and they're going to cough up the round because of it. No chance that Souffle was going to clutch the 1v4, didn't even have site control. Basically every form of entry was already being largely watched. It's a good start from the Knights, by and large. What's been a rough stage for them. You know, they started off their campaign, Playday 1, Playday 2, losing to both of the Thai teams in Elevate and Fury. They got an overtime win against Wildcard and then a win against Tide, of course, who everyone has beaten this stage. And from then, they lost basically the game I felt at the time they needed to win against the Gaming Gladiators. Lost that one 7-8. Did go down to the wire, and that was, of course, the last game that they did play, Guz, and as they did have Playday 6 off as their bye week. And had they beaten GG in regulation, they actually would have been in a position where they could have still, including right now, been fighting for a top 2 position had other results gone their way tonight. So, you know, in theory, we look at them at the moment, second last, but the reality is they weren't too far off a couple of results being flipped in still being a team competing for a position at the majors. So maybe I've been too harsh on them.
Maybe you have.
Or maybe I haven't been harsh enough.
Are you gonna, oh,
No,
no, I don't think you need to go in anymore. Are you going to apologize for your previous statements?
Oh, no.
You don't like apologizing, do you?
No, not really, no.
I don't think I've ever heard you say sorry in my entire life.
Oh, the Sticks is going for this for the 4th time in a row, by the way. He's done really well from this position, while 4 times, 4 kills now for Sticks from security. Every single round, it has been his strength. You get that opening kill. Rotate back down to basement. I tell you what, Knights are on here.
Feeling themselves at the moment. Confidence oozing in a match that really doesn't mean anything for them. No opportunity for extra prize money, but a bit of extra pride if they jump wild card their Oceanic compatriots in the standings if they do get a win here. The stage that has fallen short of their expectations, but that lends itself into the league just being so competitive. Minute 30 now remains on the clock. ED trying to do some groundwork over towards the lobby, but the hatch has been electrified by Speak Easy, the Kaid, the Electro Claws, posing problems. Darwolves don't have really anything to counter that unless they send nades down below, but that's going to be quite cumbersome. So we'll see how they adopt their plans from here.
Pika with a big kill onto Stiggs. Shuts down the security minutes. Juicy once again falling off of that freezer stairs position, elects to just push further back. And does give up some of the choke point. Easy finds a kill to Souffle, and for the most part of this match, the Knights have done a really good job in the middle portion of these rounds in getting these kills in a timely manner. When it comes to execution time for the Direwolves, they're just down. They look down and out. Pika over towards that laundry stance position, but he too gets traded. They just don't have the numbers. They're losing players too early in these rounds, and ED, this is a little bit too late in the round. Makes his way over towards backstairs, but there's a player, Pillar, to his right and one to his left. They hold the angle. He cannot clear both of them. No chance at all. And the Knights take a 3-1 lead here on Oregon.
Nice little cross there to put a bow on the round for the Knights. And a map so far which has been looking pretty good for them. Had there been some actual stakes on this match, it would have looked very concerning for the Direwolves. First v 6th. We'd be scratching our heads at this point thinking that the Direwolves may lose to the second last team in the league. I mean, they may still, but obviously doesn't mean anything. Nonetheless, the Knights continue to fight. Pause called. Don't know if it's attack. We'll get confirmation on that eventually. Looks like meeting and kitchen will be the site, and confirmation that, yeah, it is a tactical from the Direwolves as they look to try and clean up the half.
There is one more element to all of this, guys. One that has not been spoken about. One that has gone silent in the background. One that many are watching right now are aware of that we're not. It's Twitch points. Channel points.
Oh, really?
Yep. Big factor, right? It means a lot.
Okay.
A huge amount was put on the Direwolves. Massive.
How much?
Extraordinary. I don't actually know the number. I glanced at it. I think it was something like 6 million to like 900,000 or something. Like, I mean, we're talking like a massive discrepancy here. So if the Direwolves were to lose this game, everyone in Twitch chat's going to be sad about the channel points. I don't know. That's all I came up with.
I'm glad that you told me that. My life has been changed forever. I don't think I've put any predictions
I have.
for a long time.
I have.
I should probably have a look at how many points I actually...
Let's just say I don't have many points.
Well, that's not really a shock, is it?
Well, straight back into the game, fortunately, from that tactical timeout. Hopefully, for the Direwolves' sake, they can discuss their issues. Of course, it has been a theme this stage, though, guys. We mention it every single time. Or I mention it every single time.
Probably you.
Yeah. Well, they like to lose the first couple of rounds, take a tactical timeout. Odin says, you're all bad, and they say, oh, yeah, we know. And then they win like 7 in a row. The end.
Well,
It would actually be a crazy way to finish the stage if they do exactly that and win this game 7-3. Don't drop another round. It would actually be starting to get a little bit silly at this
yeah,
point.
it certainly would be.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Wait and see though. Oh, our great friend James Dev Martyr Stewart has actually given us the numbers. He's given
Oh,
us
no way.
the details. Found it in the evidence cabinet.
Oh, wow. 75 to 25%. So 8.5 million points on the Direwolves and 2.8 million for the Knights.
I'd say that's kind of fair.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Good return if the Knights get up. They don't look bad at the moment. Cheeky 4x.
Oof.
Not too shabby.
I don't know what you can spend the points on. Just redeeming the minus 640, I think. That's about it. Oh, that is a random Nitrocell from Stigs, but I tell you what, it does chunk Harambe
does the
down to
same!
half health, and Harambe swings and gets the kill. Well, only one player really was able to play off of the intel of that Nitrocell, and it was Harambe. 4 versus 4, though. There was a kill back the other way, and this is aggressive. Juicy falls off, but Pika walking into security. Well, the first round that we don't see Stigs play the security position, and the Direwolves just waltz straight in.
First round after the tactical. Coincidence? I think not. Direwolves here to play, but Sage on the vert here to play as well. 3 versus 3, half the round remains. B-site relatively exposed, that's in towards kitchen of course, but Josh is up above, does have vertical presence. Direwolves shift their attention though over towards split, look for an entry over towards A, and you can see just how exposed that site is, and I think Direwolves here have made a great call.
Sage trying to play off of that ping. Speak easy, loses a bit of his life, so falls back. Throws out the gas bait. Josh, drop down into kitchen. What can he cook up here? Gets rid of Harambe. No dancing for you. The gas babe obscuring the vision. It's still a lot of time. It feels like almost like a 20-second minute rush there at the end, but no, there's still a minute left, guys. They can slow it down here a little bit, the Wolves.
ED sits and waits, waiting for someone to make a move, but it's himself that moves forward. He dies, but Souffle is left in the 1 versus 3 with the Deagle in hand. That's actually Josh, so I'm absolutely tripping. Tactical timeout does not work for the Direwolves. Knights claim the round.
Okay, now I'm convinced Direwolves are going to lose.
Not looking good.
No, it's not looking... Hey, look, Vertex is in the game.
Who?
Never noticed that. Yeah, on the crane, Vertex. You won't know. So 4-1 scoreline to the Knights. They've cracked the code of the Direwolves tactical timeout. And maybe the streak coming to an end, it seems. I think Dev said 19 maps. I mean, I haven't actually
Your bombs from being defused by
counted.
attackers.
To me, it seems like, yeah, 19. So since the 31st of July, 19 maps in a row that the Direwolves have won. Would it be better for them for the streak to end before going to the major?
By attackers.
You know, suffer a little bit of defeat, do some VOD reviews, get better. Get out of the, you know, stop drinking the bath water.
I guess. I mean, you do want to lose, now's the time.
10 seconds.
Not that I really agree with the philosophy, but right, we could run with it. If they go on to win the major, then good on them. Hopefully they actually get to attend this one. That would be nice.
Objective is to defuse the bomb.
What? It's the biggest APAC debuff.
That's true. That's the APAC jail. You gotta break your way. You quite literally have to break your way out to get to the major.
Gonna sneak onto the next flight to Sweden.
Oh no.
Well, round 6.
Unfortunately, it's divulging into this.
It is a little bit. Well, Direwolves need to focus up because they're losing the plot a little bit like us at the moment. 2-4 wouldn't be too bad, but the way the Knights are playing at the moment, actually not too shabby at all. Taking this game seriously, we expect nothing less from this roster.
Yeah, but for the Direwolves, they've got really nothing to lose even when they lose this game, because they can sit back and say, well, we didn't have Reaps. They could also sit back and say, well, the game didn't matter to us because not only have they got first place secured, but they're going to the major anyway. And then the old adage, oh, we didn't want to reveal anything. So
They have so many excuses that they can throw out there. And not only that, but Oregon is one of their worst maps, technically. It's not usually one of the maps that we see from them in their map
Yeah, but
pool.
what about the channel points? I mean, these poor innocent people in chat have
Unfortunately,
poured their
they're just
points
a
into the
byproduct.
Direwolves. It's just not acceptable.
Oh, Jackie Wu though. Well, maybe they might just start to kick into gear. Gets the kill onto Sage. They have already lost Tarambo though, which is their hard breach. The games will stay fortified. They have to find another entry point, and Souffle has made his way over to Big Window. Minute 12 seconds left. Direwolves, the 4 versus 3 advantage.
Minute now. Speakeasy, it's been a relatively quiet stage by his standards. A couple of good games, but he'll be looking to end the stage on a high. 3 picks so far. In an important position now over towards Kids' dorms. Can help watch the jump in. Also monitor that pit position where Peak is placed right now as well. Could even swing onto ED. So there's a lot on his plate. Juicy as well. Great spot.
Oh, what is that angle?
Jackie Wu, the power position on the cross as Josh finds Pika. Souffle trade. 3v1 now. Speakeasy.
Wait,
We mentioned he's in an important spot, but they all fall.
who was watching Big Window? Just vaulted in, got a free kill onto Juicy, and then got 2 more kills after that. I mean, that was a little bit freeload from the Direwolves in the end. Knights should have been watching some of those more critical positions. But it's still a 4-2 half. 4 rounds on the defense for the Knights. Not too shabby. You take that on Oregon. I certainly would not be complaining with that first half. And obviously in a position where 3 rounds away from taking a win against the Direwolves, they could be the only team this stage to take down DW. I mean, that's basically better than going to the major, isn't it?
Not quite.
Damn, rats.
I mean, I guess it's close. Kind of. Not really. So on the attack though, if the Knights can get the job done, they kick things off here with a round win. Would apply quite a bit of pressure. Some pretty creative and aggressive repicks coming through for the attack. Juicy onto the Monty.
Repix.
5 seconds to go.
I said Juicy, didn't I?
Oh, I thought you said Repix. Oh,
I think I said
repix.
Juicy.
You said repix.
I said
Attacker
repick,
repix.
yeah.
Sorry, I was mesmerized.
Repix isn't in APAC.
Not yet.
Not yet. Maybe one day. If they win a best of 3. Just gotta get it out one more time. Last time, I promise.
So Pika over towards small tower, hanging around that corridor position. Josh not making his way in just yet though, and Pika will fall back. The laundry supply to start the second half. It's ED though. That starts us off by getting the opening kill onto Stigs, who started 4-1, is now 5-5. Juicy on the Montang will start to make his way over towards backstairs with Diffuser in hand. There's a double power play possession here for the Direwolves around Pillar. It's not going to be easy for Juicy to push through this, and now being down the Finker as well, not ideal.
Yeah, really need Speakeasy to get to work here with Util clear. A couple of Roteros have been sent out. Looks like their effect has been pretty good. Goyo canisters being ejected, barbed wire eradicated. Josh as well, soloing over towards Laundry for a potential back push. Combo that with the E1D on the scan. Could be a decent play, but Jackie Wu is aggressive. Doors barricaded, so that's not going to be ideal. Knights not in the best of positions. They need to get the ball rolling somewhere, find an opening, find a pick, find a bit of ground down below. Juicy with the secondary hard breach, able to pop the hatch inside of meeting. I don't think anyone will go for the drop, at least not immediately. Groundwork okay, but translating that to a pick will be tricky.
Minute and 12 seconds remaining. So much work for the Knights still to do. Obviously, when you bring in that Montang, you kind of want to play off of that win condition. So they're going to drone Pika, and then the Rotero just sticks to the side of the stairs?
Goyo.
Oh.
That's why there's the
Well,
fire.
okay, yeah, that makes a bit more sense, yeah.
It was hard to see, admittedly.
I
didn't
literally
see
could not see it.
I didn't either.
Thought
40
potentially might have messed that one up trying to clear out Pika from Harry Potter, but yeah. 40 seconds left. It's go time now for the Knights, so You've cleared out that Vulcan canister. Now you've got to clear out that player as well.
I think Josh will have to drop eventually, but doesn't have much to drop into. Sage 1v4, isolated on the stairs, the swing strong. It's a trade to close things out. Dar was stamping their authority downstairs.
Yeah, a little bit messy there from the Knights. Didn't obviously quite catch the opening kill from ED. But when you bring in that Montang and you can't play off of it as much as you would certainly like to, it does just really lessen your win condition when you're especially picking into an operator that can't necessarily flex all that much if the initial plan goes astray. So the Direwolves went out below, not really too much of a surprise on Laundry Supply. They head up above now. Kids Dorms here in the 8th round. It was the Knights that got off to a fast start in this game. They got out to that 3-1 lead, but the Direwolves slowly clawing it back.
Is that all you had to say? You're leaving it on a bit of a cliffhanger there.
Well, there's not much else to really add to it.
I mean, it's your job. You gotta have
The
something to say.
cliffhanger is the fact that we're still playing, so you just got to watch and wait and see what's going to happen here.
I mean, I could sit here in silence and watch the game, but that would be a little bit boring. Jackie Wu, though, is trying to make it exciting over towards Small Tower, but nothing really comes of it. Just an early engagement, an early bit of pressure. Perhaps a drone even taken as well. Stig's looking, I think, to try and open up that side of the map into Small Tower. Credit to Stig's, probably, in my opinion, the most influential player on the team this year, even.
Pretty good.
Performed really well. Probably their most consistent player, and even in rough games seems to do a decent job.
I think that looking at some of his statistics, he's technically not rated the best. It is Sage, but Stigs is the only player on the team that is positive on entry. And he's 13-4, mind you.
Yeah.
So plus 9 entries, insane.
Been really good.
He has the highest headshot percentage on the team as well. And he's got the second best KD. Unfortunately, his survival rate somewhat low, and same with his cost. And that is where he's losing out to Sage. And that's where the rating difference is, which, you know, 0.06.
I mean, you don't expect him to survive on entry, but yeah, the cost is probably a little bit concerning.
But, you know, clearly has had a good stage, and I know that obviously Juicy has been such a sensational player for this team for so long now, but he has
we cursed him.
been the one that struggled, and yeah, Stig
Ah,
started.
no.
Well, we did no.
That's
hang
your
on,
fault.
No, hang
That's
on a
your
second.
fault.
No, hang on. He was 4-1, and has gone 1-5 since going 4-1. We didn't just start it. It's not like he's 10-1 or
but
something. It has already begun. It's over. And this round might be over soon as well, because it's really heating up towards the mid round. 4 versus 4. Josh getting the kill back onto Pika. And now all the flashes and the utils and the smokes go out, and Gas Babe too. Sage straight onto site though, and he's going to actually catch ED off guard. Don't think he was prepared for that. He wants a little bit more. Fortunately, a bit of a one-way through the wall there, and he's going to catch him off guard. Harambe falls, so does Jackie Wu. And Souffle in 1 versus 3. Bot White Stairs position. I don't see where he's going to be able to win this one from.
He still hasn't used his nitro.
It doesn't matter.
Too late. Plants down. Might hit the shot. No, he won't hit the shot. Well done there by the Knights. Really good pressure to be able to crack open that site. Credit to Sage, credit to Speak Easy standing out. Be able to get that one across the line. Decent trade early as well from Josh, despite Sticks falling outside. And the die was not really able to capitalize from some of that vert control they had down below.
Yeah, and now 1 round away from guaranteeing at least 1 point for the Knights here in their final game of the stage. And if they can secure 1 point, guys, that one handy point, it would put them above wildcard.
Which would also mean that they are the best team
From
in the
Australia.
Oceanic region right now.
So much on the line. Can't be dropping that. Not only that, but if they do get 1 more point, just to hype it up even more, it would tie for their worst stage in APAC South history.
That's not exactly hype though, is it?
Well, no, yeah, 7 points is the worst that they've ever put in. That was stage 3 last year.
So they just aren't good at
Stage
the
3?
third stage. It's just a bit of a curse, I guess, maybe.
I said it before. They start the year well and then drop off as the year progresses.
5 seconds to go.
But yeah, I mean, look, one point would, I guess, make things look a little bit better.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
See if they can get it done. Amaru locked in for the 9th round. Makes sense considering it's upstairs once more. But ED with the spawn peak confirms the kill onto Sage, who's been quite dominant for the Knights in this match so far. And not only are they going to lose his frag potential, but those Vateros as well. Sigs for the trade. That looked dangerous, but steps up on the entry as we expect and as the numbers suggest.
Yeah. And obviously for the Knights, bringing it back to that 4 versus 4, I mean, the way that this game has sort of progressed, the confidence has to be there now that they can actually win this game. They've been in a really good position over the last couple of rounds to maintain this lead. And the one thing I've actually been really impressed with from the Knights has been their ability to manage the numbers in the rounds themselves. You know, if they lose a player early, they're just consistent enough to be able to get that trade elsewhere and bring it back to 4v4, slow it down, good util usage. I think the timing has generally been good as well. Harambe is clearly rusty as well. 2-7 for our dancing sensation of APAC South, but evidently needs to hit the Kovacs.
Personally, I'm more of an AIM Labs enjoyer.
I hope none of those are sponsors.
I don't know what Kovacs is. I only use AIM Labs.
I love AIM Labs.
Harambe uses AIM Labs. You know, drop Josh. Pulls back now over towards Pit. You are so bad. You should lose your job, honestly, at this point. I don't think you deserve a job. Anyway, Juicy's doing his. That's breach open in towards games. He has a diffuser tucked under his arm, so he'll be wanting to try and make an entry, try and get some space in towards the site. A player does cross, though. Unfortunately for him, Harambe goes through unnoticed. The drone, though, will probably help identifying this player. If not, could cause issues, but there's issues elsewhere. Juicy does fall again over towards the breach. It's now not in a good spot. Harambe's been allowed to sit chilling. Yeah, not spotted, not found. Speakeasy falls. Stigs, he's been good. We've hyped him up, but to find 4 here on this cross, he is asking the impossible.
He could do it. Just starts with the dream.
You heard the story.
What was one? Oh, he doesn't get the second.
He could have too.
Well, 3 from Harambe over towards Pet. Clearly has been spending some time in the AIM Labs in the last 30 seconds, Guz. And it's showing up. It's showing.
Basement now for round 10. The Knights, so desperately wanting that additional point to jump above wildcard in the standings, but Darwell's making it difficult for them. Darwell's, to their credit, haven't completely rolled over in a match that, again, to be blunt, means absolutely nothing for them. They're first, they're locked in, they're going to the major. They can't go to SI. So, really not too much else to worry about for them, but wanting that lossless record. We can't quite call it flawless because they've had some regulation wins, whereas, correct me if I'm wrong, but their actual flawless run was all regulation wins in stage 1, so we don't want to discount that. Knights, though, how do they respond? A couple of interesting repicks coming through. Mav in play from Juicy, try and counteract that Kaid from Souffle. Sledge as well in play, a couple of nades, and perhaps invert controls and vet pressure if Knights want to clear them out.
No, I can't make drone noises. Oh, I didn't even know where to
We
begin.
don't have an audio bug. You don't need to do the noises.
You know what? We've not had that for a very long time. I'm glad that got fixed. Thanks for reminding me of that, Cuts.
Oh, here we go. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
What?
oh.
Timing. Hashtag timing.
Why'd you have to hashtag it? You're almost 30.
I don't see what age has to do
That's
with
some
that.
boomer humor from you.
Aren't you almost 30 now? Getting there.
Not quite. Not quite. I
Well,
feel 30 though. I do feel it.
I feel like I've aged 1,000 years in this game. In this round, actually. No, just this particular round. I don't know what the Knights have done here. Have they done anything?
Well, we've just got to be patient. Trust the process. Minute 30. There's Speakeasy up above, as we mentioned before. Bit of vert pressure down to the staircase, but Divers aren't pressuring it. I'm really looking at Juicy to
Come on,
start getting
chop.
involved.
Get up.
Needs to get these hatches opened. Here we go.
Yeah, this is extremely slow from the Knights. And it's not like there was a whole heap of pressure either from the Direwolves. I mean, we saw at the start of the round, watching them as a train run down Freezer, but there was not really anything else from the Direwolves. 50 seconds left, and the Knights have no position gain. To me, this just seems like it'll be a drop, meeting hatch, maybe a couple players backstairs. If they can kill the player pillar, get some kills on the drop, maybe they can salvage this round. Speakeasy now actually over towards Laundry. Has just kind of gone solo. 30 seconds left, Guz.
Speakeasy pulls the trigger. Doesn't find the kill, reveals his position. Knights with foothold over towards the freezer stairs, but transitioning this in towards site is going to be challenging. Keeper barriers as well, posing problems. Grenade to deal with that. Josh does find the entry though, so it's in favor of the Knights, but Jackie Wu for 3! Woo! Jackie Wu goes large. Josh now to find 3 of his own, but he can't do it. Divers lock out the round.
Jackie Wu. Superstar sensation for the Direwolves. Well, I mean,
Can we get an Uru from you?
technically, not really much of a surprise, Guz, considering
didn't-
how slow the Knights were.
Jake, you didn't answer my question. Can we get just like a little...
Oh, you were
Uru?
serious. I thought you were
Yeah,
just
I was-
joking.
I was
No,
dead set.
there's absolutely no way.
What would I have to do for you to do it?
No, I wouldn't ask that of you. Tactical timeout called by the Knights. Carry on, guys. Come on, a bit of professionalism. A lot to
I'm
break
waiting.
down. A lot to break down from that round because they
I mean,
were slow. They were very
Yeah,
slow.
there is a lot to break down. I think on this occasion I'll leave it up to you. It seems like you've got some really
I'm
good
trying
points.
to. You keep interrupting me.
Sorry.
A very slow-paced attack from the Knights. Failed to clear a lot of the objectives. Couldn't get through their checklist in time. The meeting hatch was left open until under a minute remaining in the round. Not much of a pressure either from Freezer's side. They did have at least one sort of foray over towards Laundry. That was about it. I mean, in all fairness, it was probably the most lackluster round this map from them. By and large, they haven't really been that bad this map, but that round was almost the epitome as to how they've been playing this stage. So that was a little bit disappointing, and otherwise what's been a pretty decent showing from the Knights. 5-5 scoreline against the first place Direwolves, but that round was pretty bad.
Pretty bad. Flip it, ship it, put it on a poster.
How?
Top tier
Like
analysis.
just the
from
word pretty, like
Jake.
just the words pretty bad on a poster, that's it?
I mean, that's about as deep as you get on these broadcasts, so we'll take it. Round 11 then. We shape up, meeting kitchen. Break point, as Dev has coined the term. Must be a tennis fan. Australian Open's coming up soon, if you want to come down. Completely irrelevant to this, of course.
What's my pack percentage at? Oh, 94%. Let's go. Hell yeah.
Focus in, focus in. Of course, the winner of this round will get match point for the Knights. That means jumping up in the standings.
No way.
For the Direwolves, it means staying exactly where they are.
Wait, where do the Knights go?
They go above wildcard.
In like second?
Not quite. About 5th.
Oh, fifth. Right.
And they don't
But
get
they'll
any
get
SI
some-
points or extra
They'll get some
prize.
money, right?
No.
Oh, no. What happens if they lose? They drop down to last, right?
No, they stay where they are.
Oh, jeez.
Dude, come on. You're making my life hard.
You know, we have fun with these dead rubber games, guys.
We do
Come
have
on.
fun here.
You've
We
got to
do
have fun.
here.
Can't take every single match seriously. We had 2 banging games today.
They were really good. It was always going to be difficult to top. Knights with decent control here, actually. Everyone's big tower, pretty uncontested at the moment. Just be
Ooh.
careful of the Pika swing, though. Oh,
You
they've
just
let
got
it slide.
intel. They just got intel from the Gemini as well, and he still swings and kills
And that's
Juicy.
the hard breach. That's probably round over, even with man advantage. This is going to still be pretty tough for the Knights. We'll see how they adapt the push, because they won't be getting through that wall.
Well, they've got 90 seconds to figure it out. And they will have to, yeah, flip the tactics here and figure something out very quickly. Above? Do we go above? I mean, I'm just trying to... It's like they're communicating as they coordinate. So, yeah, it looks like they will go above. They can drop down. So, if they get pit control here, guys, then I wonder, do they still play here for meeting?
60 seconds. He's meeting the play, he's kitchen the play. Well, they need to decide quickly. Because either way, Dire will still have a decent foothold, decent amount of pressure being applied, provided they don't throw away a pick. Information gained, and now it's all about trying to get a physical entry in towards the actual site. Easier said than done. Sage with that Matero just scats out a little bit. Oh.
Does catch ED there, so that's at least good. They do have intel on the play around entrance position. 30 seconds left. ED does go down courtesy of Speak Easy, who did play off of that drone. Does get traded by Souffle though. Harambe pushing up from pit over towards through Attic now. They know that they've dropped. He's got a good angle. Now he's got that high ground position too. Established. Shotgun in hand. Still has a Nitrocell. So does Souffle. There's absolutely no way the Knights are going to win from here. Sage with Diffuser into red time. They do get the down at least. Harambe now to 1 versus 2. They've got to stick the Diffuser though. They've got to stick the plant. Sage will go for it. Inside a kitchen, Stigs to watch. Nitrocell goes out. Oh, Harambe! Sheesh! Give us a dance, Harambe! I want to see it.
He's a bad man.
There it is.
Oh, it's there. He did it. Can we please get a replay on that prod? There's got to be a replay available for that.
Slow it down, frame it.
Clip it, ship it. Harambe's back, baby. Reaps is out of a job.
He's done.
The Reddit detectives are going to be all over it.
Wait,
Reaps is out of a job.
This breaking news. This just in. Reaps dropped for the major. Harambe's back in.
Oh.
Let's watch it. Oh, I thought they were going to have the Harambe reaction.
Oh!
We are. Oh, look at him go. He's like, let's go. Where is it? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, yes. It was worth the wait. I was never sure if we were going to get another one, guys, but we do. What a way to end APAC South 2022 with a Harambe clutch and Harambe dance. 6-5 match point, Direwolves.
What a way to get match point.
10 seconds remaining.
And what a way to potentially close out the year here for both teams.
5 seconds left.
On a slightly lighter note, I do want to drop you as my casting partner for next year and get Twitch chat next to me. Because they
could
were
you
actually
imagine?
saying, they're actually saying Uwu in the chat.
Oh, were they?
They got the vibes, like they passed the check. Good on.
I
good on
wonder if
Twitch
there's
chat.
a way where you can have Twitch chat commentate through like some kind of voice.
You're going too far.
activation?
We might actually lose our jobs.
Would we lose our jobs?
yeah.
I think we would.
I think we would.
It would have to be moderated though, of course. I mean, like you just can't give them complete freedom.
I mean,
Sorry.
you're not moderated, and we know how that goes. So.
No, I've been
probably
banned
right.
in chat before.
I meant on cast.
Oh,
I don't think you've
okay.
been banned on cast, have
No,
you?
I don't- unfortunately. So match point for the Direwolves, 6-5. And to, of course, keep their streak alive, it would go to 20 maps heading into the major. I mean, unless they've got other games that they're going to be playing elsewhere, of course it will continue there. But it also would mean that they would complete Stage 1 and Stage 3 undefeated, which is quite staggering. We just forget about Stage 2, though, if we're a Direwolf fan. Stage 2 didn't happen.
No,
Fake news.
write it off. Again, the Knights just trickling slowly through this groundwork. Peak is still a concern inside of Trophy posing a threat. Could elect to be a bit more aggressive or stick on bricks. Coast is clear. Knights need to start getting this hard breach working ASAP. Start pressuring site a little bit more. Josh elsewhere for the pinch. Jackie Boo top freezer stairs. That's also something to keep our eyes on at the corner of our screen. Could be an engagement. It is. A trade of damage either way, pretty even. Neither will really want to recontest, but Pika wants to. That stage to find that kill. Surely Speak Easy swings and finds Harambe. Speak Easy.
Speak Easy. You want to play the game? Harambe does go down. Took a little bit of time, and it's even forced out of Guz Moan, which is quite rare. Not gonna lie.
Hasn't been much moaning recently.
No, 4 versus 3. Jackie Wu just pushes up. Gets the easy kill on to Speak Easy. 3 versus 3. Oh, Souffle's falling down, so is Jackie Wu. Josh, the Knights, they're on the verge of sending this one to overtime to secure that point that they desperately need to overtake Wildcard in 5th place. There is a Nitro Style still in hand for Souffle. 30 seconds left. This is the push. This is the play. They get rid of Edie. 3 versus 1. They surely can't mess this up, and they do not. The Knights send it to overtime. They secure that point. They get 7 points for the stage. They go above Wildcard. They are the best team in OCE.
Well done to the Knights. And I couldn't think of a better game to go the distance. Into overtime we go. A match deserving of all 15 rounds. Would love to see it go.
Oh, hang on.
The entire way.
Hang on. We've just had word. Now, it's not Sprabani, but it's Dev Marta, and he's just ran the numbers, he says, that if Direwolves win in overtime, there is a 78% chance.
How is it 78?
That it will amount to nothing because this game doesn't matter.
Oh.
Dev!
I actually got debated.
You can't say that, Dev.
I think he deserves to lose his goal.
Well,
over
in fairness, he didn't say that. There's no proof. I could have just made all of that up.
that. Maybe.
6-6 overtime. Well,
I don't
obviously,
really know what to talk about now.
obviously for the Knights, they do get what they maybe would have somewhat wanted, kind of.
5 seconds left before
It's going to be a good interview. I'm looking forward to that one.
attackers' objective.
I just know Matic is really eager to jump into it. Got a lot of questions on his mind.
Oh, 100%.
Can't wait to extract all those thoughts. Jackie Wu's had a pretty good game. 10-9, couple of standout moments.
Right, Harambe's almost top fragging. He's not far away. Is he going to force
There,
his
there
way
is
back
actually
into the
going to be a
team?
Reddit thread after this game.
Should
saying,
Harambe
Briefs out Harambe in. I'm telling you, there will be. If there isn't already.
Right.
Maybe they're,
Maybe,
they're right.
what
I
if
don't
we
know.
were to get Reddit commentating with Twitch chat commentating?
We definitely lose our jobs.
Now that's a recipe for disaster right there.
Rotero's out from Speak Easy. Here's stage stairs now. The back stairs a little bit more exposed. Mixed success with the Monty from Juicy so far. He'll be looking to try and gain a bit more territory this time. Keep in mind there's still a defender in Harry Potter. Peak is just tucked away. Being sneaky. Seeing if maybe he can produce something. Also Speak Easy prepping to try and get blue control and link up with the Monty, but pretty split at the moment from the Knights. And it has been quite slow going on a lot of these attacks. Of course, basement generally takes a little while to wind up, but allowing players like Pika to make plays not ideal. He'll fall back after expending that impact. None of these positions for the Direwolves feel particularly uneasy at the moment, but as I say it, Speak Easy will drop Souffle. That's a great pick outside blue.
So the Knights have it in them though to find victory in the jaws of defeat. Flash goes out backstairs, Sage looking to get pillar control. Speak Easy's the one that shuts down the dancing Harambe, and ED falls as well alongside him.
Josh, though, dropping down in Freezer. He's ice cold because he's dead in Freezer, and the Direwolves have just closed out the round. What has just transpired? I don't even know. But the Knights, who looked like they were in a decent position, have capitulated.
Wasn't expecting the C word in a match like this, but capitulation it is. The Knights, after riding the high of jumping up a position in the standings, get knocked back. Still an opportunity though. If they can push it to a 15th round, they might be able to get the result over the line. Darvils now switch over to the attack. We go upstairs, and it's Dorms. It's always Dorms, isn't it, Jake? No more fitting way to potentially end the year, end the stage. That, though, is banking on the Direwolves being able to win out this attack. A couple of repicks do come through. The Amaru, once again, in play, suggesting some early explosive control, or perhaps even an Amaru rush on execute, but without Ying in play, that would probably be a bit of a disaster.
I'll tell you what, if the Knights win this, I'll give it the U word.
What's the U word?
3
Oh,
letters.
that one. No. Okay, is that a bet?
Well, let's make it interesting.
All right.
That's if the Knights win from here, 8-7. I have to win the next 2 rounds.
Chat would love that.
I really don't think they care.
I think they do. I don't think I've seen them. I don't think I've ever seen them disengaged.
I think they just want their channel points. It's a little too close for comfort. There's going to be some broke people if the Knights win.
They're gonna have no points for the major.
Oh, didn't even think about that. Everyone's like, I'm just going to go with it. Direwolves are like going to win 100%, and no points for major. Sorry. Everyone's going to be like -640 in chat, and you're going to be like, oh, I can do that. Oh, never mind. I got no points.
Still a couple of rounds away from that potentially occurring, though. Josh, meanwhile, top of Big Tower with a big responsibility.
Ooh. Keep going.
12-8. Grenade, though.
Oh, that's not good.
That's big.
Hop up high, Josh.
Yeah, that's perfect. Clean from the Dire Wolves. 5-4 advantage now for the remainder of the round.
Well, for all intents and purposes, it's been fun, guys. We've had fun this match. Apologies for everyone watching, and I mean that sincerely. Nah, I don't really
Is this
care.
like the part where we reminisce about the year? Because it could be over in a minute 30.
Oh, that's right. This is it for
Because we're
APAC
not
South
on the desk.
2022.
Yep.
In a minute and 20
What a
seconds,
journey.
we will be done for this
Maybe.
year.
Maybe. What a journey it's been. The trials, the tribulations, the ups, the downs, everything in between. A bumpy ride at times, but part of the APAC experience.
You're gonna make me cry.
I am getting a little bit emotional, I think. I feel something in my throat.
– 45 seconds left.
Oh, that's right. I'll take it. I'll do the play-by-play. I'll do the final play-by-play. 30 seconds on the clock. Juicy inside of Kids with a big job on his plate, but there's nothing he can do. Direwolves, they're taking it home. Speaky's in the 1 versus 5, but he's shut down. The Direwolves don't lose a single game in stage 3. The dance comes through, and Direwolves fully deserved of the title.
Now Jackie Wu. They're all getting involved. Oh my god, it's the ED dance.
How does he
he's
have this
breaking
much
it down.
energy? He has so much energy after such a close game.
Well, he has to practice for the major, of course, with the Direwolves. That's where they're heading, to Sweden.
You go to the major.
Direwolves win, and they keep their streak alive. 20 maps straight. They are the best team for this stage. Maybe for the year. There is obviously the Elevate debate, but what can be said, undefeated for the second stage this calendar year. What a performance from the Direwolves in APAC South. What a year we've had. Oh, we ended on some fun ones with that one. Credit to the Knights, sending it to overtime, giving it their best shot. They do get an overtime point, which has put them above wildcard. So at the very least, they can take that home. But the major prize, of course, goes to the Direwolves, and that's where they'll be heading, to the major. And for me and you guys, that's going to be us done for this year for APAC South. It's been a pleasure. It's been an absolute journey. I wish I could probably have a different co-caster, but, you know, it is what it is. Maybe next year we'll go to the desk.
Thanks, mate. Love you too.
You know what, Xenox, you and I will duo up next year. We'll be the ones that go to Sweden. We'll be the dynamic duo that never was. Dev, a matchup that's really, let's just say, it was a bit of fun. I think everyone was having a bit of fun there. You could see there were a lot of great moments coming out. A lot of smiles, I'll say that much.
Yeah. Yeah, really love the energy from all the Direwolves boys. The guys were saying it after the game ended. We had some crazy-ass moves from ED. I don't know where he got those from. Harambe is usually the dancer, but ED's got the moves as well, apparently.
He does. Mandy, I mean, there's no real implications for this. I did like your statistic, Dev. Unfortunately, I got debated as well by Xenox. But I tell you what, Xenox is one of the best bullcrappers I've ever met in my life. I'll say that much. He could give you honey and tell you it's mustard and you'd believe it. But, Mandy, this matchup, to close things out, how fitting of APAC South?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pretty funky match. It was nice to see Harambe back in the server, of course. He actually wasn't playing his usual role. He was there on the entry. He was on Iana. It was a good time. He was even playing his army on the defense. So Mans was having a good game. We love to see that.
It is very true. He was having a very, very decent game. There are a couple of rounds here, I'm not going to lie, where I kind of lost track of all these kills. Direwolves just want it more. I don't know what else to say, Dev. I think that's really all I've got.
Yeah, it's hard to put it into words, isn't it?
Is.
Knights have had a rough stage. I will say this is a pretty decent game for them, taking Direwolves to overtime. This is the best team in the league we're talking about after all. And yeah, even though they didn't have Reaps, they showed no signs of slowing down. It's Direwolves once again, and I'm really excited for their prospects going into the major. They've got the vibes down pat. They know how to have a good time, and really that is so important. We've seen that rise of the vibes in performance these days. A lot of people are talking about how important vibes and just having a good time are to your performance. I think Rogue was a great example of that. They didn't scrim at all at the Berlin Major. They were one of the few teams there with the sports psychologists. They just went around and, I don't know, explored the city and spent time with each other, and it meant that they performed even better. And Direwolves, I think, are a pretty good showcase of that within APAC South.
That they are, and one person that is probably the best showcase that we have. It is ED. Let's welcome him in for a final interview here for APAC South for 2022. What have you got there? What's going on here? Oh,
Man.
don't give me that.
Oh my God.
It's only. No. What are you doing? What are you doing, ED?
As soon as I found out this is the last interview, oh my God, I'm so touched.
Hey, it's alright.
Oh my God,
we've been back,
we've been working together for 2 years. Oh my God. Time just flies so fast.
ED, we saw you go from like a corridor with like a chair into a gaming chair in a full room. The evolution's been incredible, my friend.
See? Now I have gaming chair, so I have to go to major. Woohoo!
Now we've got some really hard-hitting questions here for you. Dev would like to know, how are you so good looking?
Oh my God. Just because you guys are too cute, too adorable too. That's why I have to be also good looking. I'm saying, otherwise I'll be too low key. I don't allow it happens. So
now something that might be a little bit more serious. Obviously, you're headed to Sweden with the rest of the team. So I got to ask you, what are your preparations looking like between now and when you take off? Have you got anything planned?
Yeah, like, to be honest, it's like more serious problem right now. Like, because actually I have a military issues. Not many one knows it. So I was not be able to go. But now things a little bit turn. I will have a little bit chance go there because you guys know military is military. It's not like you want to dodge and dodge. So I find an opportunity to like apply to them. So tell them, hey, I have a very important tournament. I represent Taiwan. I can go to the Sweden, blah blah blah, and they kind of agree for now. So it means that I can go to Sweden, but I probably cannot be participate in the screen before we go to Sweden. That's the case. But anyway, I still trust in our boys because
Yeah, so
I'm not a fragger.
so,
Anyhow, yeah.
so does that mean Harambe is going to be coming into the roster to fill in where you were?
Yeah, if I cannot go to Sweden, then Harambe will replace me, of course. But if I can able to go to Sweden, then Odin will decide it because I will be like lack of the practice due to the military. Like I still have to go to 1 or 2 weeks. But yeah, so that's the case. So but if I can go, then Odin will decide it. I play or Harambe play. That's the case right now for Sweden. Yep.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, we all want to see you at Sweden, but if it doesn't happen, I'm sure that Harambe will fill that spot perfectly.
Mhm.
Now, ED, as is usual tradition, we've got the big question here. It's
Mhm.
one of the last times that we may do it for 2022, so would you like to say anything to the fans?
Oh my god. I don't know how to say it, but it's the last APAC interview probably. I truly be very thankful for all the fans because we were the bottom team before Electrify 7th Heaven, but I know that a bunch of fans didn't give us up and watch we like keep grinding, keep growing up until now. We go to Sweden, second time we made it in a global tournament. Also, you guys caster like seeing our path, grinding path, like starting bottom over here. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful to be honest. Very appreciated, 100%. So love you guys. I hope that we can like still have a chance like work together or like see you guys. I don't know some way somehow. Anyways, I just want to pass my vibe, pass my energy to you guys, and wish the best for the future.
ED, my friend, we love you, mate. We absolutely love you. Obviously, we have seen your rise from the what was it, the dining room chair all the way up to the gaming chair. And now, look, hey, you've got to pop a bottle for us. Pop a bottle of champagne when it's all said and done. Before I let you go, though, I would be remiss if... Oh, hang on. What's... Oh, okay, okay. I would be remiss if I didn't ask this, ED. What on earth am I watching? ED, for the final interview here, I know the chat would roast me if I didn't do this, so I've got to ask you, can you give me an uwu?
Ooh, okay. Here comes Sweden Major. Woohoo!
No, give me an uwu.
guys.
Give me an uwu. Give me the uwu.
Ooh, what do you mean woo? I'm
Oh,
wooing.
no!
What do you mean?
Hang on.
What
Hang
do you
on.
mean, woo?
Repeat after me. You ready? Repeat after me. Uwu.
What? Okay. What do you mean
No,
woo?
I'm not going to do it again.
What are you
ED,
saying
I'm
right
not
now?
doing it again.
You
I've already done it once. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. ED, we love
Okay.
you, mate. We'll see you soon.
Okay, see you guys. Bye. Love you.
Oh, no. Have
You
I
really
just been...
bottled it there, mate.
Did I just
You
get
really
baited
bottled it.
into that?
I don't know whether he was trolling you or whether maybe he didn't understand what you were trying
He
to say.
definitely... I feel like he definitely had no clue what I was saying there.
He sent me I just DM'd him an uwu and he sent an uwu back.
Okay, so he gets it. He gets it. I wanted
just
the
trolling you.
high pitch. I wanted the high pitch uwu. But Mandy, I mean that obviously like take away all the piss taking from that interview there. Very interesting that he's obviously got military service coming up, and Harambe's performance here might actually be an indication as to what happens at the major.
Yeah, it's actually a really important story for the Direwolves, and in fact, like a lot of these Southeast Asian teams to go to the major, there is still the final boss, and that is the forbidden word that I'm not going to say because otherwise I'm going to curse somebody. And so they've still got a ways to go. I just hope that things work out for them. And yeah, for Edie, I would love to see him at the major. He's such an animated character, and you know what? The world deserves that, The Rainbow Six world needs that.
It certainly does. And what we need to do is look at the recaps from today's matches, have a look back at how they all panned out. It started off in the best way it possibly could, Dev. 7-5 for Elevate, left the door slightly ajar for Fury. And boy, what did they do? They kicked the damn door down. Fury are off to the major.
Yeah, amazing. Really, what an amazing result. We really couldn't have asked for a better set of matches today. There was a real chance that Gladiators would have just won that in a pretty simple fashion. That would have cut and dried the whole afternoon, the whole evening of games. But no, Elevate not only locked in their spot, they also, like you said, left the door open for Fury. And Tide really kept us guessing as well. That came
Yeah.
down to 15 rounds. It was an 8-7. There was a real chance that Gladiators were going to make it despite getting 0 points out of tonight, but Fury got it across the line at the end of it. Amazing stuff from them, and really exciting that Thailand, despite Elevate not making it to the major, will still get a representative in the form of Fury, who have never been to a major before. You got players like I9 who have really made a name for themselves, getting a chance to do it once again, so it's super exciting. And of course, Direwolves getting a bit of a chance to show off and a bit of a chance to have Harambe do a last victory lap as they secure first place. It's so great.
Well, having a look at all these games, they kind of led into what was our predictions. We thought they were going to be close games, and they certainly were. I think me and Guz might have gone for a little troll on the last two because, I mean, still a bit of O's copium in there. Technically, you know, with Tide, still O's players. We've got it. But I think that this actually paints it pretty well, Dev. Tonight, oh, sorry, I'm not, you know what? I'm sick of hearing you, Dev. Mandy, it was a lot closer than it should have been. But unfortunately, you lose out to Zen. Of all people, you lose out to every O's caster. How does that feel?
I know. I'm feeling really down bad right now, you know. I took the L to Xenox. Like, what can you do? It happens. But I'm actually really happy for how this night turned out. Elevate losing and Fury... Elevate taking the win and Fury going into this major. It really warms my heart, especially to see players like Hollis and Hajime make it through to these majors. These guys have been, like, on the grind for years in SEA. And so... to finally see them step out of that ranked stack, play on a team, and go to the major is like, wow, that's crazy. Those are names that we've seen in the lobby for so long.
It is. It's kind of crazy to think that it's all led to this. It's time to have a look at how the final stage of 2022 has panned out. If you had told me at the start of the stage, Dev, that Elevate and Knights were going to be nowhere near the major, I would have told you you're barking mad.
Yeah, pretty unreal. We definitely expected that Elevate was going to be the #1 team. We definitely... it was a bit of a toss-up between Knights and GG, because Knights had that big speakeasy pick-up, and it was only a hair's breadth that they missed the Berlin major to GG, so we really expected Elevate was a sure bet, and then it's probably GG or Knights. When Knights ended up bottling it, and Direwolves ended up pretty strong, we kind of thought, well, it's definitely going to be Elevate and then either GG or Direwolves. We were really wrong about that. It's crazy to think that neither GG, nor Knights, nor Elevate will be going to the major. It's a return to the major for Direwolves, and it is the very first major for Fury. Yeah, crazy stuff.
Scenes.
You certainly didn't expect it to pan out this way, that's for sure.
Absolute scenes. Well, that's just APAC South, baby. There's twists and there's turns. Speaking of which, there still might be one more twist in this tale. We do have Direwolves sitting at a 23% chance to head to SI. This is massive. The fact that there is still a hope, there's still a chance. Look, whatever the chances are, they'd have to perform out of their damn mind at the major. The fact they've already secured that, Mandy, that makes us a little bit hopeful.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this graphic is like, it's just a wonderful summary of what's gone on tonight. Yes, Elevate, they do lock in SI. Unfortunately, Gaming Gladiators, they couldn't make it through. But the Direwolves do go to that major. It all kind of banks on how they perform. Maybe not having easy there is going to be tough. I just hope that they can get over that hurdle, come in with a huge performance for APAC South and try and lock in that 23%.
Do we think they can do it, Dev?
Yeah, mate, back him in there. Just, send it. Full send.
Just send it?
I don't know. I'm sure that Sprabuni and Wrath have some exact percentages of like what do they have to get to? Like, do they have to get top 4 to have like a reasonable chance of like getting above 70%? Probably, yeah. They probably have to make like top 4 or top 2 in order to make SI. But yeah, just full send it, mate. Get it up there. Get some Harambe dancers on the main playoff stage in Yontra Pink. That's what I want to see.
Well, look, if he's not going as a player, he better be going as a damn coach, and he better be sitting behind him. Then again, yeah. Odin. Can we get 2? Can we get 2 sitting behind him? I want to see the Harambe dance, and I want to see Odin.
You can't have 2 sitting behind.
No, that's
if you want to get
enough.
technical, but you can have him there at the event, just not standing behind him.
He better be at the event. Well, that's pretty crazy. I'm not going to lie. The fact that they're still in it with a chance gives us a little bit more excitement. Mandy, it is coming to the close of the show, the close of the stage, the close of the season. And as per usual, I'd like to give you your final thoughts.
Just want to say that really proud of the 2 teams that have made it through to the major. They absolutely deserve their spot there, and I can't wait to see their performance. It's just, especially for the Direwolves, making that resurgence. What an amazing story as well for Fury. Literally 0 points to now the heroes here coming from Thailand. I just cannot wait to see what goes forward and do us proud over in Sweden.
Dev?
Yeah, look, reflecting upon the year, I looked a little bit earlier and I saw that there was actually, like 5 different APAC South teams that made it to majors this year, which is pretty phenomenal. So massive credit to, Chiefs, Elevate, GG, Fury.
Who?
That's all of them, right? So maybe it was just 4, I don't know, maybe. Oh, did I say Divals? I probably missed Divals, whatever.
Or gaming.
Tons of really good teams. It just goes to show how competitive the region is. It's been a pleasure to cast it, and also, especially when we close off with an interview like that from ED, it's nice to be reminded how wholesome our little region is, and, keep going.
It is. It is. We've just got to keep chipping away. The region is big, but it is beautiful. That is for sure. So, look, I'm gonna give it a really quick breakdown. I definitely have something I want to say here. I've written down some stuff because I know that there is a good chance that I might miss something.
Don't tear up, mate.
I'm not going to tear up. I'm not going to tear up. I just don't want to miss anything. I could tear up. It could happen. But I want to start by saying it has been a year for APAC. It's been a year of trials, of tribulations, a year full of journeys. I mean, it's been absolutely insane. From elation and excitement for Elevate to the yo-yo year that was Direwolves. Stage 1, Stage 3, flawless. How do you do it? Moving on, Gladiators who really have showcased what it means to be a diamond in the rough, and I'm sure that it has provoked a lot of inspiration around APAC, so it's incredible to see. I want to give massive credits to Fury that have had the zero to hero, rags to riches storyline that has just been absolutely unbelievable. They are our Cinderella story of APAC South. To Tide, the team that almost were the super team, if you were. They were almost the spoilers at the end as well. Of course, one of the OS teams, the missed it by that much team, the Knights, every single time. We were so close. We had the coin flip that were wild card throughout the entire year. But really, for all of you, I just want to say, from the heartache to the uncontainable happiness we had throughout this stage, the performances were unbelievable. And it is the reason why APAC South have been the most entertaining league in the world to cover for this year. To the team behind the scenes that you don't see, Sky, who is an incredible observer on the sticks, I'm sure Mandy would agree with that one.
Absolutely.
Considering he took over from how dare he, right? To, of course, our incredible producer, Brendan Hill, who has just been an absolute wizard in the production room. He has continued to make us smile, to make us laugh throughout 2022. And to the rest of the team behind ESL, from the broadcast, of course, to the league operations, without you, this league does not run smoothly. Without you, the quality is nowhere near what it deserves, and you have given it everything it deserves for 2022. To my co-casters, my colleagues, people I consider my close friends, Dev, Mandy, Guz, Xenox, and of course, Mr. APAC himself, who I'm sure is in Paris right now learning French, Raven. Thank you for loaning us your voice, your excitement, your disappointment, and I'm going to say your loose talent throughout this year. You truly have made every Thursday night an absolute joy to come to work, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this and to be a part of what we have created for 2022. Lastly, to you, the viewers, the fans, the supporters, the people that have been here throughout the entire year, that have gone through the trials and tribulations with the teams, from the OS Copium all the way down to the gut-wrenching rounds that we have seen, even on the final play day of Stage 3 to determine who would go to the major. We have seen it all here in APAC South. I speak for all of us when I say that this has been an absolute pleasure to deliver what has been such a joyous occasion, such a joyous league. APAC South League has been so much fun for 2022, and I'm sure it will continue to deliver. These teams have just built so much here. Best of luck to Direwolves, best of luck to Fury, who now go on to the major, and of course, to the teams that have their sights set on SI, we look forward to seeing you join Elevate, who are almost secure. They're almost secure. But for everyone at home, this will be the final time in 2022. This is the APAC South team signing off. Good night.
Punch unless he knows. He doesn't. Oh my goodness, Hoven does get the kill. Rix enters, he falls. Now Hoven in the 1 versus 2 has been good so far, but Onigiri with the DMR. That's... Oh no.
And Onigiri on the DMR of the Aruni. Oh, it could backfire so badly, boy. It could be so great.
He saw 2 players.
I don't think they will. Maybe they will. He got to win it, and he does. Onigiri, of course.
Or Elevate might be able to clean up.
Oh, the ping.
Rix, though. Oh, that's huge.
That's Onigiri gone. It's Mr. Punch in a 1 versus 2. Into red time we go. He gets the first Stats diffuser down. He can play right off of that. Told you, does not have the time. No diffuser, and potentially off the back of that round, no major.
But this is such a tough drone clear for Fury to do. The Monty is gone and
no.
followed up by someone behind him, but it's actually like Claws to find the entry pick off this round. Even Smoke is getting in. It takes for the double kill. Mentalist to pick another one back up, and suddenly the trades go back and forth, and somehow Fury end up behind. How did that happen?
BG Man and Dark, they are called upon. They must step up, but it's Nate once again. He's looking to take us to break point, and he does it. A huge round from the Kaid. As he rounds that corner, sprays through, can't land the shots he's needed against Dark. Both players low on ammo, but Dark locks it in. Is Mentalist able to trade? He goes back to that same position, but he gets caught out! Surely he can't find Mentalist here, surely not. He spots out the player, pistol down, but the trade is there!
Josh does find the entry though, so it's in favor of the Knights, but Jackie Wu for 3!
Woo!
Jackie Wu goes large.
They've got to stick the plant. Sage will go for it. Inside a kitchen. Stigs to watch. Nitrocell goes out. Oh, Harambe! Shoo! Give us a dance, Harambe! I want to see it.
Neither will really want to recontest, but Pika wants to do that Sage to find that kill. Surely Speakeasy
Harambe.
swings and finds
Oh my God.
Harambe. Speakeasy!
Speak easy. You want to play
The
the
timing!
game? Harambe
Oh!
does go down.
You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. When I look up, you say, yeah, but this game's for two players. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. I know I'm a lot, but you should've known not to cross the line. Now you sobered up, what the hell did you think that you'd find? The passenger seat on my heart has been reassigned, but it's still buckle up if you don't like it rough. You can run, but there's nowhere to hide no more. You can cry, but they won't hear a sound. Reading you like the Bible, there's no way out. But if I get burned, it's time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. A lot of tick-tock, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. Your time's up. I know I'm a lot, but you should've known not to cross the line. Now you sobered up, what the hell did you think that you'd find? The passenger seat on my heart has been reassigned, but it's still buckle up if you don't like it rough. You can run, but there's nowhere to hide no more. You can cry, but they won't hear a sound. Reading you like the Bible, there's no way out. But if I get burned, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. A lot of tick-tock, your time's up. A lot of Tick tock, tick tock. Time's up. Time's up. It's what you're seeking, and it's worth repeating. Don't give up your dreaming. This is all you need. Feel the love that's beating, and the light comes streaming from the world that's spinning just the way you need. Let's take it back to the start. Let's start it over and over. We're getting closer and closer as long as we have everything we need. Let's start it over and over and over again. If it's what you're seeking and it's worth repeating, don't give up your dreaming. This is all you need. Feel the love that's beating, and the light comes streaming from the world that's spinning just the way you need. Let's take it back to the start. Let's start it over and over. We're getting closer and closer as long as we have everything we need. Let's start it over and over and over again. Let's start it over and over. We're getting closer and closer as long as we have everything we need. Let's start it over and over again. Yeah, I want to be wild and free so much. 'Cause lately I've been feeling kinda cooped up. Yeah, on the count of three. I'm ready. 'Cause the future is shining bright for me. Walk with me, walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Run with me, run with me. It's time to go, time to go, time to go, 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 go. Too many seconds and minutes